Story 1. The trip had started with a flat tire just outside of Bakersfield, a delay that irritated me more than it should have. Then came the fog, a thick, unnatural blanket that swallowed the highway mile after mile. The air grew cold, clammy. Visibility shrank to just a few feet. It felt like the car was encased in cotton, the world outside erased. When I finally broke free of the fog, the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in bruised purples and sickly greens. I pulled over at a deserted roadside diner, the kind you only see in old movies. Faded paint peeled from the walls, and a flickering neon sign buzzed with the promise of coffee. Inside, a single, wizened woman sat behind the counter, her eyes like two black marbles. She didn't speak as I approached, just slid a mug of steaming coffee across the worn formica. I took a sip, the taste bitter, metallic. "Do you know how much further to Mendocino?" I asked, my voice echoing in the empty diner. The woman slowly pointed a gnarled finger towards a map tacked to the wall. A single, red pushpin marked a spot just north of where I was. "Stay on the highway," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "But be warned, the cliffs have eyes." I dismissed her words as local eccentricity, paid for the coffee, and continued on my way. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the highway into darkness. The only illumination came from my headlights, cutting through the blackness, revealing fleeting glimpses of the twisted cypress trees that clung precariously to the cliffs. Then, I saw them, figures perched on the rocky outcrops overlooking the ocean. Tall, gaunt figures, wrapped in what looked like seaweed and kelp. At first, I thought they were statues, bizarre art installations perhaps. But as I drove closer, one of them moved, its head turning slowly, deliberately towards me. Its face, if you could call it that, was pale, smooth, with two large, dark holes where eyes should have been. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, heart pounding against my ribs. The figures multiplied, lining the cliffs as far as I could see. They didn't chase me, didn't move from their perches. They just watched. Their silent observation more terrifying than any pursuit. Miles flew by, the ocean of black abyss to my right. The cliff-dwelling figures receding in my rearview mirror. I convinced myself they were a hallucination, a trick of the fading light. But the unease lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. Finally, I reached Mendocino, a small, quiet town huddled against the coastline. The streets were deserted, the houses dark. The only sound was the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore. I found the cliff where my grandmother had always loved to sit and watch the sunset. Clutching the urn containing her ashes, I stepped to the edge. As I opened the urn, a gust of wind snatched the ashes from my hand, swirling them into the air. I watched as they danced on the breeze, carried out over the ocean. Then, a low, croaky chanting began to rise from the waves below. I looked down and saw them. The figures, hundreds of them, standing in the shallows, their empty eyes fixed on me. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to vibrate in my bones, resonate within my skull. I stumbled back, a primal fear gripping me. The figures began to move towards the shore, their movements slow, deliberate, their seaweed-draped limbs dragging through the water. I turned and ran, the chanting echoing in my ears. I ran through the empty streets, the figures' eyes burning into my back. I ran until I reached the highway, jumped into my car, and sped away, leaving Mendocino and its silent watchers behind. I drove through the night, the chanting fading slowly. But the image of those empty eyes remained, seared into my memory, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk beneath the surface, watching, waiting. The cliffs have eyes. And they had seen me. Story 2. The California sun beat down, baking the asphalt. Heat shimmered above the highway, distorting the already surreal landscape. Joshua trees, skeletal and twisted, clawed at the bleached sky. I was headed to Slab City, drawn by some morbid curiosity, a yearning to see the fringes, the places where society frayed. A place called the last free place in America. My GPS blinked, a small, insistent pulse of light in the vastness. It directed me down a dirt road, a ragged scar cutting through the desert. The air grew thick, heavy, pressing in on me. The silence, broken only by the crunch of gravel beneath my tires, felt oppressive. Slab City emerged like a mirage. A collection of ramshackle dwellings, art installations made of trash, and abandoned vehicles. It was a kaleidoscope of decay, vibrant and unsettling. A sign, crudely painted on a sheet of plywood, welcomed me to the slabs. Beneath it, someone had scrawled, "Beware the night walkers." I dismissed it as local color, the ramblings of desert-addled minds. I set up camp, a small tent dwarfed by the surrounding strangeness. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the slabs transformed. Fires flickered to life, casting dancing shadows. Music, a strange blend of tribal rhythms and distorted electronica, pulsed from unseen speakers. The air crackled with an almost palpable energy. I wandered through the makeshift streets, drawn by the hypnotic rhythm. Faces, weathered and lined, stared at me with an unsettling intensity. Their eyes, reflecting the firelight, seemed to hold ancient secrets. One woman, adorned with feathers and bone jewelry, smiled at me. A single, gold tooth glinted in the firelight. Her voice, a raspy whisper, invited me to join the dance. I declined politely. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. I retreated to my tent, the strange music and chanting following me. I zipped the flimsy door closed, a thin barrier against the growing darkness. Inside, the air felt stifling. Thick with an unknown scent. Metallic, almost. A low humming sound vibrated through the ground, resonating in my bones. I tried to rationalize it. Generators, maybe. The desert wind playing tricks, but the humming grew louder, accompanied by a rhythmic tapping. Like something walking. Circling, I peeked outside. The fires had died down, leaving the slabs bathed in an eerie half-light. Figures moved between the structures, their forms distorted, elongated. They weren't human. Not entirely. Their limbs were too long, their movements too fluid, too animalistic. Their heads were obscured by shadows, but I could sense their gaze, cold and predatory, fixed on my tent. Terror seized me, icy and paralyzing. I scrambled back, heart hammering against my ribs. The tapping grew more insistent. Something was scratching at the thin fabric of my tent, testing its strength. I could hear their breathing, shallow, rasping breaths just outside. They spoke then, their voices a chorus of whispers, gravelly and inhuman. They spoke of ancient rituals, of sacrifices made beneath the desert moon. They spoke of the Nightwalkers, beings of myth and legend. Beings that walked the line between human and animal, between this world and the next. The tent fabric ripped. A clawed hand, covered in coarse, dark hair, reached inside. Its touch was cold, clammy, sending a jolt of revulsion through me. I screamed, a primal sound of pure terror. I kicked out, connecting with something solid. A yelp, a sound of surprise and pain, echoed from outside. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I ripped the tent open, bursting out into the night. The creatures recoiled, momentarily startled by my sudden appearance. I took advantage of their hesitation, sprinting towards the edge of the slabs, towards the relative safety of the open desert. I didn't look back. I could hear them behind me, their enraged cries echoing through the night. Their footsteps, a strange blend of human and animal, pounded the ground, gaining on me. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest. I stumbled, falling onto the hard-packed earth. I looked back. They were closing in, their forms silhouetted against the faint glow of the rising moon. Their eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, fixed on me. They were no longer whispering. They were chanting, their voices rising in a crescendo of bloodthirsty anticipation. The Nightwalkers had found their prey. Story 3. The Mojave, they said. It'll be epic, they said. Now, crouched behind a jagged boulder, I watched my friends become something less than human, something more like puppets. their limbs jerking in a grotesque dance under the desert moon. The air, thick with the scent of sage and something else, something metallic and sickening, clings to my throat. The chanting, a low, guttural thrumming, vibrates in my chest, a physical force against my ribs. This wasn't the epic camping trip we'd envisioned. We'd been drawn to the Mojave's desolate beauty, its vast emptiness a promise of escape. Miles from any paved highway, we'd found the perfect spot, a secluded canyon bathed in the otherworldly glow of starlight. We built a fire, shared stories, the usual. Then the drumming started, faint at first, a distant pulse in the silence, but growing steadily louder, insistent. Curiosity, or perhaps a foolish sense of adventure, pulled us towards the sound. We hiked through the darkness, the beam of Liam's flashlight our only guide. We crested a ridge, and the canyon opened before us. A fire blazed in the center, casting flickering shadows on the canyon walls. Around the fire, figures swayed and chanted, their faces obscured by elaborate masks carved from bone and feathers. Their bodies were painted with intricate patterns of bronze and charcoal, symbols I didn't recognize but felt instinctively were deeply, disturbingly significant. In the firelight, something moved. Something low to the ground, its fur matted and dark. It circled the flames, its movements sinuous, predatory. Even from a distance, I could feel its malevolence radiating outwards, a palpable wave of dread. Liam, ever the pragmatist, suggested we leave. Maya, drawn to the mystical, wanted to stay and observe. Ben just wanted another beer. Before we could reach a consensus, a figure detached itself from the group around the fire. Tall and imposing, its mask resembled a wolf's skull. Its eyes empty sockets that seemed to absorb the moonlight. It raised a hand, its fingers long and skeletal, and pointed directly at us. The chanting intensified, the drumming a frantic heartbeat in the stillness. We ran. Through the brush, stumbling over rocks, the chilling laughter of the masked figures echoing behind us. We scrambled back to our campsite, threw our gear into the car, and sped away. The desert stretched out before us, an endless expanse of black under a sky dusted with indifferent stars. But the desert, it seemed, wasn't willing to let us go. The car began to sputter, the engine coughing and wheezing. We coasted to a stop, the silence amplifying the pounding in my ears. Liam tried the ignition, the starter groaning in protest. Nothing. We were stranded, miles from anything, surrounded by nothing but darkness and the lingering echo of that unsettling ritual. We huddled in the car, fear a tangible presence in the cramped space. Then the scratching started, soft at first, barely audible against the whisper of the wind, but growing steadily louder, more insistent. On the roof of the car, on the windows, all around us. We locked the doors, holding our breaths, listening as the scratching turned into tapping, then into a rhythmic pounding. The car rocked gently, as if something heavy were circling it, testing its boundaries. The pounding stopped, a moment of tense silence broken only by our ragged breaths. Then, a voice. Close to the car, just outside my window. A low, guttural whisper, speaking in a language I didn't understand, but felt deep in my bones. It spoke of transformation, of shedding skin, of becoming something other. I looked at my friends. Liam's face was pale, his eyes wide with terror. Maya stared blankly ahead, a strange smile playing on her lips. Ben's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his skin shimmering with an iridescent sheen. He turned to me, his smile widening, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp. The car door beside him clicked open. He stepped out, joining the figure that stood waiting in the darkness. The figure placed a hand on Ben's shoulder, and they walked together towards the distant firelight. Ben's gait changing, becoming more animalistic with each step. The chanting resumed, a welcoming chorus for the newly initiated. I'm alone now in the car, with Maya, her smile still fixed, her eyes reflecting the distant flames. The scratching starts again, louder this time, more urgent. I know what's coming. I know what I'll become. The desert has claimed us, drawn us into its ancient, terrifying embrace. And there's no escape. The chanting grows louder, the drumming a frantic crescendo. The desert waits. Story 4. The towering redwoods, ancient and imposing, dwarfed me as I walked. My backpack dug into my shoulders, each step a small victory against the rising dampness. Hitchhiking hadn't been as easy as I'd envisioned. Cars whizzed past, their occupants oblivious to my plight, or perhaps intentionally ignoring it. The sun, a weak disk through the dense canopy, began its slow descent, painting the forest floor in long, skeletal shadows. I needed shelter. Soon, then I heard it, a faint cry, carried on the gentle breeze. A child, lost and afraid, somewhere in this vast wilderness. Guilt pricked me. I couldn't ignore it. I followed the sound, pushing deeper into the woods, the trees closing in around me like silent guardians. The cry came again, closer this time, more desperate. I picked up my pace, my unease growing with every step. The air grew heavy, stagnant, the scent of pine needles overpowering. I stumbled into a small clearing, bathed in an unnatural twilight. There, standing near a massive redwood, was a young girl. Her face was streaked with dirt, her clothes torn. Relief flooded me. I had found her. "Hey there," I said, approaching cautiously. "Are you lost?" The girl didn't answer. She just stared at me, her eyes wide and unblinking. Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. Her stillness, the unnatural silence of the woods, the way the light seemed to bend around her. It sent a shiver down my spine. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Still no response. Only that unnerving stare. Then, another cry echoed through the trees. From a different direction. I turned my head, searching for the source. Another child, a boy this time, appeared at the edge of the clearing. He too was dirty. His clothes ragged, his eyes fixated on me. He stood perfectly still, like a porcelain doll, a disturbing imitation of a lost child. The first girl took a step towards me. Her movements were jerky, unnatural. A low, croaky growl emanated from her throat. It was a sound no human child could make. The hair on my arms stood on end. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, more children emerged from the shadows. They surrounded me, a silent circle of staring eyes and unsettling stillness. Their expressions, vacant and yet, somehow predatory. They were all mimicking the appearance of lost children. But something was fundamentally, terrifyingly off. The first girl let out another growl, her lips peeling back to reveal rows of sharp, pointed teeth. The other children followed suit, their growls morphing into a chilling, discordant chorus. They began to close in, their movements no longer jerky, but fluid, predatory. Panic seized me. I turned and ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, the croaky growls echoing behind me. I didn't dare look back. I had to get out of the woods, away from these things. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, treacherous. I tripped and fell, scrambling to my feet, the sound of their pursuit growing closer. I burst out of the trees and into another clearing. This one was larger, dominated by a circle of standing stones. In the center, a fire burned, casting flickering shadows on the stones and the surrounding trees. And there, gathered around the fire, were more of them. Dozens of them. Some resembled children, others were older, their forms distorted and grotesque, their eyes burning with an unnatural light. They turned towards me as one, their faces contorted in silent, predatory smiles. They began to chant, a low, rhythmic drone that resonated deep within my bones. The ground seemed to vibrate beneath my feet. The air grew thick with an unknown, sickeningly sweet scent. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. I had stumbled into something ancient, something primal, something far beyond my comprehension. The chanting intensified, the ground shaking with its power. The figures around the fire began to sway, their movements hypnotic, their eyes locked on me. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was not going to escape. This was not a rescue. This was a hunt, and I was the prey. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The figures around the fire began to move towards me, their smiles widening, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. The last thing I heard was the sound of their chanting, growing louder, closer, consuming me in a wave of primal terror. Story 5. The salt flats shimmered, blinding white under the relentless California sun. This was it, the supposed epicenter of Skinwalker activity, according to the Cryptic online forum. A place called Harmony Creek, a ghost town swallowed by the desert decades ago. My camera, a clunky antique Super 8, Word documenting every mile. My companions, Liam and Maya, amateur cryptozoologists, buzzed with nervous excitement. Liam clutched a worn copy of a book titled Whispers of the Desert, a collection of local legends and alleged skinwalker encounters. Maya fiddled with her EMF meter, its needle twitching erratically. Our quarry, the skinwalkers, shape-shifting witches of Navajo lore, felt almost tangible in the oppressive heat. Harmony Creek was a collection of crumbling adobe buildings, bleached by the sun and guarded by skeletal Joshua trees. An unsettling quiet hung in the air, broken only by the buzz of cicadas. We explored the abandoned general store, its shelves bare except for a dusty porcelain doll, its painted eyes staring vacantly. Liam picked it up, a strange smile flickering across his face. Something about the doll felt profoundly wrong. I urged him to put it down, but he dismissed my concern, fascinated by its eerie stillness. As dusk painted the sky in shades of bruised purple and sickly green, the EMF meter went haywire. The air crackled with a strange energy. Then, the chanting started, a low, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to vibrate from the earth itself. We exchanged uneasy glances. This wasn't the desert wind. This was something else entirely. The chanting intensified, accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of drums. From the shadows of a ruined church, figures emerged, their faces obscured by elaborate masks carved from gourds. They wore ragged clothing adorned with feathers and bone. Their movements were jerky, unnatural. They were not human. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped me. Liam, still clutching the doll, seemed entranced by the spectacle, his smile widening into something disturbing. Maya, however, screamed, her voice echoing eerily in the twilight. The figures turned towards us, their masked faces unreadable. They began to advance. We ran. The Super 8 bounced against my chest, capturing blurry images of our desperate flight. The chanting pursued us, growing louder, closer. The figures were gaining. We stumbled through the crumbling buildings, the desert stretching endlessly before us. There was nowhere to hide. We found a small, dilapidated shack, its door hanging precariously by one hinge. We barricaded ourselves inside, the pounding of the drums echoing our frantic heartbeats. Liam placed the porcelain doll on a dusty shelf. Its painted eyes seemed to follow our every move. Through cracks in the wooden walls, we saw them. The masked figures, their bodies swaying rhythmically, encircled the shack. Their chanting reached a fever pitch. The ground seemed to vibrate beneath their feet. Then, Liam started to change. His eyes glazed over, his smile fixed in a grotesque imitation of joy. He picked up the doll, cradling it like a child. He began to hum along to the chanting, his voice a disturbing echo of the figures outside. Maya and I watched in horror as Liam, under the influence of the doll and the chanting, opened the door. He walked out into the waiting circle of masked figures. They welcomed him with open arms, their chanting now a welcoming chorus. He joined their grotesque dance, his movements mimicking their jerky, unnatural rhythm. Maya and I were trapped. The figures outside were no longer interested in us. Their focus was solely on Liam, their newly initiated. The chanting slowly faded, replaced by an unnerving silence. I looked at Maya, her face etched with terror. We were alone, trapped with a possessed Liam and a malevolent porcelain doll. Then, the doll started to giggle. A high-pitched, chilling sound that cut through the silence like a shard of glass. The giggling intensified, morphing into a shriek. The shack began to shake violently. The ground beneath us cracked. We were sinking. The desert was swallowing us whole. The last thing I saw, as the earth closed above us, was the porcelain doll's painted eyes, wide with malicious glee. The shriek, now deafening, resonated within me, a final, terrifying embrace. Story 6. The Anza Borrego sun, a relentless hammer against the bronze earth, baked the van as we rumbled down the dirt road. My brother, Finn, complained about the heat, his voice a high-pitched whine against the drone of the engine. Mom and Dad, immune to his pleas as usual, chatted about the constellations, eager for the night sky's unveiling. I, Maya, stared out the window, the desolate beauty both fascinating and oppressive. This family camping trip, a desperate attempt to reconnect after a brutal year, felt more like exile. We found a secluded spot, nestled amidst the eroded sandstone cliffs, miles from any semblance of civilization. Setting up camp was a sweltering chore, but the promise of cool desert night air spurred us on. As the sun dipped below the serrated peaks, painting the sky in hues of violent orange and bruised plum, Finn and I explored the nearby canyons. It was in one of these winding ravines that we stumbled upon the cave. Its mouth, a dark gash in the rock face, breathed out a coolness that beckoned us inside. Within, the air was still and heavy. Our flashlights danced across the walls, revealing a breathtaking tapestry of ancient cave paintings. Humanoid figures with elongated limbs and bulbous heads adorned the rock surface, their forms intertwined in scenes of ritualistic dance or hunt. Some held strange, elongated objects. Others seemed to be floating, their bodies contorted into unnatural positions. Finn, ever the pragmatist, declared them the work of some artistic ancient tribe. I, however, felt a shiver of unease crawl down my spine, a primal instinct whispering of something older, something other. That night, around a crackling campfire, Dad recounted local legends of the desert, tales of spirits and strange creatures that roamed the desolate expanse. Finn scoffed, dismissing them as campfire stories. Mom, ever the mediator, steered the conversation back to constellations. But the images from the cave lingered in my mind, intertwining with the whispered legends. As the flames died down, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The desert's stillness no longer peaceful, but pregnant with an unseen presence. The feeling intensified the next day. During a hike, we found another, smaller cave, this one adorned with similar paintings. But something new had been added. Crudely drawn figures, stick-like and menacing, encircled the original paintings. These new additions felt fresh, recent, the bronze pigment still vibrant. It was then that I heard it, a faint rhythmic thrumming, barely audible against the desert wind. Finn dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the sound resonated deep within my bones, a discordant harmony that set my teeth on edge. That night, the thrumming returned, louder this time, accompanied by a faint chanting. It seemed to emanate from the canyon where we had discovered the first cave. Mom and Dad, attributing it to some distant celebration, remained unconcerned. But Finn, his usual bravado replaced with a nervous fidgeting, finally acknowledged the strangeness. We peered out of the tent flap into the inky blackness. The desert stretched before us, vast and silent, the stars indifferent to the unsettling melody rising from its depths. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the canyon mouth. It was tall and thin, its limbs abnormally long and spindly. Its head seemed disproportionately large, swaying on its thin neck. It moved with an unnerving jerky gait, its body silhouetted against the starlit sky. Another figure followed, then another, until the canyon mouth seemed to vomit forth a procession of these grotesque beings. They moved towards our campsite, their chanting growing louder, the rhythmic thrumming now a visceral pulse against the quiet night. Terror choked me. I grabbed Finn's arm, pulling him back into the tent. Mom and Dad, finally alerted to the danger, scrambled to their feet. We huddled together, our breaths held tight, the thin canvas of the tent our only barrier against the encroaching horror. The figures surrounded our tent. They're chanting a cacophony of croaky sounds. We could hear them shuffling, their long limbs brushing against the canvas, their breathing a ragged chorus just beyond the thin fabric. The chanting intensified, rising to a fevered pitch. Then, silence. A tense, heart-stopping silence that stretched on for an eternity. We held our breath, straining to hear any sound, any indication of what lay beyond the tent walls. Finally, unable to bear the suspense any longer, I slowly unzipped the tent flap. The creatures were gone. The desert stretched before us, silent and empty under the indifferent gaze of the stars. Dawn was beginning to break, painting the eastern sky with a faint blush of pink. The only evidence of the night's events was the lingering, unsettling silence and the faint, acrid smell of something ancient and profoundly wrong hanging heavy in the air. We packed our things in a frenzied silence, the unspoken terror hanging between us, a chilling reminder of the night's horrors. As we drove away, the desert stretched behind us. Its vastness no longer a source of wonder, but a terrifying testament to the things that lurked within its hidden canyons. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we were not the first to witness the desert's dark secret, nor would we be the last. The paintings, the chanting, the figures, they were a warning that echoed in the vast, unforgiving silence of the Anza Borrego Desert. Story 7. The relentless sun beat down, baking the asphalt, as I navigated the desolate stretch of Highway 190 through Death Valley. A shimmer of heat rose from the cracked earth, distorting the horizon. I felt a pang of guilt, a prick of conscience, for enjoying the solitude, the vast emptiness. After what I'd just done, I'd ended a relationship, a meaningful one, and chosen this solo escape as a balm, a misguided attempt to heal. Up ahead, a figure appeared, small at first, then growing larger with each rotation of my tires. A hitchhiker, a young man, dusty and tired-looking, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He held a cardboard sign, the words, Furnace Creek, scrawled across it in thick black marker. Normally, I wouldn't pick up hitchhikers, but something in his forlorn expression, mirrored by my own internal desolation, compelled me to stop. He climbed in, mumbling a thank you, his voice raspy, dry like the desert wind. He introduced himself as James, and we drove in companionable silence for a while. The only sound, the hum of the tires, and the distant drone of an unseen plane. He told me he was a geology student, fascinated by the unique formations of Death Valley. I found myself talking to him about my own turmoil, my recent heartbreak. He listened patiently, offering small, insightful comments, his gaze steady and understanding. As the sun began to dip below the Panamint Range, painting the sky in hues of violent orange and bruised purple, I noticed a subtle shift in James. His skin seemed to take on a strange, almost translucent quality, and his eyes, previously a gentle brown, now glittered with an unnerving intensity. I dismissed it as a trick of the fading light, a manifestation of my own guilt and exhaustion. We passed a sign warning of flash floods, a stark reminder of the desert's capricious nature. I glanced at James, intending to comment on it, but the words caught in my throat. His features seemed to be subtly rearranging themselves, his nose elongating, his jaw becoming more pronounced, almost bestial. His previously calm demeanor was replaced with an unsettling stillness. His hands, resting on his lap, were no longer human. Long, skeletal fingers, tipped with what looked like obsidian claws, tapped a silent, a rhythmic beat against his worn jeans. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my denial. This wasn't exhaustion, this wasn't a trick of the light. This was something far more sinister, something truly horrific. The moral ambiguity of my recent actions seemed to amplify the growing terror. Had I invited this creature, into my car by my own selfish act? Was this some twisted form of karmic retribution? He turned to me, a slow, deliberate movement that seemed to take an eternity. A grotesque parody of a smile stretched across his face, splitting his lips to reveal rows of pointed, needle-sharp teeth. A low, gravelly growl emanated from deep within his chest, a sound that resonated with an ancient, primal malice. The transformation was complete. The young man James was gone, replaced by something inhuman, something monstrous. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the tires spitting gravel as I swerved the vehicle, desperate to escape. But it was too late. The creature, now fully revealed in its grotesque form, lunged at me, its obsidian claws slashing at my arm, tearing through my shirt and leaving a burning gash in its wake. I screamed, a raw, primal sound born of pure terror, as I fought against the creature's unnatural strength. The car veered off the road, the tires bouncing violently over the rough terrain. I struggled to maintain control, my vision blurred by pain and fear. The creature pinned me against the seat, its rancid breath hot against my face, its eyes, now black as the abyss, burning with a malevolent hunger. In a final, desperate act, I grabbed the geology hammer James had earlier shown me, nestled between his backpack and the car door. I swung it blindly, with all the strength I could muster, connecting with the creature's head. A sickening crunch echoed through the small, enclosed space. The creature recoiled, a gurgling sound escaping its throat. The car careened to a stop, the impact throwing me against the steering wheel. I lay there, dazed and disoriented, the hammer still clutched in my hand. The creature slumped against the passenger door, its grotesque form slowly reverting back to the semblance of the young man I had picked up. But the illusion was broken. The obsidian claws, now retracting into human fingernails, the pointed teeth shrinking back to normal size, couldn't mask the monstrous truth I had witnessed. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows across the desolate landscape. I stumbled out of the wrecked car, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I looked back at the figure inside, now still and silent, and a wave of nausea washed over me. Not just from the physical trauma, but from the profound realization that the desert, in its vast and unforgiving emptiness, held secrets far darker, far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. And I, in my own emotional desolation, had unwittingly opened the door to one of them. My escape from heartbreak had led me to a far greater horror. A horror that would forever stain the breathtaking tapestry of the California desert in my mind. Story 8. The sun beat down, baking the asphalt, as I drove north, leaving Los Angeles a distant memory. My destination, a supposed artist colony nestled in the Mendocino redwoods, promised solace, a chance to reconnect with my creative spirit. The GPS blinked, directing me off the main highway, onto a road barely wider than my vintage Mustang. The trees grew thicker, their shadows lengthening, the sunlight filtering through in fragmented rays. A hand-painted sign, proclaiming Harmony Ridge Sanctuary for the Inspired, hung crookedly from a weathered post. A sense of foreboding, a prickling at the back of my neck, told me I should turn back. But curiosity, or perhaps a misguided sense of adventure, spurred me onward. The road deteriorated, turning to gravel, the Mustang bouncing precariously. The forest grew darker, quieter. I passed a rusted mailbox, its red flag hanging limply. Beyond it lay a long driveway, leading to a cluster of ramshackle buildings. These weren't the charming cabins I'd envisioned. These were dilapidated structures, their windows dark, empty. The paint, once vibrant hues, peeled in strips, revealing the rotting wood beneath. As I pulled up to the largest building, ostensibly the main house, I noticed movement. Figures, dressed in ragged clothing, emerged from the shadows. They were thin, almost gaunt. Their faces, shadowed by the dense canopy, were indistinct. They stood silently, watching me. Their stillness was unnerving. I considered reversing, fleeing back the way I'd come. But something held me back. A morbid fascination, perhaps, with this strange, isolated community. I stepped out of the car, my heart pounding. The figures remained motionless, their silence amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. Finally, one stepped forward. A woman, her face etched with wrinkles, Her eyes hollow, she extended a hand, her fingers long, bony. "Welcome," she rasped, her voice barely a whisper, "to Harmony Ridge." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. I spent the next few days in a daze, a disquieting dream. The residents of Harmony Ridge were peculiar, their conversations fragmented, disjointed. They spoke in riddles and metaphors, their words filled with cryptic meanings I couldn't decipher. They were intensely private, evading any questions about their pasts, their lives before Harmony Ridge. Their artwork, displayed in the main house, was disturbing. Crude figures, rendered in dark, earthy tones, depicted scenes of ritualistic sacrifice, of grotesque transformations. One evening, I wandered away from the main house, drawn by a rhythmic drumming emanating from deep within the forest. Following the sound, I came to a small clearing. A fire burned in the center, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. The residents of Harmony Ridge were gathered there, their faces illuminated by the firelight. They were dancing, their movements jerky, unnatural. Their chanting, a low, gravelly drone, resonated through the forest, vibrating in my chest. I felt a pull, a strange compulsion to join them. But fear, a primal instinct, held me back. I watched, hidden in the shadows, as the dance intensified. Their chanting grew louder, faster. The air grew thick with a strange, metallic scent. One of the figures broke away from the circle, moving towards the edge of the clearing. She reached down, picking something up from the ground. As she stepped into the firelight, I saw what it was. A rabbit, its fur matted with blood. The woman raised the rabbit above her head, her face contorted in a grimace that was both ecstatic and terrifying. Then, she brought it down, biting into its flesh. The others followed suit, tearing at the carcass with their bare hands. Their faces, smeared with blood, were no longer human. They were something else, something wild, something monstrous. I turned and ran, blindly, back towards the main house. The chanting pursued me, echoing through the trees. I stumbled, falling to the ground, the forest floor a carpet of damp leaves and rotting branches. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding against my ribs. I had to get out, escape this nightmare. I reached the Mustang, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking. The engine roared to life. As I sped down the gravel driveway, I glanced back. The figures stood at the edge of the clearing, silhouetted against the firelight. Their chanting faded into the distance. But the image of their blood-soaked faces, their inhuman eyes, was burned into my memory. The drive back was a blur, my mind racing, trying to process the horror I had witnessed. I never looked back, never slowed down. I left Harmony Ridge behind, but a part of me, a dark, unsettling fragment, remained trapped in that forest, forever haunted by the rhythmic drumming, the croaky chanting, the primal terror of that night. The sanctuary for the inspired had become a prison for my soul. Story 9. The flickering neon sign of the Harmony Creek Motel buzzed, a sickly green against the deepening twilight. Anna hummed softly, unpacking our meager belongings in the cramped room. This remote spot, nestled near the abandoned Blackwood Sanitarium, wasn't exactly charming, but its isolation appealed to us both. A retreat, Anna called it, to escape the pressures of city life and reconnect with our artistic endeavors. The sanitarium itself, visible from our window, loomed, a decaying monolith against the bruised orange sunset. A chain-link fence, rusted and broken in places, offered a flimsy barrier against whatever secrets it held. I shivered, despite the late summer heat, and pulled the curtains closed. Later that night, sleep evaded me. The silence, broken only by the chirping of unseen insects, felt heavy, oppressive. A distant, rhythmic tapping disturbed the stillness. I sat up, straining to pinpoint its source. It seemed to emanate from the direction of the sanitarium. Anna slept soundly beside me, oblivious to the growing unease that tightened in my chest. The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by a low, guttural murmur. I cautiously peered through the curtains. In the pale moonlight, I could make out figures moving near the fence. Their movements were slow, deliberate, and unsettlingly synchronized. They seemed to be whispering to one another, their voices blending into a discordant hum. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. These weren't just curious onlookers. They moved with an eerie grace, their shadows stretching long and distorted in the moonlight. They wore what looked like tattered hospital gowns, their faces obscured by the darkness. Escaped patients. The chilling realization hit me. We were trapped, miles from civilization, with a group of potentially dangerous individuals between us and the main road. The humming intensified, evolving into a rhythmic chant, punctuated by sharp, high-pitched cries. The figures began to sway, their movements becoming more frantic, almost ritualistic. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding against my ribs. I had to wake Anna. We had to leave now. But as I turned towards her, the chanting stopped. A heavy silence descended, broken only by Anna's soft breathing. I held my breath, listening, watching. Had they gone? Or were they waiting, lurking just outside, in the growing darkness? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the direction of the door. I froze, every muscle tense. The door handle rattled, then again, more forcefully this time. They were trying to get in. I grabbed Anna, shaking her awake. "Wake up," I hissed. "He have to go." Her eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding her features. Before she could speak, the door splintered, the wood cracking under immense pressure. A figure lunged into the room, its face finally illuminated by the dim bedside lamp. It was a woman, her eyes wide and vacant, a strange, unsettling smile fixed on her lips. She held a large, rusty pipe in her hand, her knuckles white against the metal. Terror choked off my scream. I scrambled backwards, pulling Anna with me. We stumbled into the bathroom, slamming the door shut just as another figure, a tall, gaunt man, crashed into the room. We barricaded the door with the flimsy plastic trash can, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The patients, a small group now inside our room, began to ransack the place, their movements erratic, their voices a mixture of whispers and guttural growls. We huddled together in the cramped bathroom, listening to the chaos unfolding just beyond the thin door. Our only weapon was a small bottle of shampoo Anna had been using. Then, a chilling realization struck me. The chanting, the ritualistic movements, the vacant stares. These weren't just escaped patients. They were something more. Something twisted, something other. The Blackwood Sanitarium hadn't just housed the mentally ill, it had created something far more sinister. The bathroom door began to splinter. We knew it wouldn't hold for long. Anna grabbed the shampoo bottle, her hand shaking. I looked around desperately, searching for anything that could help us. My eyes landed on the small, frosted window above the toilet. It was our only chance. I climbed onto the toilet seat, pushing the window open. The cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else. Something metallic and sickeningly sweet. The figures outside had gone silent again, as if waiting. "Go!" I whispered to Anna, pushing her towards the opening. "I'll follow." She hesitated, her eyes filled with fear. But the sound of splintering wood spurred her on. She squeezed through the narrow opening, disappearing into the night. As I climbed onto the windowsill, I saw them. Standing below, bathed in the pale moonlight, were the patients. Their faces, no longer obscured by shadow, were contorted into grotesque masks of glee. And in their hands, they held offerings, small, crudely fashioned dolls made of twigs and cloth. Dolls that looked disturbingly like Anna and me. Their smiles widened, revealing rows of pointed, yellowed teeth. The chanting started again. Low and guttural, rising in intensity as I pushed myself through the window, into the waiting darkness. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, were their upturned faces, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The chanting pursued me, echoing through the trees, a chilling promise that the horrors of Harmony Creek would follow me, always. Story 10. The rusted gates of Blackwood Sanitarium creaked open, beckoning us into its decaying maw. Anna, ever the thrill-seeker, hopped the crumbling stone wall first, her dark braid whipping behind her. James, our self-proclaimed geology student, followed with a nervous chuckle, clutching his hammer like a talisman. And then there was me, Sarah, dragged along by the promise of an unforgettable night, a knave yearning for adventure. The sanitarium, abandoned for decades, stood silhouetted against the violet California twilight, its broken windows like empty eyes staring out at us. We were young, foolish, drawn to the macabre allure of the place, oblivious to the horrors lurking within. Inside, the air hung heavy, thick with the scent of mildew and decay. Paint peeled from the walls in ragged strips, revealing layers of grime and forgotten stories. We explored the cavernous rooms, our flashlights casting eerie shadows that danced and squirmed around us. Anna, ever fearless, ventured into the darkened operating theater, her laughter echoing off the cold, tile walls. James, more cautious, examined the rusting medical equipment, muttering insightful comments about its age and design. I trailed behind, a growing unease tightening in my chest. The silence of the place felt oppressive, punctuated only by the distant scuttling of unseen creatures. In what was once the common room, we found remnants of the patients' lives. Crude drawings adorned the walls, depictions of distorted figures and unsettling landscapes. One painting, rendered in vibrant bronze, caught my attention. It depicted a circle of masked figures, their hands raised towards a swirling vortex of black. Beneath it, someone had scrawled the words, "Harmony Creek awaits." A shiver ran down my spine. The name sounded familiar. A half-remembered whisper from a local legend, something about an isolated artist colony nestled deep within the nearby canyons. Suddenly, a low, rhythmic thumping resonated through the building. It seemed to emanate from the basement, a steady pulse that vibrated in my bones. Anna, her eyes gleaming with excitement, grabbed her flashlight and headed for the stairs. James and I exchanged uneasy glances, but we followed, drawn by a morbid curiosity we couldn't resist. The basement was a labyrinth of damp corridors and locked rooms. The air grew colder, the stench of decay more potent. The thumping grew louder, accompanied by a faint, croaky chanting. We followed the sound to a large metal door, its surface covered in scratches and dents. Anna reached for the handle, her hand trembling slightly. The door swung open, revealing a scene that would forever be etched into my memory. A group of figures, their bodies draped in ragged clothing, stood in a circle around a flickering fire. Their faces were obscured by grotesque masks, carved from wood and bone. They swayed rhythmically to the thumping, their chanting growing in intensity. In the center of the circle, a man stood bound to a chair. His face was contorted in terror, his eyes wide with unadulterated fear. He was not one of the masked figures. He wore the orange jumpsuit of a recently escaped inmate. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The masked figures raised their hands, their movements becoming frenzied. A woman, her mask adorned with feathers and bone, stepped forward. She held a long, obsidian blade in her hand. The escaped inmate screamed, a primal sound of pure terror. The woman raised the blade. We froze, paralyzed by horror. Anna gasped, a choked sob escaping her lips. James's grip on his hammer tightened, his knuckles white. The woman brought the blade down. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, not from the inmate, but from behind us. We spun around, our hearts pounding in our chests. Standing in the doorway was another figure, taller and more imposing than the others. Its mask was different, more elaborate, crafted from polished bone and adorned with feathers. It held a long, pointed staff in its hand. Its presence radiated an aura of power, of something ancient and malevolent. The figure gestured towards us with its staff, its silent command unmistakable. The masked figures turned, their heads swiveling in an unnatural manner. Their empty eyes fixed on us, filled with a predatory hunger. They began to move towards us, their chanting morphing into a series of gravelly growls. We were trapped, surrounded by these grotesque beings, their intentions clear. We turned and fled, scrambling back through the dark corridors, the chanting echoing behind us. We burst out of the basement and into the main hall, our lungs burning. We ran, blindly, desperately, through the decaying rooms, our flashlights bouncing wildly. We could hear the masked figures behind us, their footsteps echoing through the silent halls, their growls growing closer. We reached the entrance, the rusted gates looming before us. Anna fumbled with the latch, her hands shaking uncontrollably. The gates creaked open, and we stumbled out into the cool night air. We didn't stop running until we reached the road, the sanitarium a dark silhouette against the starlit sky. As we collapsed onto the gravel, our breaths coming in ragged gasps, we knew that we had escaped with our lives. But we also knew that we had seen something we could never unsee, something that would forever haunt our nightmares. The masked figures, the chanting, the escaped inmate, the figure with the staff, the bronze painting, the words, "Harmony Creek awaits." It all coalesced into a chilling realization. We had stumbled upon something ancient, something dark, something far more terrifying than we could have ever imagined. And we knew, with a sickening certainty, that we were not the first to be lured into its web. And we certainly wouldn't be the last. The vengeful spirits of Blackwood and the escaped inmate had found new victims to terrorize, and the nightmare of Harmony Creek awaited. Story 11. The cracked, porcelain doll stared at me from the dusty shelf. Its painted eyes, one chipped, the other wide and vacant, seemed to follow my every movement. We, the intrepid documentary crew of Forgotten Asylums, had arrived at Blackwood Sanitarium, a crumbling monument to California's shadowed past. James, our sound guy, fiddled with his boom mic. Anna, our camerawoman, adjusted the lens, and I, alias, the director and narrator, prepared to deliver my opening spiel. Blackwood promised a rich tapestry of forgotten stories, a glimpse into the addled minds once housed within these decaying walls. The main hall reeked of mildew and something faintly metallic. Paint peeled from the walls in ragged strips, revealing layers of faded bronze and institutional green. Anna captured the decay. The cameras were a constant companion to the unsettling quiet. We discovered the journal in the superintendent's office, tucked behind a loose brick. Its leather cover was brittle, the pages filled with spidery handwriting and disturbing sketches. The journal chronicled a series of experiments, procedures that blurred the line between science and torture. One entry detailed the use of sound frequencies to manipulate patients' brainwaves, a crude attempt to rewire their thoughts. Accompanying the text was a diagram of a peculiar device, a series of metal rods arranged in a circular pattern, each tipped with a small, porcelain doll, identical to the one I'd seen earlier. James, always eager for a good scare, read aloud from the journal, his voice echoing eerily through the empty rooms. As he read, a faint, rhythmic thrumming began to vibrate through the floor. We dismissed it at first, attributing it to the old building settling. But the thrumming intensified, resonating within our chests. The temperature seemed to drop, a sudden chill in the stagnant air. The journal's last entry ended abruptly mid-sentence, a frantic scrawl followed by a single, chilling word. "They're listening." The thrumming pulsed, now accompanied by a low, guttural murmur, almost bestial. We exchanged uneasy glances, a shared understanding that something was profoundly wrong. Anna trained the camera on the hallway, its lens capturing a flicker of movement in the shadows. Small, humanoid figures began to emerge from the darkness. They wore tattered hospital gowns, their faces obscured by elaborate masks carved from wood. Each mask bore the same unsettling smile, lips stretched wide, revealing rows of pointed, yellowed teeth. The figures moved with an unnatural grace, their limbs abnormally long and thin. They began to chant, a low, discordant chorus that resonated with the thrumming, the sound weaving a tapestry of dread. We backed away slowly, adrenaline coursing through our veins. The figures multiplied, their chanting growing louder, filling the hall with a cacophony of sound. We retreated into the superintendent's office, barricading the door with a heavy metal cabinet. The chanting pursued us, vibrating through the wooden walls, the floor trembling beneath our feet. I remembered the diagram in the journal, the circular device with the porcelain dolls. A chilling realization struck me. The dolls weren't just decorations. They were receivers, amplifiers for the sound frequencies, conduits for whatever evil the superintendent had unleashed. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The cabinet rattled against the door, the wood splintering under immense pressure. Anna whimpered, her face pale. James, his usual bravado replaced by stark terror, clutched the journal to his chest. I grabbed the porcelain doll from the shelf, its smooth surface cold against my trembling hand. The door burst open, the figures swarming into the room. Their movements were frenzied, their chanting a deafening roar. They reached for us, their pointed teeth bared in predatory smiles. As one of the figures lunged towards Anna, I raised the porcelain doll and smashed it against the floor. A high-pitched whine, almost unbearable, filled the room. The thrumming stopped abruptly. The chanting ceased. The figures froze, their grotesque masks contorted in expressions of silent agony. The whine intensified, the sound vibrating through the very foundations of the building. The figures began to shake violently, their limbs jerking spasmodically. Cracks appeared on their masks, spreading like spider webs across the porcelain surfaces. The figures shattered, exploding into dust and fragments of bone. The whine faded, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. The air grew heavy with the scent of ozone and something faintly sweet, like decaying flowers. We stood there, amidst the debris, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The silence was broken only by the creaking of the old building, a stark reminder of the horrors we had witnessed. We had silenced the chanting, but the unsettling quiet that followed felt like a chilling promise, a suggestion that the evil we had encountered was merely dormant, waiting to be awakened once more. The vacant eyes of the shattered dolls seemed to stare up at us from the dusty floor, a silent testament to the darkness that lingered within the walls of Blackwood Sanitarium. Story 12. The bronze dust of the California foothills clung to our rental car, a film of grit over the postcard-perfect scenery. Anna, ever the optimist, proclaimed it local color. James, geology hammer perpetually at hand, muttered insightful comments about sedimentary rock formations. Liam, lost in his headphones, contributed nothing but a steady pulse of distorted electronica to the journey. And me, Maya, I just gripped the steering wheel, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. This road trip, intended to reconnect us after college, felt burdened by an unspoken tension, a growing disharmony. We picked him up outside a dilapidated gas station, a splash of violent orange against the fading violet California twilight. He wore an orange jumpsuit, too large for his gaunt frame. He introduced himself as Silas, his voice a raspy whisper, a strange smile flickering across his face. He claimed he needed a ride to Harmony Creek, a place none of us had heard of. Guilt pricked at me. We should have refused, but something in Silas's forlorn expression, a desperate plea in his vacant eyes, persuaded us. As we drove, Silas remained unnervingly quiet. His gaze darted around the car, his fingers picking at loose threads on his jumpsuit. He spoke only when questioned, his answers short, cryptic. His presence radiated a disquieting stillness, an unsettling calm before a storm. The GPS stubbornly refused to acknowledge Harmony Creek's existence. Silas, however, insisted we were on the right track, directing us onto increasingly desolate roads. The asphalt giving way to packed earth. The landscape shifted, twisted cypress trees replacing the rolling hills, casting long, skeletal shadows across the road. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and sickly greens. Silas finally directed us down a barely discernible dirt track. The road wound through a narrow canyon, the walls closing in around us like a tightening fist. The air grew heavy, thick with an unknown scent, something faintly sweet, almost metallic. We arrived at a small clearing. Ramshackle buildings huddled together, their windows dark, empty. A rusted mailbox stood sentinel at the entrance. The name, Harmony Creek, crudely painted on its side in flaking bronze pigment. Silas's smile widened, a chilling promise in his eyes. "We're here," he whispered, his voice echoing eerily through the silent canyon. Anna, ever oblivious, declared it, charmingly rustic. James, ever pragmatic, voiced concerns about cell service. Liam, finally alerted to the unsettling atmosphere, removed his headphones. I, however, could sense their apprehension mirroring my own growing terror. As we stepped out of the car, a rhythmic thrumming began, low and vibrating, resonating from deep within the earth. The ground seemed to tremble beneath our feet. Figures emerged from the shadows of the buildings, their forms silhouetted against the deepening twilight. They wore grotesque masks, carved from wood and painted in the same vibrant bronze as the mailbox. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, their bodies swaying rhythmically to the thrumming pulse. Silas stepped forward, his smile now a grotesque parody of human expression. He raised his hands towards the figures, a silent command unmistakable in its intent. The figures turned towards us, their empty eyes fixed on our faces. The chilling realization struck me then. Silas wasn't just an escaped mental patient. He was their leader, their newly initiated. And we were the offering. The figures surrounded us, their chanting growing louder, a discordant chorus echoing through the canyon. They grabbed us, their hands surprisingly strong, pulling us towards the largest building. A crumbling adobe structure with boarded-up windows. We struggled, but their grip was relentless, their movements fueled by a terrifying, unnatural strength. Inside, the building was cavernous, the air thick with the metallic scent. Crude drawings adorned the walls, depicting scenes of ritualistic sacrifice, figures bound and contorted, their bodies painted in bronze. The thrumming intensified, vibrating through the very floorboards beneath our feet. They dragged us to the center of the room, forcing us into a circle around a large metal device, a circular contraption of wires and tubes. Silas stood before us, his smile still fixed, his eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. He began to chant, his voice echoing the rhythmic thrumming, his words filled with cryptic meanings. The figures raised their hands towards the device. A sickly green light emanated from it, bathing the room in an unnatural glow. The thrumming reached a fever pitch, the ground shaking violently. The figures began to dance, their movements frenzied, their chanting reaching a frantic crescendo. Terror choked me. I looked desperately at Anna, at James, at Liam. Their faces were contorted in silent agony, their eyes wide with the same horrifying realization. We were trapped, caught in a nightmare from which there was no escape. The figures closed in, their grotesque masks inches from our faces. Silas's laughter echoed through the room, a chilling testament to our impending doom. And then, the world went black. The last thing I saw was Silas's smile, widening, a terrifying victory reflected in his empty eyes. The last thing I heard was the chanting, echoing, resonating, a grotesque lullaby as the darkness consumed us. Story 13. The RV shuddered, groaned, and finally died. Silence descended, thick and heavy, broken only by James's frustrated sigh. We were stranded, miles from anything resembling civilization, in the deepening violet California twilight, with the ominous silhouette of an abandoned asylum looming against the fading sky. Blackwood Sanitarium. The name itself whispered of forgotten horrors. "Well," Mom said, her voice strained with forced cheerfulness, "looks like we're having an adventure." Anna, ever the optimist, piped up, "Maybe they have a phone inside." Her naive yearning for a quick fix grated on my already frayed nerves. I doubted Blackwood Sanitarium held anything but dust and decay, and perhaps something far worse. The wrought iron gates, rusted and groaning, seemed to exhale a palpable chill as we pushed them open. The air within the grounds was stagnant, heavy with the scent of mildew and something faintly metallic. The main building, a crumbling adobe structure, stood before us, its empty windows gaping like vacant eyes. A rusted mailbox stood sentinel near the entrance, its small red flag stubbornly erect, a ludicrously cheerful gesture in this desolate place. Inside, the air grew thicker, colder. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light filtering through the grimy windows. The silence was oppressive, punctuated by the unsettling creak of the floorboards beneath our feet. We explored the cavernous rooms, each one more disturbing than the last. Rusted medical equipment lay scattered, a silent testament to the suffering once housed within these decaying walls. In what must have been the common room, we found them. Dolls. Hundreds of them. Crudely fashioned with mismatched button eyes and painted smiles that seemed somehow unsettlingly aware. Anna, inexplicably drawn to them, picked one up. Its porcelain surface was cold, smooth. Creepy, she murmured, a small frown furrowing her brow. That's when the chanting started. Low, rhythmic. Almost a thrumming that vibrated through the very floorboards beneath our feet. It seemed to emanate from deep within the building, growing steadily louder. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my initial unease. James, I whispered, my voice barely audible against the growing drone. We need to leave. Now. He nodded, his eyes wide with a terror mirroring my own. We grabbed Anna, pulling her away from her morbid fascination with the dolls, and ran. But the chanting pursued us, growing louder, weaving itself into a discordant chorus that echoed through the silent halls. We stumbled through darkened corridors, our flashlights casting eerie shadows that danced and squirmed on the decaying walls. The air grew heavy, almost tangible, pressing against us, slowing our escape. We found ourselves in a large, circular room. In the center, a metal contraption, large and intricate, dominated the space. It resembled some sort of medical device, but its purpose was disturbingly unclear. Surrounding it, arranged in a perfect circle, were more dolls. Their painted smiles seemed wider now, their button eyes gleaming in the dim light. And then, they moved. Slowly at first, their limbs jerking in an unnatural, unsettling rhythm. Then faster, their movements becoming frenzied, a grotesque parody of a dance. The chanting intensified, resonating within the room, vibrating through our very bones. A figure emerged from the shadows. Tall, gaunt, draped in what looked like a tattered hospital gown. Its face was obscured by a crudely made mask, but I could sense its gaze, cold and calculating, fixed upon us. The figure raised its hands, and the dolls stopped their frantic dance. An unnerving silence descended, broken only by our ragged breaths. The figure gestured towards the metal contraption, a silent command unmistakable in its intent. Terror, pure and primal, choked me. I understood, with a chilling certainty, what was expected of us. This wasn't a dance. It was a ritual. And we were the sacrifice. We tried to run, but the figure moved with an unnatural speed, blocking our path. The dolls, their painted smiles fixed in a terrifying rictus, closed in around us. Anna screamed, a high, thin sound that was quickly swallowed by the chanting, which had started again, louder than ever. James grabbed a loose brick from the crumbling wall and hurled it at the figure. It struck the mask, shattering it, revealing not a face, but a smooth, porcelain surface, identical to the dolls. The figure recoiled, a high-pitched whine escaping its porcelain lips. The dolls froze, their painted smiles faltering. This was our chance. We pushed through the momentarily stunned circle of dolls and ran. We didn't stop running until we were outside the gates of Blackwood Sanitarium, the chanting fading slowly behind us. We didn't speak of what we had seen. We couldn't. The horror was too profound, too deeply ingrained in our souls. As we huddled together in the relative safety of the broken-down RV, waiting for the dawn, I knew, with a sickening certainty, that we would never truly escape Blackwood Sanitarium. Its chilling silence, its unsettling dolls, and its terrifying porcelain figure would forever haunt our memories. And the chanting. Oh, the chanting. I could still feel it, vibrating deep within me, a chilling reminder of the night we almost became part of the ritual. The night we danced with the dolls. Story 14. The desiccated hills of California shimmered, baking under an oppressive sun. My geology hammer lay beside me, a comforting weight on the passenger seat. I, Silas, a recent graduate eager to make my mark, had embarked on this solo road trip to document unique rock formations. Specifically, formations near Harmony Ridge, an isolated artist colony nestled within these winding ravines. The further I drove, the more the landscape shifted, the vibrant greens of the coast giving way to a palette of browns and muted yellows. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of pine needles, and something faintly, unsettlingly sweet. My map, a tattered relic from a local antique store, marked a shortcut through Blackwood Canyon, a place the shopkeeper had warned me against, muttering something about strange energies and lost souls. I, ever the pragmatist, dismissed her warnings as local eccentricity. Blackwood Canyon opened before me, a jagged maw in the earth. The GPS signal flickered, then died. The paved highway disintegrated into a dirt track, barely wider than my vintage Mustang. Twisted cypress trees, their branches draped with what looked like Spanish moss, but felt oddly synthetic, lined the road. A low, gravelly thrumming started, vibrating through the car and into my bones. It seemed to emanate from the canyon itself, a discordant hum, weaving itself into the natural sounds of the wilderness. The thrumming intensified as I descended deeper. The cypress trees grew denser, blocking out the sun. A perpetual twilight settled over the canyon. The sweet scent grew stronger, now tinged with something metallic, something akin to blood. Then, the figures appeared. Humanoid in shape, but their movements were jerky, unnatural. They were draped in what looked like tattered hospital gowns. Their faces were obscured by elaborate masks carved from wood. They stood motionless amongst the trees, silent guardians of this forgotten place. I gripped the steering wheel, heart pounding. My initial unease escalated into full-blown terror. I considered turning back, but the canyon mouth seemed miles away, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. I pressed on, telling myself they were just locals, engaging in some strange folk ritual. But their stillness, their silence, resonated with a primal fear deep within me. As I drove further, the figures multiplied. They began to move, their movements mimicking the jerky rhythm of the thrumming. They weren't dancing, not exactly. It was more of a spasmodic twitching, their limbs jerking at unnatural angles. Their silence was more unnerving than any scream could have been. It was the silence of something no longer human, something other. I saw a dilapidated structure in the distance. Blackwood Sanitarium, a faded sign proclaimed. The thrumming reached a fever pitch. The figures converged on the sanitarium, their movements becoming more frenzied, more unsettlingly synchronized. I drove past, my foot heavy on the accelerator, desperate to escape this nightmare. But the figures followed. They didn't chase, not in the traditional sense. They simply appeared ahead of me, on the road, in the trees, always watching. Their silence amplifying my terror. I reached a small clearing. In the center stood a large metal contraption, circular, with strange symbols etched into its surface. The figures gathered around it, their backs to me. The thrumming pulsed from the device, a visceral pulse against the oppressive silence. They raised their hands towards the contraption, their movements now fluid, graceful, almost hypnotic. I stopped the car, a morbid fascination holding me captive. Then, the chanting started. A low, gravelly drone, rising and falling with the thrumming. The figures began to sway, their bodies contorted into impossible positions. The bronze paint on their masks seemed to shimmer, to vibrate with the strange energy emanating from the device. A wave of nausea washed over me. The metallic scent intensified, overwhelming my senses. I fumbled for my geology hammer, the familiar weight grounding me in the face of this unfolding madness. The figures turned. Their masks, now inches from my frosted window above, seemed to leer. Their empty sockets stared through me, into me. I could sense their presence, a tangible weight pressing against the car. The chanting intensified, morphing into a grotesque lullaby. The ground began to shake. Cracks appeared in the earth, glowing with a sickly green light. The figures moved towards the car, their movements no longer jerky, but deliberate, predatory. Panic seized me. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, desperate to escape. But the car wouldn't move. The figures closed in, their chanting echoing through the canyon. Their hands reached for the car, their fingers, long and skeletal, scratching against the glass. The green light from the cracks intensified, illuminating the inside of the car. I saw my reflection in the rearview mirror, my face pale, my eyes wide with terror. And then, I saw them, reflected in the glass behind me. More figures. Their masks inches from my face, their silent smiles promising a fate worse than death. The chanting reached a crescendo. The ground shook violently, and then everything went black. I woke up in my bed. The sun streamed through my window. My geology hammer lay beside me on the nightstand. It had all been a dream. A disquieting, deeply disturbing dream. I reached for my phone, intending to cancel the trip. But as I picked it up, I noticed something on my hand, and the faint, unsettlingly sweet scent of Blackwood Canyon still clung to the air. Harmony Ridge awaited. Story 15. The Tahoe Tessie, a serpentine cryptid said to inhabit the frigid depths of Lake Tahoe, was our target. Silas, our team leader, geology hammer perpetually attached to his belt, assured us this expedition would cement our names in cryptozoological history. Anna, our tech specialist, and James, a recent geology graduate eager to prove himself, completed our small, hopeful team. Elias documented every blurry image, every shaky video, each whispered legend. Lake Tahoe shimmered, a breathtaking tapestry of vibrant greens and blues under the clear California sky, its surface concealing whatever secrets it held. Our search yielded nothing. Days blurred into a tedious routine of sonar sweeps and fruitless dives. The initial nervous excitement gave way to a shared understanding, an unspoken tension that perhaps the Tessie was a myth. Then, Silas discovered something. Not in the lake, but etched into the crumbling stone of a forgotten monument overlooking the water. A crude drawing, almost childlike, depicting a circular contraption and a series of symbols unlike anything I'd ever seen. Silas, muttering insightful comments about an ancient, artistic tribe, declared this a significant find. He pointed with his hammer towards a small, almost hidden canyon tucked behind the towering redwoods. Harmony Creek, a place not marked on any map, but whispered about in hushed tones by the locals. Harmony Creek, they said, was where the Tessie went to heal. It was a place of power, of strange energy. Silas, always eager to chase the most outlandish theories, insisted we investigate. The faded violet California twilight deepened as our vintage Mustang bounced precariously down a dirt track, the paved highway long gone. The cypress trees, their branches draped in Spanish moss, seemed to close in around us, creating a perpetual twilight. The first sign of civilization, or what was left of it, was a rusted mailbox standing sentinel beside a crumbling adobe structure. Harmony Creek Motel, the faded paint peeled, clung precariously to the hillside. It was exactly not charming. The windows were dark, the silence unsettling. Anna captured a few blurry images, her camera's flash illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Silas, undeterred, hammered on the door, the sound echoing eerily through the silent canyon. No answer. He tried the handle. It was unlocked. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dust and something faintly sweet, almost metallic. Porcelain dolls, their painted smiles fixed, stared from dusty shelves. The lobby was filled with crude paintings in earthy tones, depicting grotesque transformations and ritualistic movements. A strange, almost hypnotic, energy seemed to resonate within the room. I felt a growing unease tightening in my chest. I considered turning back, but Silas, already halfway down a darkened corridor, beckoned us forward. We explored the decaying rooms, finding more dolls, more unsettling artwork. In one room, a large metal contraption, similar to the one depicted in the stone carving, sat in the center. Its surface was covered in intricate patterns, and a faint humming sound vibrated through the air when Silas touched it. James, ever the geologist, proclaimed it was made of an unknown alloy, its composition defying explanation. Then, the scratching started, a faint, rhythmic tapping against the wooden walls. It grew steadily louder, evolving into a jerky, unsettling rhythm. Silas, his eyes gleaming with a morbid fascination, grabbed his hammer, a strange smile flickering across his face. He followed the sound to a locked door at the end of the corridor. He slammed his hammer against the flimsy barrier. The door splintered. Inside, huddled together in a small clearing bathed in a sickly green light emanating from the metal device, were children. Not in the traditional sense. Their skin was an unnatural shade of pale green. Their limbs were abnormally long, their movements jerky, and unsettlingly synchronized. Their heads were shaved. They chanted, a gravelly drone that resonated within the very bones of the building. They stopped abruptly as the door crashed open, their black marble eyes fixing on us with an unnerving intensity. Silas, seemingly unfazed by their grotesque appearance, stepped forward. He muttered something about documenting unique tribal rituals, completely oblivious to the growing horror reflected in Anna and James's faces. The children slowly rose, their movements mimicking Silas's jerky steps. They formed a circle around us. Their chanting starting again, the croaky drone growing louder, the room vibrating beneath their combined energy. A chilling realization struck me. These weren't children. They were something else. Something transformed. The sweet, metallic scent intensified, becoming almost unbearable. I looked at the bronze painting on their faces, and then at the flaking bronze pigment on the walls of the motel, and I understood. The Tessie wasn't a creature. It was a process. A transformation. Fueled by the strange energy emanating from the device, fueled by the bronze earth of Harmony Creek. The children closed in, their hands reaching. Their pointed teeth bared in terrifying rictus grins. Anna screamed. James grabbed his geology hammer, a desperate attempt to defend himself. But it was too late. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The green light pulsed, and the children lunged. The last thing I saw, before the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of sickly green and vibrant bronze, was Silas. He stood in the center of the circle, his eyes glowing with the same unnatural light as the children. His face was painted, his smile wide, his transformation complete. He had found his Tessie, and we, the unwitting witnesses to its horrifying secret, would become its newest initiates. The bronze earth of Harmony Creek awaited. Story 16. The trail, barely more than a deer track, wound upward, the pines growing denser, their needles muffling the familiar sounds of the Sierra. James, ever the intrepid explorer, forged ahead, his geology hammer a comforting weight in his hand. I, Anna, followed, less enthusiastic, my recent heartbreak a dull pain beneath my ribs. This trip, James's idea, was supposed to be a balm, a reconnection with nature. Now, I just wanted to go home. We'd veered off the marked path hours ago, lured by a flash of something unusual. Something James insisted was a rare mineral formation. The air grew colder, a damp chill settling in my bones. The trees, their bark a sickly gray, seemed to press closer, their twisted branches clawing at the sky. An unsettling quiet had fallen, broken only by the crunch of pine needles under our boots. Then, we saw it. Nestled in a small, unnatural clearing, a cave mouth gaped black and wide, like a missing tooth in the mountainside. A faint, rhythmic thrumming pulsed from within, a low, croaky drone that vibrated in my chest. A strange, sweet odor permeated the air, cloying and unnatural, like overripe fruit mixed with something metallic. James, captivated, moved closer, his usual chatter silenced by an intense focus. He muttered something about magnetic anomalies, about undocumented caverns. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I could only watch as he stepped into the darkness. The thrumming intensified. The sweet odor grew stronger, almost suffocating. Then, a flicker of movement in the cave's depths. Something shifted. Something large. James called out, his voice strained. He emerged from the cave, his eyes wide, his face pale. He was holding something wrapped in what looked like animal hide. He unfurled it. Inside, nestled amongst dried leaves and twigs, lay a collection of small, crudely fashioned figures. They were humanoid in shape, made of some dark, smooth material that gleamed faintly in the filtered sunlight. Their faces were blank, featureless save for wide, gaping mouths. James, oblivious to my growing horror, chattered excitedly about an ancient tribal artifact, a forgotten ritual. He held one of the figures up, turning it over in his hand. As he did, the rhythmic thrumming returned, stronger now, pulsing from the cave and from the figure itself. The figure in James's hand began to vibrate, a faint tremor running through its smooth, dark surface. I screamed. I told him to drop it, to get away. But James, entranced, simply stared, a strange smile spreading across his face. The ground began to tremble. The trees around us swayed, their branches scraping against each other, producing a dry, rustling sound like whispering voices. The sweet, metallic odor became overpowering. From the cave, a low growl echoed, a deep, croaky sound that seemed to shake the very earth. The figure in James's hand pulsed with an unnatural light, a sickly green that cast grotesque shadows across his face. His smile widened, his eyes glazed over. He began to sway, his movements mirroring the rhythmic thrumming from the cave. More figures emerged from the darkness, their smooth, dark bodies glistening. They moved with an unnatural grace. Their blank faces turned towards us. They formed a circle around James, their movements growing increasingly frenzied. James, his eyes now glowing with the same sickly green light, joined their dance. His movements jerky and unnatural. He raised his hands towards the sky, a low, croaky chant escaping his lips, a chant that echoed the thrumming from the cave. Terror, finally breaking through my paralysis, seized me. I turned and ran, blindly stumbling through the trees, the chanting echoing behind me, growing louder with each panicked breath. The sickeningly sweet odor pursued me, clinging to my clothes, my skin, my hair. I didn't stop running, not until I burst out of the trees and onto the familiar paved road. I didn't look back. I kept running, driven by a primal fear, a chilling certainty that whatever was in that clearing, whatever had taken James, would never let me go. The memory of that clearing, of the chanting, of James's vacant, glowing eyes, would forever haunt me, a terrifying reminder of the monstrous unknown that lurks in the shadowed heart of the Sierra. Even now, years later, I can still hear the thrumming. I can still smell the sickeningly sweet odor. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I can almost hear James chanting, his voice echoing from the darkness. Back Me Back Story 17. My family, we were rockhounds, not the casual kind. Not the weekend warriors filling their pockets with pretty pebbles. We were obsessed. My dad, Silas, was a retired geologist, his life's work devoted to uncovering the Earth's hidden treasures. My sister, Anna, and I, James, we'd been raised on a diet of mineral identification charts and tales of forgotten mines. This trip to Yosemite, it wasn't just a camping vacation. It was a pilgrimage. A hunt for rare formations Silas had read about in a dusty, leather-bound journal he'd discovered in a local antique shop. Formations supposedly found in a hidden canyon, off the beaten path. We set up camp in a designated area, surrounded by families enjoying the park's conventional beauty. Silas, though, he paced restlessly. His focus, already narrowed further. He was itching to get to this hidden canyon. His journal, it described a type of feldspar with a unique iridescent sheen, something he was convinced had never been properly documented. After a cursory dinner, Silas announced our departure. Anna and I exchanged uneasy glances. Hiking at dusk in Yosemite, It wasn't exactly standard procedure, but Silas's enthusiasm, it was infectious, and we were used to his unconventional pursuits. We grabbed our headlamps, shouldered our packs, and followed him into the gathering gloom. The trail. It wasn't on any official map. Silas navigated using his journal and a compass, leading us deeper and deeper into the park's less traveled regions. The forest, it grew denser, the towering pines blocking out the last vestiges of twilight. An unsettling quiet settled over us, broken only by the crunch of pine needles beneath our boots. Then, I saw it. A flicker of movement. High on a distant ridge, a dark, almost humanoid shape. I stopped, squinting, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. "Dad, did you see that?" "Silas," he dismissed it. "Just a shadow, James. Probably a deer." We continued, but the image, it stayed with me. The shape, it hadn't moved like any deer I'd ever seen. It had stood perfectly still, almost observing. As we climbed higher, the terrain, it grew steeper. The trees, they thinned, revealing a vast, moonlit valley below. And there, on the far ridge, more figures. Dark, motionless silhouettes against the starlit sky. Anna, she noticed them too. Her hand, it tightened on my arm. "What are those?" she whispered. "Silas," he stopped, finally acknowledging their presence. He raised his binoculars, studying them intently. His initial dismissal, it was replaced by a quiet intensity. "Interesting," he murmured. "Very interesting." The figures, they weren't moving. They simply stood there, like ancient sentinels, watching us. Watching everything. A creeping unease settled over me. This wasn't right. This place, it felt wrong. "They're just rock formations," Silas said, lowering his binoculars. "Unusual, certainly, but nothing to worry about." But his voice, it lacked conviction. Even he seemed unsure. We pressed on. Silas driven by his obsession with the feldspar, Anna and I increasingly unnerved by the silent watchers on the ridges. The air, it grew colder. The silence, it deepened. Finally, we reached the canyon described in the journal. A narrow, shadowed chasm cutting through the granite cliffs. And there, at the canyon's mouth, more figures. Closer this time. Close enough to discern their shape. They weren't rock formations. They were tall, gaunt figures, cloaked in shadows. They stood motionless, their forms radiating an ancient, unsettling presence. Their heads, they were turned towards us. Watching. Silas, he seemed oblivious to their unsettling proximity. He was focused on the canyon walls, his headlamp illuminating streaks of shimmering feldspar. "Incredible," he whispered, his voice filled with awe. "Absolutely incredible." Anna, she grabbed my hand, her knuckles white. "James, we need to leave. Now." I nodded, my heart pounding against my ribs. This place, it was steeped in a palpable sense of dread. A primal instinct screamed at me to run. To get away. As we turned to leave, a low, gravelly murmur rose from the figures at the canyon's mouth. It wasn't a language I recognized. It was a deep, resonant sound, vibrating through the very ground beneath our feet. The figures, they began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, descending from the ridges, converging on the canyon mouth. Their movements, they were unnatural, jerky, almost mechanical. Terror, it seized me. I grabbed Anna's hand, and we ran. We ran blindly through the darkened forest. The gravelly murmuring echoing behind us, growing louder, closer. We didn't look back. We didn't stop running. We ran until we stumbled back onto the familiar paved path, back into the relative safety of the designated camping area. We never spoke of that night again. Not to each other, not to anyone. But the memory, it remains. A chilling reminder of the silent watchers in the mountains. The dark figures that stalk the ridges, observing, waiting. And the canyon where the earth itself hums with an ancient, unsettling energy. A place where science and reason, they offer no solace. A place where some secrets, they are best left undisturbed. Story 18. The Mendocino coast, always a little too whimsical. A little too steeped in that particular brand of California weirdness, finally snapped. Anna, bless her free spirit, decided our post-graduation trip should involve documenting the unique artistic expressions of Harmony Ridge, a supposed artist colony nestled deep within the redwoods. Silas, our resident geology enthusiast, predictably muttered insightful comments about the region's tectonic instability. James was just along for the ride, still nursing a recent heartbreak and convinced the redwoods' mystical vibes would mend his soul. Maya, documented it all. Every scenic vista, every kitschy roadside attraction, every forced smile. The drive itself was uneventful, winding roads giving way to ever denser forests. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of pine and something else, something faintly metallic, almost sweet. My initial unease solidified when the paved road disintegrated into packed dirt. The GPS flickered, then died. Silas, unfazed, pulled out a tattered map, proclaiming it authentic, adding with a strange gleam in his eye, more reliable than these modern gadgets. But Harmony Ridge, when we finally stumbled upon it, wasn't exactly a refuge. Ramshackle cabins clung precariously to the hillside, paint peeling in strips of vibrant violet and sickly green. Crude figures adorned the walls, fashioned from twigs and mud, their limbs disproportionately long, their faces obscured by what looked like bronze pigment. Anna, ever the optimist, deemed them charmingly rustic. I, however, felt a prickle of unease. These weren't whimsical garden gnomes. There was something distinctly unsettling, almost predatory about their stillness. The inhabitants, when they emerged, mirrored their creations. Gaunt. Their clothing ragged, they moved with a jerky, unsettling grace. They didn't speak, simply watched us with disturbingly intense focus. Anna, ever the intrepid social butterfly, attempted to engage them in conversation, asking about their artistic endeavors. They responded with unsettling smiles, their teeth oddly pointed. A low, gravelly thrumming began, vibrating through the ground, through us. That night, around a crackling campfire, the thrumming intensified, morphing into a rhythmic chant. The figures began to dance, their movements mimicking the crude figures on the cabin walls. Their shadows stretched long and distorted against the flickering flames. The metallic scent in the air grew stronger, mixed with something sickeningly sweet, like overripe fruit. My unease blossomed into full-blown terror. Something was profoundly wrong. The next morning, James was gone, vanished. No note, no sign of struggle, just his empty sleeping bag and a lingering, sweet metallic odor. Anna, initially dismissive, finally acknowledged my growing panic. Silas, however, remained unnervingly calm, almost entranced. Fascinating, he murmured, sketching the crude figures in his notebook, his usual geological musings replaced by a feverish intensity. A unique tribal ritual, perhaps. We must document this. Document this. While our friend was missing, while a chilling, croaky chant echoed through the increasingly oppressive forest. I argued, pleaded, begged them to leave. But Silas, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing light, insisted we stay. Anna, torn between her loyalty to us and her naive yearning for authentic cultural immersion, reluctantly agreed. The chanting grew louder. The figures danced faster, their movements growing increasingly frenzied. The sweet, metallic scent became almost unbearable. I found myself frantically searching James's belongings, desperately seeking some explanation, some clue. Tucked inside his backpack, I found it. A leather-bound journal. Its pages filled with a frantic scrawl, detailing the local legend of a giant, spider-like creature that inhabited these woods, a creature that demanded sacrifices. The last entry ended abruptly, mid-sentence. That night, the figures brought us to a clearing, a large metal contraption at its center. The contraption pulsed with a sickly green light, the thrumming reaching a fever pitch. They gestured towards me, towards the machine, towards the center. I knew with sickening certainty what they wanted. Another sacrifice. Anna screamed. Silas, finally breaking his unnerving calm, grabbed my arm, pulling me back. "No," he hissed. "Not her. Meh. He stepped forward, a strange smile spreading across his face. He touched the metal contraption. The green light intensified. A sharp crack echoed through the clearing. Silas screamed. But it wasn't a scream of pain. It was a scream of ecstasy. His body contorted, his limbs lengthening, his skin shimmering with an iridescent sheen. The brown pigment on the figures seemed to flow, to move, to climb onto him. He joined their grotesque dance, his movements sinuous, unnatural. He was becoming one of them. Anna and I ran. We ran blindly through the darkened forest, the chanting echoing behind us, the sweet metallic scent clinging to our clothes, our skin, our memories. We ran until the forest thinned, until we stumbled onto a paved road, until we saw the welcoming glow of headlights. We flagged down a passing car, a family returning from a camping vacation. Their faces a mixture of confusion and concern. We told them a story, a sanitized version, a story of a lost hiker, a story of a sudden illness. They didn't believe us. But they took us away from that place, away from Harmony Ridge. Years later, I still smell it sometimes. That faint, sweet, metallic scent. I still see them in my dreams. The dancing figures, their pointed teeth, their unsettling smiles. And I still wonder about James. What happened to him? And Silas. What he became. The redwood forests hold their secrets close. And some secrets, I realize, are best left undisturbed. The California coast may seem whimsical, but beneath the surface, something dark and ancient stirs. Harmony Ridge taught me that some art is best left unappreciated, some cultures best left unexplored. The price of authentic cultural immersion, sometimes, is too high. And the memories of that trip, that descent into madness, those grotesque transformations, will forever stain my mind, a terrifying testament to the horrors lurking just beneath the surface of our perceived reality. Story 19. The Mendocino coast, normally a balm for frayed city nerves, felt different today. A creeping unease prickled at the edges of my awareness, like a spider crawling across an exposed limb. Maybe it was the overripe fruit I bought from the roadside stand. The peaches, plump and bruised, seemed to ooze a sickly sweet scent that now clung to the inside of my vintage convertible. A scent not entirely unpleasant, but definitely unsettling. Highway 1, usually a breathtaking tapestry of ocean and cliff, today felt oppressive. The granite cliffs looming like disapproving sentinels. I rounded a bend, the Pacific sprawling before me, when something above caught my eye. Something impossibly large. A shadow detached itself from the cliff face, a vast silhouette against the fading violet California twilight. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a cloud formation mimicking some monstrous bird of prey. Then, it swooped down, and the illusion shattered. It was real. Massive, winged, its leathery hide the color of dried kelp. Its wingspan dwarfed the redwood trees, clinging precariously to the cliffside. This wasn't some escaped condor. This was something ancient, something that shouldn't exist. A serpentine cryptid pulled from the depths of a forgotten nightmare. The creature, descending with an unnerving grace, emitted a low, croaky drone that vibrated through the chassis of my car. My foot instinctively slammed on the brake, tires protesting against the sudden stop. The peach scent, suddenly overpowering, threatened to suffocate me. The creature's shadow enveloped the car. I looked up, paralyzed by a primal terror, as it passed overhead. Its underside, a sickly green, seemed to pulse with an internal light. Its head, oddly small for such a massive body, swiveled towards me. I could make out its eyes, small, black beads that seemed to fix on me with predatory hunger. A long, pointed beak opened, revealing rows of yellowed teeth. And from its throat came a sound that was both a growl and a shriek, a sound that scraped against my sanity. It circled once, twice, the drone intensifying, the green light pulsing faster. My breath hitched in my throat, trapped between a scream and a sob. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I needed proof, evidence of this madness. I managed to snap a few blurry photos, the creature's form distorted against the darkening sky. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it soared upwards, back towards the cliffs. The drone faded. The green light diminished, leaving behind a chilling silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of my heart. I sat there, frozen, the peach scent now thick and cloying, a grotesque reminder of what I had just witnessed. Minutes crawled by, each one an eternity. Finally, I forced myself to start the engine. My hands still trembled as I gripped the steering wheel. I drove on, the breathtaking coastal views now tainted with a primal fear. Every shadow seemed to hold the promise of the creature's return. I pulled over at the next town, a charming collection of art galleries and cafes. The normalcy of it all felt jarring, a flimsy barrier against the monstrous reality I had just encountered. I stumbled into a cafe, desperate for the grounding comfort of human interaction. I ordered a coffee, my voice shaky as I recounted my experience to the barista, a young woman with vibrant purple hair and multiple piercings. She listened patiently, her expression shifting from polite interest to something resembling pity. "Oh, honey," she said, her voice dripping with a disconcerting blend of sympathy and amusement. "You've seen the big bird, haven't you?" My confusion must have been evident. "Big bird," I repeated, feeling a flicker of absurd hope that this was some local joke, some elaborate prank. She chuckled, a sound that lacked any genuine warmth. "Yeah, we call it the big bird. Giant, wings thing. Smells like rotten peaches, right?" My stomach lurched. The peach scent, still clinging to my clothes, my hair, my skin, now seemed to mark a brand. "Don't worry," she continued, her smile widening, revealing a chipped tooth. "It doesn't usually bother people. Just likes to observe. Observe." The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. I finished my coffee, the taste bitter on my tongue. I thanked the barista, my voice barely a whisper. I walked back to my car, the setting sun casting long, grotesque shadows across the quaint streets. As I drove away, I glanced back at the cliffs, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was being watched. The big bird, with its sickly green underbelly and its predatory gaze, was still out there, soaring above the Mendocino coast. A terrifying testament to the monstrous unknown that lurks just beyond the edges of our perceived reality. And the peaches. I would never look at a peach the same way again. Story 20. The brown dust, coating everything, tasted like rust and regret. Silas, ever the intrepid geologist, insisted Harmony Ridge held secrets, geological marvels unseen by human eyes. Anna, still raw from a brutal breakup, craved solitude, escape. Harmony Ridge, nestled within the sun-baked folds of California's forgotten hills, promised both. The town, if you could call it that, consisted of a handful of crumbling adobe structures, clinging precariously to the hillside. A single, paved road snaked through, terminating at a rusted mailbox, inexplicably adorned with mismatched buttons. Silas, in his usual exuberant manner, proclaimed it local color. I felt a prickle of unease, a sense of profound wrongness hanging heavy in the still air. The Harmony Ridge Motel, our designated accommodation, buzzed with an unsettling quiet. The proprietor, a wizened woman with eyes that seemed to absorb light, offered us a room overlooking the canyon. Her smile, devoid of warmth, lingered long after she disappeared down the darkened corridor. The room, sparsely furnished and smelling faintly of mildew, offered little comfort. I unpacked my meager belongings, my mind already replaying the final, venomous words of my ex. Silas, oblivious to my internal turmoil, chattered excitedly about the unique rock formations he hoped to document. That night, sleep evaded me. A faint, rhythmic thrumming, emanating from the canyon below, vibrated through the floorboards. I convinced myself it was the wind, the creaking of aged wood, anything other than what my gut screamed it was. The next morning, armed with his trusty geology hammer and a backpack filled with mineral identification charts, Silas dragged me towards the canyon. The path, barely wider than a deer trail, wound through dense chaparral, the air thick with the scent of dry earth and something else, something subtly sweet, almost sickening. The thrumming grew louder as we descended. The canyon opened into a small, circular clearing. In the center stood a large, metal contraption, pulsating with a sickly green light. Its smooth surface, unlike any ally I'd ever seen, seemed to absorb the sunlight, casting long, distorted shadows across the packed earth. Silas, his eyes gleaming with a disturbingly intense focus, circled the device, muttering insightful comments about its composition, defying explanation. Then, the figures emerged from the shadows cast by the surrounding cliffs. They were small, almost childlike, their bodies draped in ragged strips of fabric. Their faces, obscured by grotesque masks carved from some dark, polished stone, were turned towards the pulsating device. Their hands, surprisingly strong, held elongated objects, shimmering with an unnatural, iridescent sheen. The thrumming intensified, morphing into a croaky drone. The figures began to move, their movements jerky, unsettlingly synchronized. A low, croaky chant escaped their masked faces, weaving itself into the rhythmic drone of the machine. My breath hitched, a primal terror gripping my heart. This wasn't geology. This was something else, something ancient, something profoundly wrong. Silas, seemingly unfazed by the growing horror unfolding before us, continued to observe. His geologist's hammer still clutched in his hand. He seemed almost entranced, his usual geological musings replaced by a disturbingly quiet intensity. I wanted to scream, to run, to escape this nightmarish tableau, but my feet felt rooted to the spot, my voice trapped in my throat. The chanting grew louder, the figures' movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The green light pulsing from the device intensified, bathing the clearing in an unsettling glow. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating, the sweet scent now overpowering, tinged with something faintly metallic. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, my stomach lurching. Suddenly, Silas stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the pulsating device. He raised his geology hammer, as if to strike the smooth, alien surface. I screamed then, a raw, desperate sound tearing through the silence. Silas turned, a strange smile spreading across his face. His eyes, no longer filled with scientific curiosity, gleamed with an unsettling, almost predatory hunger. He reached out, his hand, surprisingly strong, gripping my arm. "Anna?" he whispered, his voice echoing eerily through the canyon. "They need another." But the masked figures closed in, their pointed, obsidian claws glinting in the sickly green light. Their silent smiles promised not welcome, but oblivion. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the ground trembling beneath our feet. The last thing I saw, before the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of green light and gravelly chanting, was Silas' smile, widening, revealing teeth far too sharp, far too long for any human mouth. The bronze dust, now coating my tongue, tasted of fear, and the chilling realization that the secrets Harmony Ridge held were not of the earth, but of something far more ancient, far more terrifying. Here now W. Story 21. The air hung thick, heavy with the scent of dust and sage. Joshua Tree National Park, normally bustling with tourists, felt eerily deserted. Anna, James, Silas, and I, we had decided to explore some of the park's lesser-known trails. Silas, our resident geology enthusiast, promised unique rock formations, unseen by most visitors. He was right. So far, the terrain had become progressively more unusual, more desolate. The familiar jagged silhouettes of Joshua trees began to thin, replaced by twisted, gnarled cypress, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers towards the violet California twilight. The trail, little more than a rutted track now, led us into a narrow canyon. The rock faces rose steeply on either side, their surfaces etched with strange, almost geometric patterns. I wasn't sure if they were natural or carved, but the light played tricks on my eyes. Silas, always eager to impart his geological knowledge, muttered insightful comments about erosion and wind patterns, completely oblivious to the growing sense of unease creeping over me. Then, we heard it. A rhythmic thrumming, low and guttural, vibrating through the packed earth. It felt less like a sound I heard, and more like a vibration felt deep within my bones. Silas paused mid-sentence, his geology hammer momentarily forgotten. We exchanged uneasy glances. The thrumming intensified, growing louder, punctuated by high-pitched, almost animalistic cries. We rounded a bend in the canyon, and there, bathed in the deepening twilight, was a clearing. A fire burned brightly in the center, casting grotesque shadows that danced on the surrounding rock faces. Around the fire, a group of figures swayed rhythmically. They were draped in long, dark robes, their faces obscured by intricately carved masks, each one depicting a different, disturbingly animalistic visage. The figures held strange, elongated objects in their hands. They weren't branches, not exactly. They seemed more like polished bone, or ivory, each tipped with something that glinted in the firelight. As we watched, horrified, the figures began to chant. It was a low, guttural drone, weaving itself into the thrumming, creating a discordant harmony that resonated within the canyon walls. James, always the intrepid explorer, wanted to get a closer look. I, however, felt a primal instinct screaming at me to run. The figures' movements intensified, becoming almost frenzied. Their cries grew louder, sharper, morphing into gravelly growls. The objects in their hands flashed, reflecting the firelight in quick, unsettling bursts. It was then I realized what those gleaming tips were. Not bone, not ivory, but obsidian, sharp, polished obsidian blades. I grabbed Anna's arm, pulling her back. We need to leave. Now. Silas, finally acknowledging the strange turn our geological expedition had taken, nodded mutely. James, however, seemed mesmerized. He took a step forward, captivated by the terrifying spectacle unfolding before us. I hissed at him, urging him to come back, but he remained rooted to the spot. Suddenly, one of the figures detached itself from the group. It moved towards us with an unnerving grace, its movements sinuous, almost serpentine. Its mask, a grotesque depiction of a fanged, reptilian creature, seemed to fix its gaze on James. The figure raised its hand, the obsidian blade glinting ominously in the firelight. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. I pulled Anna back, dragging her behind a large boulder. Silas followed, his geology hammer now clutched tightly in his hand. We watched in horrified silence as the figure reached James. He tried to speak, to move, but he seemed paralyzed by fear. The figure raised its obsidian blade, and with a swift, brutal motion, brought it down. A sickening crunch echoed through the canyon, followed by James's choked scream. Panic erupted. We scrambled back, stumbling through the darkness, the gravelly chanting and the rhythmic thrumming pursuing us through the winding canyon. The figures didn't follow, not immediately. They seemed content to finish whatever ritual they had begun. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we were not safe. We were intruders, witnesses, and they wouldn't let us escape. We ran blindly, our flashlights casting wild, frantic shadows that danced across the canyon walls. We stumbled over loose rocks, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding. The smell of dust and sage was now mingled with something else, something faintly sweet, something metallic. The scent of blood. We finally stumbled out of the canyon and into the relative safety of the open desert, the violet California twilight now, almost completely consumed by the encroaching darkness. We collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and terror. As we sat there, trying to catch our breath, we heard it. A faint, rhythmic tapping, echoing through the stillness of the desert night. The tapping grew louder, closer, and with a growing horror, we realized what it was. The sound of footsteps, many footsteps, approaching us with an unnerving, almost predatory grace. The figures were coming. We scrambled to our feet, adrenaline coursing through our veins. We ran again. desperately trying to put distance between ourselves and the terrifying ritual we had stumbled upon. But I knew, deep in my gut, that we would never truly escape. The memory of the chanting, the thrumming, the grotesque masks, and the glint of obsidian would forever haunt us. The desert, once a place of stark beauty, now held a terrifying secret, and we were its unwilling keepers. The image of James, frozen in terror, the figure raising its obsidian blade, seared itself into my memory, a chilling reminder of the horrors lurking beneath the surface of this desolate, unforgiving landscape. Story 22. The brown dust coating everything, the air thick with a cloying, floral sweetness. Harmony Ridge. It wasn't on any map I recognized, but Sila's, ever the intrepid geology enthusiast, insisted on this detour. He'd heard whispers, in some dusty corner of the internet, of unique rock formations, supposedly found only in this isolated canyon. Anna, my younger sister, and I reluctantly agreed, more interested in escaping the stifling confines of our family's vintage station wagon than in Silas's rocks. The paved highway disintegrated into a rutted track, winding through increasingly desolate hills. Cell service vanished. The trees, a strange variety of twisted cypress, grew denser. Their branches draped with something that shimmered, almost iridescent, in the fading violet California twilight. Ramshackle dwellings, constructed from salvaged wood and corrugated metal, began to appear. Their occupants, gaunt figures in faded, homespun clothing, watched us pass with unsettlingly intense focus. A small, hand-painted sign proclaimed, "Welcome to Harmony Ridge. May your spirit find solace." Solace. It felt like the opposite. Unease, a cold knot in my stomach, tightened with every mile. The air grew heavier, the sweet floral scent becoming almost sickening. The silence, broken only by the crunch of gravel beneath our tires, was oppressive. It was the silence of a place holding its breath, waiting. We reached what passed for the town center. A cluster of crumbling adobe buildings surrounded a dusty square. In the center stood a large metal contraption, circular, with strange symbols etched into its surface. It pulsed with a faint green light, a rhythmic thrumming resonating outwards. Figures, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks, gathered around it. Their movements, slow and deliberate, were unsettlingly synchronized. They seemed oblivious to our arrival, lost in whatever ritual was unfolding before them. Silas, however, was enthralled. He grabbed his trusty geology hammer, his eyes gleaming with a disturbingly intense focus. "Absolutely incredible," he muttered, already capturing blurry images with his phone. "I have to document this. This is groundbreaking." I voiced my concerns about intruding, about the strangeness radiating from this place. Silas dismissed them with a wave of his hand. "Local color," he said. "Authentic cultural immersion. Don't worry, they're probably just celebrating some harvest festival or something." We found lodging at the Harmony Ridge Motel, a dilapidated structure with peeling paint and empty window sockets. The proprietor, a wizened woman with a disconcerting blend of warmth and vacantness in her eyes, greeted us with a smile that didn't quite reach them. She handed us a single key, attached to a small, crudely fashioned doll made of twigs and dried leaves. "Room 7, she rasped. "May your dreams be fruitful, Ga." Sleep evaded me. The thrumming from the metal device resonated through the thin walls, a visceral pulse against my eardrums. The sweet, floral scent clung to the stale air, now mixed with something faintly metallic, almost like blood. I heard whispers outside our door, the shuffling of feet, the rhythmic tapping of something against the wooden walls. In the morning, Anna was gone. Panic seized me. I pounded on Silas's door, my voice shaking. He emerged, bleary-eyed and still clutching his geology hammer. He seemed unconcerned by Anna's disappearance. "She's probably just exploring," he mumbled. "Kids, you know." But I knew. Something was profoundly wrong. The knot in my stomach had blossomed into full-blown terror. The residents of Harmony Ridge were unnervingly unhelpful. They offered vague smiles and evasive answers to my frantic questions. The wizened woman simply stared, her smile widening, revealing teeth that were oddly pointed, almost animalistic. I searched the town, my growing horror reflected in every vacant stare, every forced smile. The metal contraption in the square pulsed with a more intense green light now. The thrumming of physical pressure against my chest. The figures surrounding it moved faster, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. I saw glimpses of Anna among them, her face obscured by a newly carved mask, her movements mimicking the others with an unsettling grace. Silas, oblivious to my mounting fear, remained enthralled by the ritual. He scribbled notes in his journal, muttering insightful comments about unique tribal rhythms and conscient geological energies. As twilight deepened, the ritual intensified. The figures began to chant, a gravelly drone that resonated within my bones. The green light from the contraption pulsed faster, bathing the square in a sickly, otherworldly glow. The sweet, floral scent, now overpowering, mixed with the metallic tang of blood, filled the air. I knew, with sickening certainty, what was happening. Anna was being transformed. She was becoming one of them. I found Silas near the contraption, his eyes glazed over, a strange smile playing across his lips. He was holding a small, polished obsidian blade, identical to the ones held by the masked figures. "Silas," I whispered, my voice barely audible against the chanting. "We have to leave. Now." He turned to me, his smile widening, revealing teeth that were longer, sharper than before. "But the ceremony," he hissed, his voice a disturbing imitation of the wizened woman's rasp. "It's almost complete. Anna is blossoming." He stepped towards me, the obsidian blade glinting ominously in the green light. I screamed. Not a scream of terror, but a primal sound, a desperate attempt to claw my way back to a world where logic and reason prevailed. The figures turned towards me, their masked faces unreadable, their obsidian blades raised. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the ground trembling beneath my feet. The green light intensified, consuming everything. And then, darkness. I woke in the station wagon, parked on the side of a paved highway. The sun was shining, the air clear and crisp, free of the cloying sweetness of Harmony Ridge. Anna was asleep beside me, her face peaceful. Silas was driving, humming softly to himself, his geology hammer resting on the dashboard. He seemed normal, his usual exuberant self. "Bad dream?" he asked, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. I nodded, unable to speak. My hands still trembled. I never spoke of Harmony Ridge again. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I can still smell the sickly sweet flowers and feel the thrumming of the metal device deep within my bones. And I still wonder about Anna's disturbingly vivid dreams, filled with chanting and green light and pointed teeth. I still wonder if Harmony Ridge truly let us go, or if a part of us, a part of Anna, remained trapped within its shadowed heart forever. Story 23. The dust of Harmony Ridge coated everything, a fine film on my boots, my camera lens, even the inside of my nostrils. It smelled faintly of rust and something else, something vaguely sweet, almost sickening. Silas, ever the intrepid geology enthusiast, was in his element. He chattered excitedly about unique mineral formations supposedly found in these forgotten hills, his geology hammer perpetually attached to his belt like a misplaced appendage. Anna, still nursing a brutal breakup, craved solitude. Her contributions to the conversation were short, evasive answers, her gaze fixed on the desolate expanse stretching before us. James, the fourth member of our ill-fated expedition, documented every blurry image with an intense focus. He muttered insightful comments about sedimentary rock, his words filled with a forced cheerfulness that didn't quite reach his eyes. Harmony Ridge, a supposed artist refuge nestled within these winding ravines, had initially promised solace. A weekend escape from our tedious routines. The charmingly rustic cabins advertised online, nestled amongst the gnarled cypress trees, seemed like the perfect scenery for reconnection. The reality, however, was decidedly less idyllic. The cabins were ramshackle, paint peeling in rag strips, the quaint streets eerily deserted. The only sign of life was a wizened woman sitting on the porch of the general store, her black marble eyes following our every move, a strange smile playing across her lips. Our unease solidified when we discovered the abandoned church. Tucked behind the other buildings, its crumbling adobe walls seemed to absorb the already fading light. A heavy wooden door, its surface covered in intricate carvings, stood slightly ajar. Inside, a faint rhythmic thrumming resonated outwards, accompanied by a low, gravelly murmur. Silas, driven by a misguided sense of scientific curiosity, pushed the door open further, revealing a darkened corridor. The thrumming intensified, vibrating through the floorboards beneath our feet. Despite Anna voiced concerns about intruding, we followed Silas into the stifling confines of the church. The corridor opened into a large, circular chamber. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of sunlight filtering through a cracked window high above. In the center of the chamber stood a large metal contraption, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It resembled a giant tuning fork, its surface etched with strange symbols. Around the contraption, crudely fashioned dolls were arranged in a perfect circle, their porcelain surfaces coated in the same brown dust that covered everything else in Harmony Ridge. But it was the dolls themselves that truly unsettled me. Their eyes, empty sockets staring vacantly ahead, seemed to follow our every move. Each held a small, polished stone, clutched tightly in their porcelain hands. The thrumming emanated from the metal contraption, a low, resonant sound that vibrated within my chest. As we moved closer, a sickly green light began to emanate from the base of the tuning fork, illuminating the dolls in an unnatural glow. Their porcelain faces, now bathed in the green light, seemed to shift and distort. The thrumming intensified, the ground trembling beneath our feet. Then, the chanting started. It wasn't human. It was a gravelly drone, rising and falling in a disturbing rhythm, emanating from the dolls themselves. Their porcelain mouths didn't move, but the sound, a discordant chorus echoing through the chamber, was unmistakable. Anna whimpered, her hand gripping my arm. Even Silas, usually unfazed by anything resembling the supernatural, seemed unnerved. His usual exuberant manner was replaced by a nervous fidgeting, his geology hammer momentarily forgotten. James, however, remained enthralled. He moved closer to the contraption, his camera capturing blurry images of the dolls and their grotesque dance. He muttered something about documenting unique tribal rituals, seemingly oblivious to the growing horror unfolding before us. Suddenly, one of the dolls detached itself from the circle. It moved with an unnerving grace, its porcelain limbs jerking in an unnatural rhythm, towards James. He didn't react, seemingly mesmerized by the pulsating green light. The doll stopped inches from his face, its empty socket staring into his. Then, it raised its porcelain hand, the polished stone clutched tightly within its fingers, and placed it against James's forehead. A sharp crack echoed through the chamber. James's eyes widened, his body trembling violently. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound escaped. His body began to contort, his limbs lengthening and twisting at unnatural angles. His skin took on a sickly green hue, mirroring the light emanating from the contraption. The other dolls followed, each detaching itself from the circle and converging on James, their polished stones pressed against his transforming flesh. Anna screamed, a desperate sound tearing through the unnerving silence. I grabbed her hand, pulling her towards the corridor, towards the sliver of daylight filtering through the cracked window. We stumbled through the darkened passage, the croaky chanting echoing behind us, pursuing us through the decaying halls of the church. We burst out into the blinding white sunlight, the brown dust swirling around us like a shroud. We didn't stop running. Not until we reached our vintage Mustang, its tires spitting gravel as we sped away from Harmony Ridge, leaving behind the chanting, the thrumming, and the horrifying secret hidden within the crumbling adobe walls of the abandoned church. Even now, years later, I still wonder about James, and the dolls, and the polished stones they clutched in their porcelain hands. And I still wonder about the peculiar, unsettling object that the wizened woman in the general store pressed into my hand as we fled. A small, smooth, brown-colored bead, identical to the ones the dolls held. It sits on my desk now, a chilling reminder of the horrors lurking beneath the surface of the California dream. Story 24. The faded, peeling paint of the Harmony Creek Church sign seemed to beckon, a promise of sanctuary against the encroaching twilight. My stomach grumbled, reminding me of the meager trail mix I'd consumed hours ago. This detour, this forgotten place tucked away in the California hills, hadn't been part of the plan. But the map app swore a gas station existed just beyond Harmony Creek, and my fuel gauge whispered a different story. The church itself stood silhouetted against the bruised purple sky, its steeple a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the heavens. The wooden doors creaked open with a mournful groan, revealing a cavernous interior swallowed by shadows. Dust motes, disturbed by my entrance, swirled in the single shaft of light filtering through a cracked stained glass window depicting a strangely serene Madonna. The air hung heavy, thick with the cloying sweetness of decaying lilies, and something else, something metallic, almost coppery. My footsteps echoed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. The pews, warped and splintered with age, lined the nave like crooked teeth. At the altar, a tarnished silver crucifix hung askew, its suffering savior gazing down with vacant eyes. Relief washed over me. Shelter, however temporary, was found. Curiosity, that age-old siren, tugged at me. A heavy oak door, partially ajar, stood to the left of the altar. It led to a smaller chamber, dimly lit by a single flickering candle. This room, unlike the main sanctuary, felt charged, buzzing with an almost palpable energy. The walls were covered in strange symbols, crudely drawn in what looked like dried blood. Circles within circles, inverted crosses, bizarre, stick-figure depictions of twisted, contorted human forms. My initial discomfort blossomed into full-blown unease. This wasn't the sanctuary I'd sought. This was something else entirely. A low table dominated the center of the room. Upon it lay a worn, leather-bound book, its pages filled with a frantic, spidery scrawl. The language was unfamiliar, filled with archaic symbols interspersed with unsettlingly vivid illustrations. One image in particular caught my eye. It depicted a figure, draped in robes, holding a gleaming obsidian blade above a prostrate form. The prostrate figure's limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, its face a mask of silent agony. Beneath the illustration, a single word was written in English, stark and chilling. Sacrifice. Nausea washed over me. This wasn't a church. It was a desecrated temple, a place of dark rituals. The coppery scent, I now realized, wasn't copper. It was blood. A sudden sound from the main sanctuary made me jump. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like small stones striking wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. I peered cautiously through the doorway. In the dim light, I could just make out figures moving amongst the pews. They were small, childlike, their forms draped in what looked like tattered white cloth. They moved with an unsettling grace, their movements synchronized, almost hypnotic. The tapping continued, steadily growing louder, more insistent. Terror choked me. I had to get out. I backed away slowly, my gaze fixed on the figures, trying to convince myself they were just figments of my overactive imagination, products of an empty stomach and an overwrought mind. As I reached the main doors, the tapping stopped abruptly. A chilling silence descended, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then, a voice, high and thin, echoed through the church. "Join us," it whispered. "Become one with the harvest." The figures in the nave turned towards me. The moonlight filtering through the cracked window illuminated their faces. They weren't children. They were something else, something inhuman. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, their mouths stretched into terrifying rictus grins. They raised their hands towards me, their fingers long and skeletal, tipped with what looked like polished obsidian claws. I stumbled backwards, my hand fumbling for the door handle. It turned, a small victory against the rising tide of panic. I ripped the door open and stumbled out into the night, the coppery scent clinging to me like a shroud. I ran, blindly, through the overgrown graveyard, the twisted, gnarled branches of ancient cypress trees clawing at my clothes. The ground seemed to tremble beneath my feet. The chanting from the church pursued me, growing louder, closer. I could hear their footsteps now, light and swift, closing the distance. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest. I stumbled, falling hard onto the cold, damp earth. As I struggled to rise, a figure emerged from the shadows, its form silhouetted against the faint glow emanating from the church. It was taller than the others, its robes darker, more ornate. It held a gleaming obsidian blade in its raised hand, the moonlight catching its polished surface. The figure's face was obscured by a grotesque mask, carved from dark wood. Its features twisted into a horrifying parody of a human smile. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I wouldn't reach the gas station. I wouldn't see another sunrise. The harvest had come, and I was the offering. The figure raised the blade higher, its silent smile promising oblivion. The chanting from the church reached a fever pitch, a welcoming chorus to my demise. My scream, choked by terror, was swallowed by the night. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was the obsidian blade descending, a final, brutal sacrament in this unholy sanctuary. Story 25. The Harmony Ridge Artist Colony, nestled deep within the redwoods, promised a weekend of creative rejuvenation. Anna, James, Silas, and I, Maya, craved an escape from the pressures of post-graduation life. Harmony Ridge, with its charmingly rustic cabins and promise of artistic ancient tribal immersion, seemed the perfect antidote. We arrived under a fading violet California twilight, the towering redwoods casting long, skeletal shadows across the gravel driveway. The cabins, however, were less charming, more ramshackle, paint peeled from the clapboard siding, and the windows, inexplicably adorned with mismatched buttons, stared blankly ahead. Silas, our resident geology enthusiast, remained unnervingly quiet. His usual exuberant chatter, replaced by a strange, intense focus. He muttered insightful comments about the unusual rock formations, his geology hammer perpetually attached to his belt, a comforting weight. After a cursory dinner, Silas, driven by some unknown compulsion, announced he'd discovered something. A ritual site, he declared, his voice echoing eerily through the small cabin. Ancient tribal artifact. Absolutely incredible. Anna, ever the intrepid social butterfly, captured blurry images with her phone, while James, recently nursing a brutal breakup, expressed polite interest. I, however, felt a creeping unease. Silas's enthusiasm seemed disproportionately large, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. We followed Silas deeper into the woods, the redwood trees growing denser, their branches intertwining to form an unnatural twilight. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Something vaguely sweet, almost metallic. We reached a small clearing, bathed in an eerie green light. In the center stood a large, circular metal contraption, its surface etched with strange symbols unlike anything I'd ever seen. Polished stones were arranged around it in an almost perfect circle. Silas touched the metal, and a faint humming sound vibrated through the clearing, resonating within my chest. "This," Silas announced, his voice shaking, "is how we connect with them." Despite my growing apprehension, I remained rooted to the spot. Silas began chanting, his words filled with unfamiliar syllables, an unsettling melody rising from the circle. The green light intensified, pulsing in time with the chant. The others joined in, their voices blending into a discordant chorus. I watched, horrified, as the ground began to tremble, the humming intensifying, vibrating through my bones. The figures emerged from the surrounding trees, their forms silhouetted against the pulsating green light. They were humanoid, but their limbs were abnormally long. Their movements jerky, unsettling. They wore grotesque masks carved from dark wood, their empty sockets staring vacantly ahead. They moved towards the circle, their hands reaching, their chanting echoing through the trees. Terror choked me. I wanted to scream, to run, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I watched as the figures closed in, their chanting growing louder, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. They surrounded us, their grotesque masks inches from our faces. The green light pulsed faster, brighter, consuming everything. The ground shook violently. The trees swayed, their branches scraping against each other, a discordant harmony. The figures raised their hands, their polished stones pressed against our foreheads. A sharp, searing pain shot through my skull. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of green light and chanting. I saw Anna, James, Silas, their faces contorted in silent agony. Then, darkness. I woke to a ringing silence, the green light gone. The figures were still there, but their movements had stopped. They stood perfectly still, their empty sockets staring through me. I looked down at my hands. They were stained bronze, the pigment still vibrant. I looked at Anna, James, Silas. They stood silently, their eyes glazed over, their faces smeared with the same bronze paint. Their smiles were wide, fixed, unsettling. They turned towards me, their smiles widening, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. They raised their hands, their fingers, stained bronze, reaching. I screamed, a desperate sound tearing through the silence. But the sound was muffled, swallowed by the dense redwood forest. The figures closed in, their hands reaching, their smiles widening. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we had become something other, something not human. We were theirs now. The Harmony Ridge Artist Colony had promised rejuvenation, but it had delivered a terrifying testament to the horrors lurking beneath the surface of this world. And I, Maya, would forever be trapped within its twisted embrace. The ritual was complete. We were the newest initiates, and the forest, silent, watched. Story 27. The campfire's embers pulsed. A faint orange against the encroaching darkness. Anna hummed softly beside me, already asleep. Her geology hammer rested beside her, a comforting weight. I, Silas, proclaimed geology student and resident enthusiast of all things rock, couldn't sleep. The Angeles National Forest pressed in, a dense, breathing entity. My initial nervous excitement about this camping trip, Silas's brainchild, had curdled into a low thrum of unease. Morning brought a chill, and something far worse. The trees surrounding our tent, pines I'd barely registered the night before, were marked. Carved into their bark were symbols, unlike anything I'd ever seen. Circles within circles. Archaic symbols interspersed with what looked like stick-figure depictions of distorted human forms. I touched one, the rough bark scraping against my fingertips. Anna, usually unfazed by anything, looked genuinely disturbed. Silas, however, seemed almost entranced. He chattered excitedly, muttering insightful comments about undocumented caverns and ancient tribal rituals. We hiked deeper into the forest, following a barely discernible trail. Silas, our intrepid leader, navigated using a tattered, leather-bound journal he'd found tucked away in a dusty corner of a local antique store. The journal, filled with spidery handwriting and disturbing sketches, chronicled the supposed discovery of a hidden canyon, a place called Harmony Creek. A place where, according to the journal's author, science and the supernatural intersected. Anna voiced concerns. But Silas, driven by a foolish sense of scientific curiosity and a desperate attempt to prove himself after college, forged ahead. The forest grew denser, the towering redwoods blocking out the sun. A perpetual twilight settled over us, an unnatural blanket stifling the usual sounds of the forest. The air grew heavy, thick with an unknown scent, something vaguely sweet, almost metallic. My initial discomfort blossomed into full-blown unease. The symbols on the trees became more frequent, more elaborate, the stick figures now clearly depicting grotesque transformations. They were no longer mere carvings. They felt like warnings. We stumbled upon a small clearing, bathed in an eerie green light. In the center stood a large metal contraption, a circular device humming softly. Silas, seemingly mesmerized, reached out and touched it. The humming intensified, vibrating through the ground, through us. The air crackled with a palpable energy. Then, the chanting started. Faint at first, a gravelly murmuring echoing through the trees. It grew steadily louder, weaving itself into the humming of the device, becoming a disturbing, hypnotic rhythm. Shadowy figures emerged from the trees, their forms draped in tattered white cloth, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. They moved with an unsettling grace, forming a silent circle around the metal device, around Silas. He stood perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the pulsing green light, a strange smile playing across his face. He seemed almost entranced, lost in whatever ritual was unfolding before us. Anna grabbed my hand, her fingers digging into my skin. We watched in horrified silence as the figures raised their hands towards Silas, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. The ground began to shake violently. The trees swayed, their branches scraping against each other, their needles whispering an ancient, terrifying secret. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a primal terror. The green light intensified, blinding, consuming everything. Then, silence. The humming stopped. The chanting ceased. The figures froze, their masked faces unreadable. The light diminished, revealing Silas, still standing in the center of the clearing, but different. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed oddly pointed. He raised his hands, mimicking the figures, and began to chant. The figures responded, their chanting starting again, their voices blending with Silas's in a discordant chorus. They moved towards us, their movements jerky, unnatural. Anna screamed, pulling me backwards, breaking the strange paralysis that had gripped me. We ran, blindly stumbling through the darkened forest, the chanting echoing behind us, pursuing us. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs burned, until the chanting finally faded into the distance. We never looked back. We never spoke of Harmony Creek again. But the memory of that night, of that unsettling ritual, of Silas's transformed face, his pointed teeth, his chanting voice, remains trapped within me, a horrifying secret I can never truly escape. I still wonder about Anna. I still wonder about Silas. I still wonder about Harmony Creek. And I still wonder about the symbols carved into the trees, their cryptic meanings forever etched into my memory. A chilling testament to the horrors lurking beneath the surface of our perceived reality. The forest waits. Story 28. The towering redwoods, casting long, skeletal shadows in the fading light, seemed to watch me. They seemed to judge. I'd pitched my tent in a small, secluded clearing, miles from any designated campsite. I craved solitude, the quiet hum of the forest, a respite from the relentless noise of city life. This deep, enveloping quiet, however, felt different. It pressed against me, a physical weight. My initial nervous excitement about this solo camping trip had curdled into a creeping unease. The fire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows against the massive trunks. The flames offered little comfort. The snapping twigs sounded like fingernails tapping against the thin nylon of my tent. Every rustle of leaves, every hoot of an owl, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I told myself it was just my overactive imagination, the natural sounds of the forest amplified by the encroaching darkness. But a primal instinct whispered otherwise. Something was watching. As the violet California twilight deepened, I noticed a subtle shift in the surrounding trees. They seemed to lean inwards, encroaching upon my small clearing. Their branches, gnarled and twisted, intertwined, forming an almost perfect circle around me. The silence, previously unsettling, became oppressive. It choked the air from my lungs. The forest floor seemed to vibrate beneath me. A low, rhythmic thrumming resonated outwards. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source. But the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam cutting through the growing darkness. The trees appeared normal, just ancient redwoods, their bark thick and furrowed. But the thrumming persisted, growing steadily louder. Then I saw them, humanoid figures standing motionless amongst the trees. Their forms were draped in long, ragged strips of white cloth. Their faces were obscured by crudely carved wooden masks. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the unnatural quiet. The figures remained still, their empty sockets staring vacantly ahead. I shone my flashlight directly at one, its mask grotesque, a horrifying parody of a human face. The figure didn't react. It simply stared, its silence amplifying the growing terror. Then they began to move. Slowly at first, their movements jerky and unnatural. They swayed rhythmically, their bodies twisting at impossible angles. A low, gravelly chant echoed through the trees, weaving itself into the rhythmic thrumming. The sound vibrated through me, a visceral pulse against my bones. I wanted to scream, to run, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I remained rooted to the spot, a horrified witness to this terrifying spectacle unfolding before me. The chanting intensified, the figures moving faster, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. They formed a circle around me, their masked faces inches from mine. I could smell them, a strange, coppery scent mixed with something vaguely sweet, almost sickening. The ground began to shake violently, the trees swaying precariously. The air crackled with an unseen energy. I felt a tangible presence pressing against me, something cold and inhuman. The figures raised their hands towards me, their fingers long and skeletal. Their chanting reached a fever pitch, the thrumming resonating within my skull. The ground beneath me cracked. The earth itself seemed to squirm. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. When I opened them, the figures were gone. The chanting had stopped, the thrumming faded. The forest was silent again, the trees still, their branches no longer intertwined. The only evidence of what I had witnessed were the cracks in the earth and the lingering, coppery scent. The first rays of dawn filtered through the trees, painting the sky in muted yellows and oranges. The forest seemed peaceful, almost serene. But the silence was no longer comforting. It was a chilling reminder of the horrors lurking beneath the surface, the unseen entities that inhabited these woods. I packed my tent, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The familiar weight of my backpack offered little comfort. As I stumbled through the trees, towards the perceived safety of the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I would never truly escape what I had witnessed in that secluded clearing. The memory and the fear would remain a constant companion, whispering in the quiet corners of my mind. I still wonder what those figures were, what ritual they were performing, and I still wonder if they are still out there, waiting, watching. In the silent heart of the redwood forest, Story 29, the scratching, gentle at first, roused me from sleep. A twig, maybe, brushed against the car, I thought. Groaning, I shifted against the stiff seat. Beside me, Elias mumbled something unintelligible, his face buried in his sleeping bag. The scratching came again, more insistent this time, a rhythmic tap. Tap. Tap against the glass. Confused, I sat up, blinking away the remnants of a disturbingly vivid dream. The tapping continued, now at multiple windows, surrounding us. Eunice prickled at the edges of my awareness. We'd chosen this remote forest road, nestled deep within the Trinity Alps, for its seclusion. Miles from any designated campsite, any sign of civilization. A place, Elias assured me, where he could finally capture the essence of untamed California. He'd been sketching furiously for days, his usually gentle nature replaced by a feverish intensity. He called it his return to the primal. I, however, was beginning to question the wisdom of our chosen retreat. This deep quiet, this utter isolation, was starting to feel less like peace and more like a suffocating blanket. I peered through the frosted window. The morning light filtered through the dense canopy, painting the world in muted blues and greens. Nothing. Just the trees, their branches intertwining, forming a dense wall around us. But the tapping persisted, growing louder, more frantic. It no longer sounded like a twig. It sounded like fingernails, human fingernails. A low, gravelly murmur began to weave itself into the rhythmic tapping, a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It seemed to emanate from the very forest itself, a discordant chorus vibrating through the trees. A wave of nausea washed over me. My heart pounded against my ribs. This was no ordinary forest. This was something else, something wrong. "Elias," I whispered, shaking his shoulder. "Wake up." He stirred, groaning. "What is it, Lena?" "It's still dark." "There's something outside," I said, my voice trembling. "Something scratching at the windows." He finally sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Probably just an animal," he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. He peered through the window. "I don't see anything." The tapping intensified, a frantic crescendo against the glass. The gravelly murmuring grew louder, closer. Elias finally acknowledged the sounds, his expression shifting from drowsiness to unease. He reached for the door handle. "Don't," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "I don't like this." He hesitated, his hand hovering over the lock. A strange smile flickered across his face. "Relax, Lena. It's probably just some curious locals. They're probably wondering what we're doing out here. Curious locals." I repeated, my voice rising. "Elias, they're scratching at our windows. At dawn. In the middle of nowhere." He shrugged, his smile widening, becoming almost predatory. "Maybe they're just early risers." He opened the car door. My breath hitched in my throat. "Elias." "Don't." He stepped out of the car, into the twilight gloom. The tapping stopped. The murmuring faded. An unnerving silence descended, broken only by the sound of Elias's boots crunching on the gravel. I watched in horrified fascination as he walked towards the trees, his silhouette disappearing into the deepening shadows. "Elias," I called, my voice a strained whisper. He didn't answer. The silence stretched, becoming almost unbearable. I strained to hear any sound, any sign of him. Nothing. A new sound emerged, a rhythmic thumping, low and resonant, vibrating through the very ground beneath the car. The thumping grew steadily louder, faster, accompanied by a faint, high-pitched whine. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against my ears, trying to block out the sounds. But the thumping, the whining, it permeated everything. I forced myself to open my eyes. The twilight light had strengthened, revealing more of the surrounding forest. And what I saw, etched against the emerging dawn, made my blood run cold. Figures. Dozens of them. Standing amongst the trees. They were tall, gaunt, their limbs abnormally long, their bodies draped in ragged strips of white cloth. Their faces were obscured by crudely carved wooden masks, each one a grotesque parody of a human face. And in their hands, they held polished stones, gleaming faintly in the early morning light. They stood in a silent circle around the car, their masked faces turned towards me. The rhythmic thumping resonated outwards from the circle, the ground trembling beneath the car. The high-pitched whine intensified, a piercing, almost unbearable sound, and then Elias emerged from the trees. He walked towards the car, a strange, serene smile fixed on his face. He stopped inches from the window, his eyes meeting mine. He held up a polished stone, identical to the ones held by the figures in the forest. He placed the stone against the window, tapping it gently against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. The high-pitched whine reached a fever pitch. The figures in the forest raised their hands, their stones gleaming. And Elias, his smile widening, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light, began to chant, his voice joining the croaky chorus emanating from the forest. A chilling realization washed over me. He wasn't trying to escape. He was welcoming them. He was one of them. The thumping intensified, the ground shaking violently. The figures closed in, their masks inches from the windows. Their silent smiles promised oblivion. I was trapped. Trapped with Elias. Trapped with these grotesque beings. Trapped in this unholy sanctuary in the heart of the Trinity Alps. And as the chanting grew louder, as the thumping became a violent tremor, I knew, with sickening certainty, that I would never leave this forest. Harmony Ridge had taken me too. Story 31. The late afternoon sun, filtered through the redwood canopy, dappled the forest floor. My hammock swung gently, a comforting rhythm against the quiet rustle of leaves. The air, thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, lulled me towards sleep. This solo hike, through the less traveled parts of the county, was exactly the reset I needed. Away from the city, away from the constant demands of my failing startup, away from everything. I drifted, suspended between wakefulness and sleep, the forest sounds weaving a lullaby. A twig snapped. Not the gentle crackle of dry leaves underfoot, but something sharper, closer. My eyes flickered open. Shadows danced in my peripheral vision, deeper than the natural play of light and shade. A prickle of unease ran down my spine. I sat up, the hammock swaying wildly. The forest, moments before so peaceful, felt different, charged. The air, still fragrant, now carried a subtle undercurrent, something almost metallic. I scanned the trees, searching for the source of the disturbance. Nothing. Just the dense undergrowth and the towering redwoods, their bark furrowed like ancient faces. I told myself it was a deer, a stray branch falling. Anything but the creeping feeling that I was being watched. Another snap. This time, accompanied by a low, croaky murmur, a sound that resonated deep within my chest. My heart pounded against my ribs. I swung my legs out of the hammock, landing softly on the needle-strewn ground. My hand instinctively went to my multi-tool, the familiar weight a small comfort. The murmuring grew louder, interspersed with clicks and whistles, sounds that defied easy categorization. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The shadows deepened, swirling around the bases of the trees, as if coalescing into something solid. My breath caught in my throat. I had to get out of there. I grabbed my backpack, fumbling with the straps in my rising panic. The murmuring intensified. Closer now, and the metallic scent grew stronger, almost overpowering the natural fragrance of the forest. I finally managed to secure the pack and spun around, ready to run. That's when I saw them, figures emerging from the shadows. Not human, not animal, but something in between. Tall and slender, their limbs elongated and strangely jointed. Their skin, a sickly pale green, seemed to absorb the light. Their faces, if you could call them that, were smooth, featureless ovals, except for large, black eyes that gleamed with an unsettling intelligence. And their hands, long and thin, ended in what looked like polished obsidian claws. They stood motionless, forming a silent circle around me, their black eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. The murmuring stopped. The forest held its breath. A terrifying silence descended, broken only by the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, one of the figures moved. It raised a long, slender arm, its obsidian claw glinting in the fading sunlight. It gestured towards me, a silent command. My legs felt like lead, but some primal instinct screamed at me to run. I turned and bolted, crashing through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face. The figures didn't pursue immediately. They simply watched, their silence more terrifying than any chase. But then, the murmuring started again, louder this time, a discordant chorus that echoed through the trees. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that they were coming. I ran blindly. The forest floor a treacherous obstacle course of roots and fallen branches. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't dare slow down. The murmuring grew closer, pursuing me through the trees. The metallic scent, now thick and cloying, filled the air. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root. I fell hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. My backpack twisted beneath me, pinning my arm. I struggled to free myself, panic rising in my throat. The murmuring was almost on top of me. I looked up through the trees and saw them. They were closer now, their pale green skin almost luminous in the fading light. Their black eyes gleamed, reflecting the growing darkness. And their obsidian claws, sharp and menacing, were outstretched. I screamed, a desperate, wordless sound that was quickly swallowed by the forest. They descended upon me, their long limbs reaching, their obsidian claws flashing. I felt a sharp pain in my arm, then another in my leg. The metallic scent intensified, becoming almost sickeningly sweet. The murmuring grew louder, a cacophony of clicks and whistles that drilled into my brain. The world began to spin, the trees blurring into a dizzying vortex of green and black. I felt myself being lifted, carried away by the figures. Their touch was surprisingly gentle, almost soothing. The murmuring became a lullaby, lulling me towards a darkness I knew I would never escape. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me completely, were those black eyes, gleaming with an ancient, inhuman hunger. And I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I was no longer in the forest. I was somewhere else, somewhere far stranger and far more terrifying. Story 32. The California headlands, usually vibrant with life, felt strangely muted. A thick fog clung to the cliffs, swallowing the usual crash of waves in a damp embrace. Harmony Ridge, nestled within these misty folds, promised a weekend of artistic rejuvenation, a retreat from the tedium of coding. Anna, my ever-optimistic travel companion, chattered excitedly about the local pottery scene, oblivious to the knot of unease tightening in my chest. The Harmony Ridge Motel, advertised online as charmingly rustic, felt more dilapidated in person. Faded paint peeled from the clapboard siding, and a single bare bulb flickered above the door. The motel owner, a wiry woman with eyes that seemed to absorb light, offered a vague smile and a key attached to a chipped ceramic frog. Our designated cabin, number 7, smelled faintly of mildew and something vaguely metallic. Anna, undeterred, unpacked her paints and brushes, already envisioning breathtaking coastal landscapes. I, however, found myself drawn to the small, leather-bound book tucked inside the nightstand drawer. Its pages, filled with spidery handwriting and disturbing sketches, chronicled the history of Harmony Ridge. A history far darker than the tourist brochures implied. The book spoke of an ancient tribal ritual, a communion with something other, something that resided within the fog-shrouded hills. The rituals, it claimed, involved a circular device, a conduit for strange energies. Anna, noticing my sudden silence, dismissed the journal as local eccentricity. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, a chilling premonition. That night, under a sky choked with fog, a faint rhythmic thumping disturbed the quiet. Anna, already asleep, remained undisturbed. I, however, found sleep elusive. The thumping intensified, resonating within my bones. Driven by a morbid curiosity, I stepped outside. The fog pressed close, thick and cold against my skin. The thumping, now a steady pulse, seemed to emanate from a small clearing deep within the redwood forest. Against my better judgment, I followed the sound, the fog swirling around me like a shroud. The clearing, bathed in an eerie green light, revealed a sight that would forever imprint itself upon my memory. Figures, draped in tattered white cloth, moved rhythmically around a large metal contraption. The device, circular and covered in strange symbols, pulsed with the same green light, a light that seemed to emanate from within. The figures, their faces obscured by crudely carved wooden masks, raised their hands towards the device, their movements synchronized, their chanting a low, gravelly drone. The air vibrated with an unseen energy, a palpable force that pressed against my chest. I wanted to scream, to run, but a strange paralysis gripped me, holding me captive in this nightmarish tableau. The chanting intensified, the figures moving faster, their dance becoming increasingly frenzied. The green light pulsed faster, brighter, casting grotesque shadows across the clearing. Then, the figures stopped. Their movement ceased, their chanting fading to a low murmur. They turned, their masked faces now directed towards me. Although I couldn't see their eyes, I could feel their gaze, an unsettlingly intense focus. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic pulsing of the device. The air crackled with anticipation, a terrifying prelude to something unspeakable. One figure, taller than the rest, detached itself from the group. It moved towards me, its steps slow and deliberate. As it drew closer, the green light illuminated its mask, revealing a grotesque parody of a human face. The mouth, stretched into a terrifying rictus grin, seemed to pulse with the same green light. The figure stopped inches from me, its presence radiating a malevolent hunger. I could smell its breath, a sickeningly sweet scent that made my stomach churn. Then, the figure raised its hand. In its grasp, it held a polished obsidian blade, its surface gleaming faintly in the green light. The blade descended slowly, deliberately, towards my chest. I woke with a gasp. The morning sun streaming through the grimy cabin window. Anna, already awake, hummed softly as she painted. The events of the night before seemed like a fever dream, a product of an overactive imagination. Yet, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, a chilling reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. I looked desperately for the leather-bound journal, wanting to convince myself that it had all been a hallucination. The journal, however, was gone. The nightstand drawer stood empty, a silent testament to the monstrous reality of Harmony Ridge. We left that morning, fleeing the fog-shrouded headlands, the unsettling quiet pursuing us like a phantom. The events of that night, etched into my memory, would forever haunt me. A chilling testament to the darkness lurking beneath the surface of this beautiful, yet unforgiving land. We never spoke of Harmony Ridge again, but sometimes, in the quiet corners of my mind, I still wonder about the figures in the clearing, their masked faces forever etched into my nightmares, and the chilling certainty that the ritual continues, hidden within the fog, waiting for its next unwitting participant. Story 34. The California sun warm on my face felt deceptively normal. The Pacific Coast Highway stretching endlessly before me promised adventure. My phone, mounted on the dashboard, live-streamed the empty road to my handful of followers. Day 3, folks, and still no sign of Bigfoot, I announced, my voice echoing slightly in the otherwise silent car. But hey, the scenery's not bad, right? I panned the camera across the breathtaking coastal vista. The ocean, a vast expanse of blue, met the sky at the horizon. Seagulls cried overhead, their calls carried on the gentle breeze. This road trip, meant to boost my failing travel blog, was so far a bust. Then, the service vanished. Not unusual in these remote areas, I thought, but a subtle unease prickled at the edges of my awareness. The road, now twisting inland, climbed through increasingly dense redwood forests. The trees, ancient and imposing, seemed to absorb the light, casting long, distorted shadows. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The silence, now broken only by the rhythmic thump of the tires on the rough pavement, became unsettlingly profound. I pulled over at a small, dusty general store. The bell above the door jingled discordantly as I entered. The shelves were sparsely stocked, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and something vaguely metallic. A wizened woman sat behind the counter, her eyes, dark and unblinking, fixed on me. I asked about the lost service. She just smiled, a thin, unsettling smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Harmony Ridge, she rasped, her voice surprisingly strong. Strange things happen there. Harmony Ridge. The name resonated with an odd familiarity. I'd seen it mentioned on some obscure online forum, a place where people shared stories of unexplained phenomena. I dismissed it then, but now a shiver ran down my spine. Intrigued, I asked the woman about it. She offered cryptic pronouncements about artistic ancient tribal rituals and a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Her words, though strange, held a disturbing conviction. Following her vague directions, I found myself on a narrow, rutted track leading deeper into the forest. The GPS, useless without service, offered no guidance. The trees, now impossibly tall, blocked out most of the sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight. A faint humming sound, barely audible at first, began to vibrate through the car. I arrived at a clearing. Several ramshackle cabins, charmingly rustic in the fading light, stood clustered around a central fire pit. Figures, draped in bronze robes, moved slowly around the fire. Their faces were obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. The humming sound, now louder, resonated within my chest. I parked, got out of the car, and approached cautiously, camera rolling. "Looks like I found Harmony Ridge," I whispered to my phone, forcing a nervous chuckle. "Let's see what this artistic ancient tribe is all about." As I drew closer, the figures stopped moving. Their silence, absolute and unwavering, was more terrifying than any scream. They turned, their masked faces fixed on me. The humming intensified, vibrating through the ground, through the trees, through me. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck prickle. This wasn't the welcoming artistic tribe I'd expected. This was something else, something ancient, something wrong. The figures began to chant, a low, gravelly drone that resonated deep within my bones. The ground beneath my feet trembled. The trees swayed, their branches scraping against each other like skeletal fingers. The air grew thick with a cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit mixed with something faintly metallic. My camera, shaking in my hand, captured blurry images of the figures, their movements growing increasingly frenzied. One of the figures stepped forward, its mask inches from my lens. The mask, intricately carved, depicted a grotesque, distorted human face. The eyes, empty sockets staring vacantly ahead, seemed to burn with an unholy light. The figure raised a hand, revealing a gleaming obsidian blade. The humming reached a fever pitch, the chanting a deafening roar. Panic seized me. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone. The screen cracked, the image flickering before going black. I turned and ran blindly, desperately, through the trees. The chanting pursued me, echoing through the forest, a terrifying lullaby. The humming vibrated through my body, a constant, inescapable reminder of the horror I had witnessed. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, the blessedly familiar pavement, a stark contrast to the treacherous forest floor. I drove, heart pounding, back towards civilization, leaving Harmony Ridge behind. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The service returned. My phone, though damaged, still functioned. I glanced at the live stream replay, the last few minutes a chaotic blur of distorted images and gravelly sounds. Then, I saw it. In the final frame, just before the screen went black, a single, clear image emerged. It wasn't the masked figures, or the obsidian blade, that chilled me to the bone. It was the reflection in the cracked phone screen. My own face, contorted in terror, but with something else, something subtly different, reflected in my eyes. A faint green light pulsed beneath the surface, a chilling testament to the transformation already beginning within me. Harmony Ridge had taken something from me, something I feared I would never get back. The horror, I knew, would follow me. It had already begun to weave itself into the fabric of my being, a terrifying secret I would carry forever. The ritual continues. Story 35. The GPS insisted with robotic certainty that Harmony Creek lay just ahead. Harmony Creek. Anna and I pictured quaint shops. Maybe an ice cream parlor, a welcome respite from the endless bronze hills that had swallowed the afternoon. The asphalt, however, thinned, fractured, then vanished entirely, replaced by a rutted dirt track snaking between increasingly dense cypress trees. Their branches, gnarled and twisted, intertwined above, blotting out the late afternoon sun. A perpetual twilight settled over the forest, a twilight that felt wrong somehow. The air grew heavy, thick with an unfamiliar fragrance, something vaguely floral, but with an undercurrent of decay. Rotten peaches, maybe. Or lilies past their prime. Anna hummed nervously beside me, her usual cheerful chatter replaced by a strained silence. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. The familiar weighed a small comfort against the growing unease. Then, the tapping started. A rhythmic, almost metallic tapping against the car's roof. I glanced upwards, but the dense canopy obscured everything. Anna gripped my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I forced a smile. "Probably just a branch," I said, my voice lacking conviction. The tapping stopped. We drove on, deeper into the encroaching darkness. The track narrowed further, barely wider than the car itself. We passed several ramshackle cabins, their windows dark, empty. A rusted mailbox stood crooked beside one, the name, Harmony Creek. Barely legible beneath layers of peeling paint. No quaint shops. No ice cream parlor. Just an unsettling quiet, broken only by the crunching of gravel beneath the tires. The tapping started again, more insistent this time. A staccato rhythm against the metal roof. Then, another sound joined it, a low, gravelly murmuring echoing from the surrounding forest. Anna whimpered, her face pale. I pulled over, the sudden silence amplifying the growing sense of dread. "Maybe we should turn back," Anna whispered, her voice barely audible. "We're almost there," I said, trying to sound reassuring, though my own heart hammered against my ribs. "The GPS says it's just around the next bend." I put the car back in gear, the engine groaning in protest. As we rounded the bend, a small clearing opened before us. In the center stood a group of figures, their forms silhouetted against a faint, pulsating green light emanating from the forest behind them. They stood motionless, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. They were dressed in homespun clothing, adorned with strange symbols I didn't recognize. The tapping stopped. The murmuring ceased. An unnerving silence descended, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. Anna gasped beside me, her hand flying to her mouth. I stared at the figures, a growing horror creeping into my gut. Something about their stillness, their silence, felt profoundly wrong. Then, one of the figures stepped forward, its movements jerky, unnatural. It raised a hand towards us, a long, slender finger pointing directly at the car. The others followed, their hands raised in unison, their masked faces fixed on us with an unsettling intensity. The green light pulsed faster, the air vibrating with a low, croaky drone. The figures began to move, slowly at first, then faster, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. A grotesque dance under the pulsating green light. Anna screamed, a high, desperate sound tearing through the oppressive quiet. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel. But the figures were already closing in, their shadows stretching across the clearing, engulfing us in their silent embrace. The croaky drone grew louder, morphing into a rhythmic chant. A discordant chorus echoing through the trees. I floored the accelerator, the car lurching forward, but we were trapped. The track disappeared, swallowed by the encroaching forest. The figures surrounded us, their masked faces inches from the windows, their hands reaching, grasping. The chanting intensified, the green light pulsed faster, becoming almost blinding. I felt a sharp pain in my arm, Anna's nails digging deep into my flesh. I looked at her, her eyes wide with terror, her face contorted in a silent scream. Then, everything went dark. I woke to the same pulsating green light, now directly above me. I was lying on the ground, my head throbbing. Anna was gone. The masked figures stood in a circle around me, their chanting echoing through the trees, a terrifying lullaby. One of them stepped forward, its mask inches from my face. The mask was gone. It wasn't a mask. It was their face. A grotesque parody of a human face, stretched into a terrifying rictus grin, its eyes empty sockets, staring vacantly ahead. It raised a hand, its fingers long, slender, tipped with something that gleamed faintly in the green light. Polished obsidian. The chanting intensified, the ground trembling beneath me. The figure raised the obsidian blade higher, the green light pulsing faster, brighter. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me completely, was that terrifying smile, that silent promise of oblivion, and the chilling realization that Harmony Creek wasn't a place, but a state of being. A horrifying transformation I was about to undergo. Story 36. The encrypted message. Tucked away in a forgotten corner of the dark web, spoke of Harmony Creek, an artist colony tucked within the California foothills. It promised creative rejuvenation, a sanctuary for unconventional pursuits. Anna, Elias, James, and I, Silas, recent geology graduate, were intrigued. We craved escape from our tedious routines. Harmony Creek seemed the perfect antidote. The drive was uneventful. Vibrant green hills gave way to twisted cypress, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the violet twilight. As we approached, the paved road disintegrated into a rutted track, the advertised charmingly rustic cabins, replaced by ramshackle dwellings, clinging precariously to the hillside. A disquieting quiet settled over everything, punctuated only by the crunch of gravel beneath our tires. The motel, a crumbling adobe structure, housed within its decaying walls a strange collection of porcelain dolls. Their painted smiles, unsettling in the fading light, seemed to follow us with an unnerving intensity. The motel owner, a wizened woman with a disturbingly serene smile, offered vague pronouncements about artistic ancient tribal immersion, her words filled with an unspoken menace. That night, a rhythmic tapping disturbed the oppressive silence. I peered through the grimy cabin window. In the moonlight, figures moved amongst the trees, their movements jerky and unnatural. They wore intricately carved wooden masks, their forms draped in tattered white cloth. A low, croaky murmuring echoed through the stillness. The next day, Silas, driven by a misguided sense of scientific curiosity, insisted we explore further. He'd discovered a hidden canyon, described in a leather-bound journal found tucked away in a dusty corner of the motel. The journal, filled with disturbing sketches and archaic symbols, chronicled a unique tribal ritual, one Silas was determined to document. Against my better judgment, we followed Silas deeper into the forest. The air grew thick with an unfamiliar fragrance, something vaguely sweet and metallic. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining above, blocking out the sunlight. The humming sound from the night before returned, vibrating through the very ground beneath our feet. A palpable sense of wrongness hung heavy in the air. We stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center stood a large metal contraption, pulsating with a sickly green light. Around it, the masked figures from the night before stood motionless, their porcelain faces inches from ours. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. Silas, seemingly entranced, stepped forward. He touched the metal contraption. A sharp crack echoed through the clearing. The ground shook violently. The figures moved. Their movements, no longer jerky, became fluid, almost serpentine. Their chanting started, a discordant chorus vibrating through the trees. They raised their hands towards Silas. Their hands, I noticed with a horrifying realization, held polished obsidian blades. Panic erupted. We turned and ran, blindly stumbling through the dense undergrowth. The chanting pursued us, echoing eerily through the trees. The ground trembled beneath our feet. I could hear Anna screaming behind me. I didn't look back. I burst through the trees, into the relative safety of the clearing where we'd parked our car. Anna was there, her face streaked with dirt and tears, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Elias and James were nowhere to be seen. We drove away, leaving Harmony Creek behind, the chanting fading slowly in the distance. We never spoke of what happened there, the terrifying ritual, the grotesque figures, the missing friends. But the memory, like the faint metallic scent clinging to our clothes, would forever stain our lives. I still wonder about James and Elias. I still wonder about the true nature of Harmony Creek, the supposed artist refuge nestled within those winding ravines. And I still see, in my most disturbingly vivid dreams, those masked figures, their obsidian claws flashing, their painted smiles promising oblivion. Story 37. The cracked phone screen winked at me, a single shaft of sunlight filtering through the grimy bus station window. I picked it up, half expecting a lost and found notice taped to the back. Nothing. Useless without service, I thought, already shoving it into my pocket. Mendocino, here I come. Hours later, wending through increasingly desolate hills, twisting inland, I remembered the phone. Idly, I powered it on. Surprisingly, it booted up. A gallery icon beckoned. I tapped. My breath hitched. The videos, short, shaky, grainy, documented something disturbing. Not violence, not outright gore, but something far more unsettling. Figures shrouded in bronze robes, their faces masked, moved with an unnerving grace in a circular clearing. A low, gravelly murmuring echoed. Their movements became rhythmic, almost hypnotic. A humming sound, almost metallic, resonated through the distorted audio. Another video, different location. A figure, similar robes, same mask, stood before a prostrate figure, a slender finger pointing directly at its head. The humming sound again, louder this time. A different sound emerged, a faint, rhythmic thumping. I scrolled through dozens of similar videos. Each one ratcheted up the unease. A creeping feeling of dread tightening in my chest. Who filmed these? And what, exactly, were they documenting? Then, a particular video caught my attention. The masked figures stood in a perfect circle. At the center stood a figure without a mask. A young woman. Her face, illuminated by a strange, pulsing green light, was contorted in silent agony. Her mouth gaped. A wordless sound, a desperate sound, tore through the distorted audio. My stomach lurched. The thumping intensified. The final frame, before the video cut out, revealed something wrapped in white cloth at the woman's feet. Something small. I dropped the phone as if it burned. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't some elaborate prank. This was something real. Something truly horrific. Suddenly, a tapping sound, almost metallic, against the bus window startled me. I looked up. A figure stood outside, shrouded in a bronze robe. Its masked face, inches from the glass, stared through me. Its head tilted slightly, a silent question. My heart hammered. I fumbled for the phone, its cracked screen a terrifying testament to the monstrous reality I had stumbled into. I needed to get out of there. Now. The bus lurched forward, the figure receding into the blurring trees. I looked back, but it was gone. Gone, but not forgotten. Over the next few days, the unsettling videos played on repeat in my mind. I tried to convince myself it was a hoax, some art project gone wrong. But the woman's silent scream, the growing thumping sound, the small white bundle, haunted me. I checked the phone's data. The videos were geotagged. Blackwood Canyon, a forgotten place tucked away in the Mendocino headlands. A place where, according to a cryptic online forum I discovered, strange things happen. Morbid curiosity, a foolish sense of needing to understand, propelled me north. Blackwood Canyon awaited. The road, barely wider than my rental car, snaked through increasingly dense redwood forests. The air grew heavy, the usual vibrancy of the California coast, replaced by a disquieting stillness. Every shadow seemed to hold an unseen presence. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. I found the clearing depicted in the videos. The trees formed an almost perfect circle, their branches intertwining above, obscuring the sky. The ground, covered in dried leaves and needles, seemed to absorb all light. The air hung thick with an unfamiliar fragrance, something vaguely sweet, something almost metallic. The thumping sound, now a steady pulse, resonated through the earth itself. I could feel it in my chest. The bronze-robed figures emerged from the surrounding trees, their movements sinuous, almost serpentine. They moved towards me, forming a silent circle, their masked faces unreadable. The humming sound intensified, vibrating through the air, through the ground, through me. My breath hitched. The thumping intensified. A figure detached itself from the circle. It moved towards me, stopping inches away. It raised a hand, a gloved hand, and pointed a slender finger directly at my chest. The humming sound became almost unbearable. The thumping reached a fever pitch. Panic seized me. I stumbled backward, tripping over a fallen branch, landing hard on the needle-covered ground. The figures closed in, their silent smiles promising oblivion. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. The humming intensified. The thumping stopped abruptly. A chilling silence descended, broken only by the sound of my ragged breaths. I opened my eyes. The figures were gone. The clearing was empty. The humming had stopped. The thumping was gone. Only the unsettling quiet remained. I scrambled to my feet, scrambling through the dense undergrowth, running until my lungs burned, until the forest thinned, until I reached the blessedly familiar pavement. I drove through the night, never looking back, leaving Blackwood Canyon and its horrifying secret behind. But the memory of the woman's silent scream, the humming, the thumping, the small, white bundle remains. And the cracked phone, tucked inside my glove compartment, a constant, chilling reminder of the horrors lurking within those forgotten hills. I still wonder about the woman. I still wonder about the bundle. And I still hear the thumping. Sometimes, when the world is quiet, a steady pulse against the silence, a terrifying prelude to something I can never unsee. Story 38. The bronze dust coated everything. My boots, Anna's floral dress, even the inside of my perpetually dusty geology hammer. Harmony Ridge, tucked deep within the Panamint Range, had promised an escape, a sanctuary for artists. The online brochure showcased charming, rustic cabins nestled amongst ancient peon pines. A place to reconnect with my creative spirit after a brutal breakup. A place where Anna, my ever-optimistic travel companion, could finally capture those breathtaking desert landscapes she'd always envisioned. The reality, however, was far less idyllic. The cabins were ramshackle, the paint peeling, and a strange, sweet metallic scent clung to the air. The advertised, vibrant artistic community consisted of a handful of gaunt figures in homespun clothing, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. They moved with an unnerving grace, their silence amplifying the already unsettling quiet of the desert. Anna, ever the intrepid social butterfly, tried to engage them in conversation, chattering excitedly about local pottery scenes and the unique geological formations she hoped to document. Their responses were short, evasive, their masked faces unreadable. A growing unease tightened its grip around me. Something felt profoundly wrong. The first night, a rhythmic tapping disturbed the quiet. It seemed to emanate from the main building, a crumbling adobe structure that housed the communal dining area and what passed for a general store. I dismissed it as overactive imagination, the desert playing tricks on my already frayed nerves. But the second night, the tapping returned, louder, more insistent. Accompanied by a low, gravelly murmuring. Anna, usually unfazed by anything, seemed unnerved. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I nodded, my hand instinctively reaching for the comforting weight of my geology hammer. Probably just some local eccentricity, I mumbled, lacking conviction. The third night, the tapping intensified, evolving into a rhythmic thrumming that resonated within my very bones. The murmuring became a chant, filled with unfamiliar syllables, echoing eerily through the thin cabin walls. Anna and I exchanged uneasy glances. The initial discomfort had blossomed into full-blown unease. We considered leaving, driving through the night back to the blessedly familiar pavement of the highway. But a morbid curiosity held us captive. We needed to understand the source of this unsettling ritual. We followed the sound to the main building. The wooden doors creaked open, revealing a large, circular chamber. A single flickering candle illuminated the figures gathered within. They stood in a perfect circle around a large metal contraption, their bodies swaying rhythmically, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. The contraption pulsed with a sickly green light, the air thick with that sweet, metallic scent. Anna, ever the documentarian, raised her camera, capturing blurry images of the scene. I grabbed her arm. "We should go," I hissed, my voice barely audible against their chanting. But it was too late. They had seen us. The chanting stopped abruptly. The figures turned towards us, their masked faces inches from ours. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. Then, one of them stepped forward. He raised a hand, gesturing towards the contraption. It was an invitation, a silent command. A primal terror gripped me. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that if we stepped into that circle, we would never leave. Anna, however, seemed mesmerized. She stepped forward, her camera still rolling. I watched in horror as she entered the circle. The figures closed around her, their chanting starting again. The green light pulsed faster, brighter, becoming almost blinding. I wanted to scream, to run, but a strange paralysis held me captive. The chanting reached a crescendo. The green light intensified, illuminating the figures with a horrifying clarity. Their masks seemed to shift, to distort, revealing glimpses of something inhuman beneath. Their hands, surprisingly strong, gripped Anna, pulling her towards the contraption. She screamed, a desperate sound tearing through the night. Then silence. The green light faded. The chanting stopped. The figures turned back towards me, their masked faces now fixed in terrifying rictus grins. They gestured towards the circle again. The invitation, the command, now directed at me. I backed away, stumbling through the darkness. The horrifying image of Anna being consumed by that pulsating green light seared into my mind. I ran, blindly stumbling through the desert, the chanting echoing behind me. I ran until my lungs burned, until the desert stretched endlessly before me, an unforgiving emptiness. I never looked back. I never returned to Harmony Ridge. But the bronze dust still clings to my memories. The sweet, metallic scent still lingers in my nightmares. And I still wonder, with a chilling certainty, what truly happened to Anna in that unholy circle. What grotesque transformation she underwent under that pulsating green light. I still wonder if, somewhere in that desolate expanse, the ritual continues. Story 39. The buzzing fluorescent lights of the diner hummed, a discordant chorus against the oppressive silence. We, Maya, Elias, Josh, and I pulled off Highway 1 into this relic, lured by the promise of hot coffee and a break from the endless, winding road. The place looked deserted. Dust coated the Venel booths, thick as fallen snow. A single, fly-specked menu lay open on the counter, its plastic cover yellowed with age. I rang the small bell perched on the counter, its tinny jingle echoing through the empty space. A moment later, a woman emerged from the back, her movements slow, deliberate. She wore a stained, once white uniform, several sizes too large, and her hair, a faded blonde, was pulled back tightly, exposing a gaunt face. Her smile, when she finally offered it, didn't quite reach her eyes. They remained fixed, unsettlingly vacant. "Welcome to the Starlight Diner," she said, her voice flat, toneless. "What can I get for you?" We ordered coffee, some fries, and a slice of apple pie for Josh, the eternal optimist among us. The waitress shuffled back into the kitchen, the silence returning, heavier now, thick with an unspoken tension. I looked at Maya, her usual bright demeanor replaced by a nervous fidgeting. Elias, ever the stoic, stared out the window, his gaze fixed on something unseen in the gathering twilight. The coffee arrived, lukewarm and weak. The fries were limp, and Josh's apple pie, when it finally materialized, looked suspiciously congealed. Yet, we ate, driven by a knowing hunger that went beyond simple appetite. It was a primal need, a desperate attempt to fill the growing emptiness within us. The creeping unease that seemed to emanate from the waitress, from the very walls of the diner itself. The waitress refilled our cups, her movements still slow, almost mechanical. She never spoke unless spoken to, her responses brief, clipped. Her eyes, those unsettlingly vacant eyes, never left us. It was as if she was studying us, dissecting us, peeling back the layers of our carefully constructed personas. So, I attempted to break the oppressive silence. Been running this place long. The waitress paused, a flicker of something. Perhaps amusement, perhaps annoyance crossing her face. A while, she finally said. People come, people go. Some stay longer than others. The statement hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. I glanced at Elias. He was staring at the waitress now, his usual detached demeanor replaced by an intense focus, an unnerving scrutiny. He opened his mouth to speak, but the waitress interrupted. "You folks traveling far?" she asked, her voice still flat, but now laced with a subtle edge, a hint of something almost predatory. We mumbled something about a road trip, about seeing the California coast. The waitress nodded, her vacant gaze returning to me. "There are places in California," she said slowly. "Places you shouldn't go. Places that hold things best left undisturbed." But the conversation died, choked by the weight of her words. The silence returned, heavier than before, suffocating us. We finished our meal quickly, a collective desire to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the diner, the unnerving presence of the waitress, consuming us. We paid, leaving a generous tip, a desperate plea for safe passage. As we stepped back out into the twilight, the waitress stood in the doorway, her gaunt figure silhouetted against the dim light of the diner. Her smile, wider now, almost grotesque, followed us. "Safe travels," she said, her voice echoing in the stillness. "And be careful where you go. Not all roads lead where you expect." We drove in silence, the weight of the encounter pressing down on us. The setting sun painted the sky in bruised purples and oranges, a disturbingly beautiful backdrop to our growing unease. Miles passed before anyone spoke. It was Josh, ever the optimist, who finally broke the silence. "Creepy place," he said, his voice strained, lacking its usual cheerfulness. "Definitely off the beaten path." No one responded. We drove on, the road stretching endlessly before us, a dark ribbon wending through the increasingly desolate landscape. As darkness descended, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw the faint glow of the Starlight Diner, its fluorescent lights buzzing, a beacon in the encroaching night. And within that glow, I could almost see the waitress, her vacant eyes fixed on us, her grotesque smile promising something terrifying. The road curved sharply, and the image vanished. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination. But the unease remained, a cold knot in my stomach. The waitress's words echoed in my mind. "Not all roads lead where you expect." I gripped the steering wheel tighter, a sudden, chilling certainty washing over me. We were lost, not just on the road, but somewhere deeper, somewhere far more terrifying. And the waitress, with her vacant eyes and her unsettling smile, she knew exactly where we were going. She knew exactly what awaited us. Story 40. The chipped ceramic rabbit, clutched in my clammy hand, offered little comfort. I pulled into the rest stop, its harsh sodium lights carving a lonely island in the overwhelming blackness of the California night. My bladder, full from miles of lukewarm gas station coffee, screamed for relief. The rest stop, frankly, looked deserted. But the insistent pressure in my lower abdomen overruled any budding apprehension. Inside, the air hung thick, heavy with the cloying scent of disinfectant and something vaguely metallic. Something almost coppery. The fluorescent hum vibrated through the stark white tiles, each flicker amplifying the unsettling emptiness. A single vending machine hunched in the corner, its plastic window displaying rows of stale, cellophane-wrapped sandwiches. I made a quick pit stop, my eyes darting nervously around the cramped space. The silence, punctuated only by the insistent buzzing overhead, felt oppressive. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake off the growing unease. The metallic tang lingered, clinging to the back of my throat. I grabbed a paper towel, wiping my hands, my reflection staring back, eyes wide with a nascent fear I couldn't quite place. Back outside. The night air felt marginally better, less sterile, but the oppressive quiet remained. And then I saw it, a figure standing near the edge of the light pool, obscured by the wavering shadows. Tall and impossibly still. My heart, which had been thudding a nervous rhythm against my ribs, stuttered. I told myself it was just another traveler taking a break, enjoying the solitude. But something about their absolute stillness felt wrong. I walked towards my vintage Corolla, the chipped ceramic rabbit, a flea market find from earlier that day, digging into my palm. Its smooth, glazed surface offered a small, tactile reassurance against the growing unease. As I reached the driver's side door, the figure moved. Not a sudden movement, but a slow, deliberate glide, as if sliding through the darkness rather than walking. It stopped at the edge of the light, its form more defined now. It wore a long, dark robe, the fabric clinging to its gaunt frame. Its head was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, casting its face in shadow. My hand trembled as I fumbled with the keys, dropping them with a clatter onto the asphalt. The figure didn't react, didn't even flinch. It simply stood there, its presence radiating an unnerving intensity. I bent to retrieve the keys, my eyes fixed on the shadowy figure. When I straightened up, it was closer. Much closer. Close enough that I could see a faint, pulsating green light emanating from beneath the brim of its hat. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of unease. I scrambled into the car, slamming the door, locking it with a frantic click. The engine turned over, thankfully, on the first try. I reversed out of the parking space, my tires spitting gravel as I floored the accelerator, leaving the rest stop and its silent inhabitant behind. Miles down the highway, my heart still hammering against my ribs, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just the empty highway stretching behind me, illuminated by my taillights. I took a shaky breath, trying to convince myself it was just my overactive imagination, fueled by too much caffeine and the unsettling emptiness of the rest stop. Then, I saw it. Reflected in the rearview mirror, the figure, standing in the middle of the highway, bathed in the red glow of my brake lights. It hadn't run, it hadn't chased. It had simply appeared. There. As if transported. The pulsating green light beneath its hat seemed brighter now, almost blinding. And in its hand, it held something. Something small and white. My breath hitched in my throat. It was a chipped ceramic rabbit, identical to the one clutched in my hand. Only, this one was smeared with something dark. Something that gleamed faintly in the dim light. Something that looked disturbingly like blood. The car behind me blared its horn, jolting me back to the present. I swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision. The figure in my rearview mirror vanishing as I spun the wheel. When I looked back, the highway was empty again. Just the endless black ribbon of asphalt unwinding before me. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. The chipped ceramic rabbit in my hand felt cold, heavy, and slick. I tried to drop it, but my fingers refused to unclench. The metallic, coppery scent filled the car, now overpowering, almost suffocating. It no longer smelled vaguely of blood. It smelled exactly like blood. My blood. The pulsating green light reappeared in the rearview mirror, closer this time. Much closer. And the figure, its face still hidden beneath the wide-brimmed hat, seemed to be smiling. A wide, grotesque smile that promised nothing but oblivion. I slammed on the brakes, the car screeching in protest. The green light filled the rearview mirror, consuming everything. And then, there was silence. A profound, unsettling silence that stretched on, broken only by the faint, rhythmic tapping of something hard against the car window. Something small. Something ceramic. Something holding a chipped, ceramic rabbit. Story 42. The rest stop, bathed in the weak, orange glow of sodium lamps, seemed to suck the color from everything. Even Anna's usually vibrant floral dress appeared muted, almost gray. I, James, stretched my legs, stiff from hours of driving, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. Anna hummed a nervous little tune, a habit she had when uneasy. This particular rest stop, tucked between desolate California hills, radiated a peculiar quiet, devoid of the usual hum of insects. The air, thick with the smell of pine needles and something vaguely metallic, felt heavy, oppressive. A group huddled near the picnic tables, their backs to us, initially escaped my notice. As I scanned the deserted parking lot, my gaze returned to them. 5 figures, draped in what looked like long, bronze robes. Their absolute stillness, unsettling in the gathering gloom, pricked at my unease. Anna, oblivious, rummaged through our cooler, searching for snacks. I watched the robed figures. They hadn't moved. They hadn't even shifted their weight. It was the kind of stillness that belongs to statues, not living beings. "James," Anna called, her voice echoing unnaturally in the quiet. "Want a peach?" I forced a smile. The metallic scent suddenly stronger. "No, thanks, love." I walked towards her, my footsteps loud against the gravel, trying to shake the creeping feeling of wrongness. The robed figures remained motionless. As we ate our meager meal, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Finally, I directed my attention towards them, a silent question. The figures, as if on cue, turned. Their faces, hidden beneath intricately carved wooden masks, offered no human expression. The masks, grotesque parodies of human features, seemed to absorb the dim light. The eyes, empty sockets staring vacantly ahead, sent a shiver down my spine. They remained silent, their stillness amplifying the already oppressive quiet. Anna, finally acknowledging their presence, shifted uncomfortably beside me. "They're a bit creepy, aren't they?" she whispered. I nodded, my voice trapped in my throat. The figures began to move, their movements slow, deliberate, almost robotic. They rose from the picnic tables, their robes swirling around them, and started walking towards us. Their silence, unbroken by footsteps or the rustle of fabric, was deeply unnerving. A primal instinct, screaming danger, urged me to flee. I grabbed Anna's hand, pulling her towards our vintage Mustang. "Let's go," I muttered, my voice tight with a fear I couldn't explain. The figures, showing no sign of haste, continued their approach. Their movements, though slow, seemed to cover ground with unnatural speed. The distance between us shrank alarmingly. Anna, sensing my panic, stumbled beside me. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice trembling. I didn't answer, fumbling with the car keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The figures were close now, their masked faces looming in the twilight. I could smell the bronze pigment of their robes, mixed with that unsettling metallic scent, now almost overpowering. I managed to unlock the car, shoving Anna inside. As I scrambled into the driver's seat, the figures closed in, forming a silent circle around the car. Their masked faces, inches from the windows, stared through the glass, their empty sockets burning into me. Their silence was a physical presence, pressing against the car, against my chest, stealing my breath. I slammed the car into reverse, the tires spitting gravel. The figures remained motionless, their circle unbroken. As I sped away, their grotesque masks, illuminated by the receding taillights, seemed to shrink in the distance. But their silent, watchful presence lingered, a chilling promise that they would follow. We drove for hours, the silence in the car thick with unspoken terror. Every shadow seemed to hold the shape of those masked figures. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the whisper of their bronze robes. We didn't stop until we reached the relative safety of a brightly lit gas station, the fluorescent lights a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of the rest stop. Anna, her face pale, finally broke the silence. "What were they, James?" I shook my head, unable to articulate the horror I had witnessed. I didn't have an answer, I still don't. But I know, with a chilling certainty, that we were not meant to leave that rest stop. We had stumbled into something ancient, something unholy. And though we escaped that night, a part of us, A sliver of our sanity remained trapped within that silent circle, amongst those masked figures, forever bound to the unsettling quiet of that forgotten place between the California hills. Story 43. The fluorescent lights hummed, a lonely, flickering symphony in the morning gloom of the Starlight Diner. Outside, the Nevada desert stretched, a vast, indifferent canvas of muted grays and blues. I'd been driving for 14 hours, hauling a load of sheds to Reno, and the promise of hot coffee and something crazy had pulled me off the highway. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Darlene, shuffled over, her pen poised above a stained notepad. I ordered coffee, 2 eggs over easy, bacon crisp, and hash browns. Darlene nodded, her lips barely moving, and retreated to the kitchen. I swiveled on the cracked vinyl stool, taking in the diner's sparse clientele. A lone trucker nursed a cup at the counter, his cap pulled low, his face hidden in shadow. An elderly couple sat in a booth by the window, their heads bent close together in quiet conversation. The air hung thick with the smell of stale coffee and frying grease. My coffee arrived, steaming and black. Darlene refilled my mug twice before my food arrived. As I ate, I noticed the elderly couple staring at me. Their gaze wasn't hostile, exactly more like a profound, unnerving curiosity. I tried to ignore them, focusing on the rhythmic scrape of my fork against my plate. But their scrutiny was relentless. It felt like they were looking through me, not at me. Their eyes, magnified by thick lenses, seemed to absorb the meager light, reflecting nothing back. When I finished eating, I paid Darlene, avoiding the couple's gaze. Back in the cab of my truck, I rolled down the window, letting the cool desert air wash over me. I started the engine, the rumble a comforting vibration against the unsettling quiet. As I pulled back onto the highway, I glanced back at the diner. The elderly couple stood by the window, watching me. They hadn't moved. They still hadn't blinked. Miles later, the image of their unblinking eyes still lingered. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the unsettling memory. I needed to stop somewhere, stretch my legs, clear my head. A few miles down the road, a sign advertised a scenic overlook. I pulled over, grateful for the opportunity to escape the confines of my cab. The overlook offered a panoramic view of the vast desert, bathed in the harsh light of the rising sun. The landscape was desolate, beautiful, and utterly indifferent to my presence. As I stretched, I noticed a figure in the distance. It was small, almost childlike, standing motionless against the horizon. Curiosity and a growing unease propelled me forward. The figure remained perfectly still, its back to me. As I approached, I realized it was wearing a robe, a faded bronze color that blended seamlessly with the desert landscape. I called out, my voice echoing strangely in the vast stillness. The figure didn't respond. I stopped a few feet away, hesitant to approach any closer. Something about the figure's absolute stillness, its utter lack of acknowledgement, sent a shiver down my spine. "Hello," I called out again, my voice louder this time. Still no response. I took another step forward. The figure remained motionless. I could now see its head was covered, wrapped in the same bronze cloth as its robe. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. The figure slowly turned. Its head remained bowed, the brown cloth obscuring its face. Then, with an unnervingly deliberate movement, it raised its head. The cloth fell away, revealing not a face, but a smooth, porcelain surface. It was a doll's head, its painted features frozen in a serene, unsettling smile. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. The doll didn't move. It simply stood there, its porcelain face inches from mine, its painted smile unwavering. Then another figure emerged from behind a rocky outcrop. Then another and another, all dressed in identical brown robes, their heads all smooth porcelain, their painted smiles all identically unsettling. They formed a silent circle around me, their porcelain faces turned towards me, their painted smiles unwavering. A low, guttural murmuring began, emanating from the dolls themselves. It wasn't a language I recognized. It sounded more like a rhythmic drone, a discordant chorus vibrating through the very air. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble. The dolls remained motionless, their porcelain faces fixed on me, their painted smiles widening ever so slightly. The murmuring intensified, vibrating through my bones. The ground shook violently now, cracks appearing in the parched earth. The dolls began to move, their movements jerky, unnatural. Their circle tightened, their porcelain faces inches from mine, their painted smiles promising something beyond comprehension. The murmuring became a chant, a rhythmic, guttural drone that echoed through the desert. The ground beneath me opened, a gaping chasm swallowing the dry earth. The dolls closed in, their porcelain faces looming, their painted smiles now grotesque parodies of human expression. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the ground shaking so violently I could barely stand. And then, I was falling, plunging into the darkness, the porcelain faces and painted smiles the last thing I saw. The humming, the chanting, the porcelain smiles. They're still with me, even now. They're etched into my memory. A terrifying reminder of the day I stumbled upon the dolls in the desert. I sometimes wonder what happened to Darlene, to the trucker, to the elderly couple. I wonder if they too fell victim to the dolls, swallowed by the earth. I wonder if they too are still trapped, somewhere in that forgotten place between worlds. Their screams echoing unheard in the vast, indifferent emptiness of the desert. I haven't stopped at a diner since. I can't. I see their faces in every window, their smiles in every reflection. I hear their chanting in every quiet moment. The desert waits. And the dolls are always watching. Story 44. The Craigslist had promised an authentic, artistic retreat. Harmony Ridge. Nestled deep within the Mendocino redwoods. A place to reconnect with your creative spirit. Anna, ever the intrepid social butterfly, convinced me it was the perfect antidote to my post-grad existential dread. Plus, I, James, the resident geology nerd, always held a secret fascination with the alleged Bigfoot sightings in the area. 2 birds, 1 stone. Harmony Ridge was, well, less charming than the online brochure suggested. Ramshackle cabins clung precariously to the hillside, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin. The promised vibrant artistic community consisted mostly of intensely private individuals who offered vague smiles and evasive answers to our enthusiastic questions. The first red flag, though I stubbornly refused to acknowledge it at the time, was the unnerving quiet. The forest, usually alive with the chirping of unseen insects, held a disquieting stillness. The only sound was a faint, rhythmic thumping resonating from somewhere deep within the woods. The second, more blatant red flag appeared during the communal dinner. The usual cheerful chatter was replaced by a gravelly murmuring. Their faces, illuminated by flickering candlelight, seemed elongated, their teeth oddly pointed. Anna, bless her optimistic heart, chalked it up to local eccentricity. Me, I started discreetly clutching my trusty geology hammer. That night, the thumping intensified. It vibrated through the thin cabin walls, a relentless, primal pulse against my eardrum. I lay awake, Anna snoring softly beside me, every rustle of leaves sounding like approaching footsteps. Then, a new sound emerged, a low, almost melodic chanting, weaving itself into the rhythmic thumping. The next morning, Anna was buzzing with excitement about a clearing she'd discovered. A clearing, she insisted, where the residents held some sort of unique tribal ritual. I voiced my concerns about trespassing, but Anna, fueled by her anthropological curiosity, was already halfway there. The clearing was bathed in an eerie green light. In the center stood a large metal contraption, humming softly. Around it, the residents danced, their movements jerky and unsettlingly synchronized. They wore brown robes, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. Anna, ever the documentarian, started filming. Me, I just wanted to leave. Now. As the ritual intensified, The chanting grew louder, morphing into a series of gravelly growls. The figures began to move faster, their limbs lengthening, their bodies twisting at impossible angles. The green light pulsed, becoming almost blinding. That's when I noticed it. The figures weren't human. They were something else. Something taller, hairier. Something with glowing, obsidian claws. Panic erupted. Anna screamed, dropping her camera. The figures turned towards us, their masked faces looming. One, larger than the rest, its mask resembling a canine skull, detached itself from the group. It moved towards us with an unnerving grace, its obsidian claws flashing. We ran. We scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping against our faces, the chanting echoing behind us. Anna, always the faster runner, pulled ahead. I stumbled, falling to my knees. The ground shook violently. The chanting stopped. I looked up. The dog-like figure stood over me, its massive form silhouetted against the pulsating green light. Its mask, inches from my face, revealed a terrifying rictus grin. Then, everything went black. I woke up hours later, disoriented and covered in dirt. The forest was silent, the green light gone. Anna was nowhere to be found. Her camera lay beside me, its screen cracked. I picked it up, my hands shaking, and pressed play. The shaky footage showed the ritual, the figures transforming, then Anna, screaming, being consumed by the dog-like creature. The final frame. A blurry image of the creature's mask, its terrifying rictus grin seared itself into my memory. I ran. I kept running, ignoring the scrapes and bruises, the gnawing hunger, the growing certainty that something was following me. I didn't stop until I reached the highway, flagging down the first car I saw. The driver, a tired-looking trucker, listened patiently as I recounted my story, my voice trembling, my words filled with a frantic energy. He nodded slowly, a strange smile playing across his lips. "Harmony Ridge," he said, his voice raspy. Strange things happen there. He reached into the glove compartment, pulling out a small, leather-bound journal. "You might find this interesting." The journal, filled with spidery handwriting and disturbing sketches, chronicled the driver's own encounter with the creatures of Harmony Ridge. It detailed a grotesque ritual, a monstrous transformation, and a chilling realization. The creatures, he wrote, weren't just Bigfoot. They were something far more ancient, far more sinister. They were guardians of a forgotten place between worlds. A place where the veil between reality and nightmare was thin. A place where humans were merely ingredients. He flipped to a particular entry, a crude drawing of a figure with a canine skull and obsidian claws. Beneath it, a single word was scrawled: Dogman. Then he pointed to a small, circular device tucked inside the journal's cover. A device, he explained, that emitted a low, rhythmic thrumming. A thrumming, he said with a disturbingly serene smile, that attracted them. He started the engine, his smile widening. "Harmony Creek awaits," he whispered, the thrumming device resonating softly. And as we drove back towards the towering redwoods, the violet California twilight deepening around us, I knew I would never truly escape Harmony Ridge. I knew the forest, the creatures, the chanting, it would follow me. Forever. Story 45. The Shasta Trinity National Forest loomed, vast and impenetrable. Its towering pines whispered secrets, older than human memory. I, Marcus, perpetually clutching my trusty compass, felt a thrill course through me. This wasn't just a hunt for Bigfoot, this was a pilgrimage into the unknown. Anna, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, chattered excitedly about potential Bigfoot evidence. James, our resident cryptozoologist, muttered insightful comments about primate vocalizations. Elias, the fourth member of our intrepid band, remained unnervingly silent, his gaze fixed on the dense foliage. We followed a barely discernible trail, deeper into the forest's embrace. Days blurred into a monotonous rhythm of broken twigs, rustling leaves, and the distant cries of unseen birds. Our initial excitement waned, replaced by a creeping unease. The forest, Once welcoming, now felt watchful, its silent observation a tangible weight. The usual forest sounds, once comforting, now seemed to mock our intrusion. Every shadow held the potential for something unseen, something waiting. On the third day, the air grew heavy, thick with an unfamiliar, metallic scent. James, usually exuberant, grew quiet, his face pale. He claimed the air felt strange, charged with an unnatural energy. Anna dismissed it as his overactive imagination. I, however, felt a prickle of unease. Something felt profoundly wrong. That night, around a crackling campfire, we heard it. A rhythmic tapping, not the steady beat of a woodpecker, but something slower, more deliberate, almost metallic. It echoed through the trees, growing steadily louder, closer. Anna nervously joked about a forest percussionist. James, his face illuminated by the flickering flames, looked genuinely disturbed. Elias remained silent, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the firelight. The tapping stopped abruptly. A gravelly growl echoed through the trees, a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard. It was deep, resonant, almost canine. Anna gripped my arm, her breath catching in her throat. James scrambled for his camera, muttering something about finally capturing authentic Bigfoot audio. Elias slowly stood, his hand reaching for the hunting knife strapped to his thigh. A figure emerged from the trees. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form silhouetted against the dying embers of our fire. It moved with an unnerving grace, its limbs abnormally long and strangely jointed. As it stepped into the firelight, we could see its face, or what remained of it, a grotesque, canine muzzle stretched across a vaguely human skull. Its eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, fixed on us with predatory hunger. This wasn't Bigfoot. This was something far more terrifying, the dogman. Terror choked my scream. Anna whimpered, her grip tightening on my arm. James, frozen in place, fumbled with his camera. Elias, however, met the creature's gaze, his hand still gripping his knife. The dogman let out another growl, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the very ground beneath our feet. It took a step closer, its massive frame towering over us. The metallic scent intensified, now almost overpowering, mixed with something sickeningly sweet, like rotting meat. Elias lunged, his knife flashing in the firelight. He slashed at the creature's leg, a desperate, futile attempt. The dogman recoiled, a gravelly cry escaping its gaping maw. The knife, however, seemed to have little effect, barely scratching its thick hide. The creature's eyes narrowed, its gaze locking onto Elias. It moved with terrifying speed, its elongated limbs blurring in the firelight. Before any of us could react, it swiped at Elias, its massive claws raking across his chest. A sickening crunch echoed through the trees as Elias crumpled to the ground, his scream cut short. Panic erupted. Anna screamed, scrambling backwards. James, finally finding his wits, fumbled with the camera, capturing blurry images of the unfolding horror. I, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as the dogman turned its attention towards Anna. The creature lunged, its claws flashing. Anna screamed again, a desperate, heart-wrenching sound that would forever echo in my nightmares. The dogman pinned her to the ground, its grotesque muzzle inches from her face. Its glowing green eyes, filled with a primal malice, bored into hers. A sickening crunch echoed through the trees, followed by a chilling silence. James, his face ashen, continued filming, his shaky footage capturing the grotesque tableau. I, finally finding my voice, screamed at the creature, a primal roar born of pure terror and despair. The dogman looked up, its eyes fixed on me. It let out a low growl, a sound that resonated deep within my bones. Then, with a final, dismissive glance at its latest victim, it turned and disappeared back into the darkness, its terrifying laughter echoing through the trees. James and I, the only survivors of this horrifying encounter, stumbled through the darkened forest, driven by pure adrenaline. We ran until our lungs burned, until the sounds of the forest faded into the distance, until the first rays of dawn painted the sky with a sickly violet hue. We never spoke of that night again. We never returned to the Shasta Trinity National Forest. The memory of the dogman, its grotesque visage, its terrifying laughter, its predatory hunger, remains etched into my very being. A chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk within the shadows, waiting to be unleashed. I still wonder, sometimes, if the metallic scent still clings to me. A permanent reminder of the night we encountered the dogman, the night the forest claimed our friends, the night we glimpsed the monstrous reality lurking beneath the surface of our world. Story 47. The towering redwoods of Mendocino National Forest dwarfed me, their needles weaving a tapestry of green and gold against the late afternoon sun. I, a solitary hiker seeking solace on a secluded trail, relished the crisp forest air, the quiet symphony of rustling leaves and chattering birds. This untouched wilderness offered a welcome reprieve from the incessant demands of city life. My boots crunched on the packed earth, the rhythmic sound a comforting counterpoint to the silence. I was miles from the nearest trailhead, reveling in the isolation. This was exactly the kind of escape I'd craved. A faint, almost metallic scent drifted on the breeze. I paused, inhaling deeply, trying to place it. It was unfamiliar, vaguely sweet, yet unsettling. I dismissed it as a trick of the senses, pushing deeper into the emerald embrace of the ancient forest. The trail narrowed, winding through increasingly dense stands of trees. The light dimmed, the sun now a hazy glow filtered through the thick canopy. The silence intensified, the natural symphony fading to a disquieting hush. It felt as though I was being watched. A primal unease prickled at the back of my neck. I stopped, scanning the surrounding woods. Shadows danced among the trees, playing tricks on my eyes. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded amplified, magnified in the unsettling quiet. The metallic scent returned, stronger now, almost cloying. I could feel my pulse quickening, my breath catching in my throat. Then I saw it, a clearing, bathed in an eerie green light. In the center stood a figure, unlike anything I'd ever encountered. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form shrouded in shadow. I could make out elongated limbs, a massive frame that dwarfed the surrounding redwoods. It stood motionless, a silent sentinel in the heart of the clearing. My initial reaction was disbelief. This couldn't be real. It had to be a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination. But the metallic scent, now overpowering, and the growing dread in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. The figure moved. It took a step forward, its movement sinuous, almost unnervingly graceful. The green light intensified, pulsating with a rhythmic thrumming that vibrated through the ground beneath my feet. The creature, for that's what it was, emerged further from the shadows. It was bipedal, walking upright, but its form was grotesquely distorted. Its limbs were disproportionately long, its body covered in coarse, dark fur. Its head was canine, a wolf-like muzzle stretched across a skull that seemed too large for its frame. Its eyes, glowing green in the unnatural light, were fixed on me, a predatory intelligence glinting within their depths. This was no ordinary wolf. This was something ancient, something terrifying. The dogman, I realized, recalling whispered legends of a creature said to roam these remote forests. A creature that protected its territory with savage ferocity. A creature that I had unwittingly stumbled upon. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through my disbelief. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was frozen in place, paralyzed by the sheer horror of what I was witnessing. The dogman continued its approach. Its silent, deliberate movements amplifying the sense of impending doom. The rhythmic thrumming intensified, vibrating through my bones, a terrifying prelude to the violence I knew was coming. The metallic scent became almost unbearable, a sickeningly sweet odor that clung to the back of my throat. The green light pulsed faster, bathing the clearing in an unholy glow. The dogman stopped a few feet away, its massive frame towering over me. Its eyes, burning with an almost supernatural intensity, bored into mine. I could feel its breath, hot and rancid, on my face. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the rhythmic thrumming of the green light and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then it spoke. Not with words, but with a gravelly growl that echoed through the clearing, a sound that vibrated with primal malice. It was a sound that promised pain, a sound that heralded death. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. This was it. This was the end. A sickening crunch echoed through the forest, the sound of bones shattering under immense pressure. A scream, choked and brief, pierced the silence. Then nothing. Only the rhythmic thrumming of the green light, the cloying metallic scent, and the terrifying silence of the ancient forest. The dogman had claimed its territory, and I, a lone hiker seeking solace, had become its latest victim. Story 48. The chipped ceramic rabbit perched precariously on the dashboard vibrated with every pothole. Anna, perpetually knitting even on road trips, muttered something about uneven terrain. Her needles clicked, a rhythmic counterpoint to the low hum of the tires on the asphalt. A lullaby against the growing unease in my stomach. Silas, our self-proclaimed resident cryptozoologist, chattered excitedly about the possibility of finally documenting undiscovered cryptids. James, usually our voice of reason, remained unnervingly silent, his gaze fixed on the dense redwood forest encroaching on both sides of the highway. He gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white under the fading violet California twilight. We were headed to Harmony Ridge, an isolated artist colony nestled deep within the Mendocino National Forest. The online brochure promised a vibrant artistic community, a sanctuary for creative rejuvenation. I, personally, craved the solitude, the escape from the tedious routine, the chance to finally capture the breathtaking coastal landscapes I'd always envisioned. The road narrowed. The towering redwoods blocked out almost all sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The usual cheerful chatter faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet. Even Anna Needles stilled. A strange energy permeated everything. A primal instinct, buried deep within my subconscious, whispered warnings. We should turn back. This place isn't right. Then, it happened. A massive, hulking shape lumbered across the highway. It moved with an unnerving grace, its silhouette momentarily blotting out the last vestiges of twilight. A collective gasp echoed through the small confines of the car. Silas, usually exuberant, was momentarily stunned into silence. James slammed on the brakes, the tires spitting gravel. The car swerved violently, narrowly avoiding a collision. We all stared, speechless, at the spot where the creature had disappeared into the dense undergrowth. It was taller than any human, broader, covered in thick, dark hair. There was no mistaking it. We had just seen a Bigfoot. Silas, recovering first, let out a whoop of excitement. "Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you." "I told you they existed." He fumbled for his phone, already envisioning the blurry, shaky footage that would cement his place in cryptozoological history. Anna, pale and trembling, clutched her knitting needles like a weapon. James remained silent, his eyes fixed on the dark forest, a chilling certainty washing over him. The initial shock gave way to a nervous excitement. We had seen something incredible, something few people ever witness. Silas, fueled by a manic energy, insisted we pursue the creature immediately. James, his usual bravado replaced by a grim determination, voiced concerns about the potential dangers lurking within these remote woods. Anna, though clearly terrified, agreed with Silas. She wanted proof, concrete evidence to dispel the growing unease that gnawed at her. Despite my better judgment, I found myself swept along by their enthusiasm. The lure of the unknown, the thrill of discovery, overruled the primal instinct screaming at me to turn back. We followed a barely discernible trail into the dense undergrowth. The towering redwoods blocked out almost all light. The forest floor a treacherous obstacle course of fallen branches and tangled roots. The air grew thick, heavy with an unfamiliar, almost metallic scent. The usual forest sounds, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, were replaced by an unsettling silence. As we ventured deeper, the silence intensified. It became oppressive, suffocating. We walked in a tight formation, our flashlights casting eerie shadows that danced among the massive redwood trunks. Every rustle, every snap of a twig, sounded amplified, distorted. The forest seemed to be watching us, waiting. Then we heard it. A low, croaky murmuring, echoing through the trees. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Silas, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity, gripped his phone tighter, whispering about finally capturing authentic Bigfoot audio. Anna, her breath coming in ragged gasps, clutched my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin. James, his face pale and drawn, scanned the surrounding forest, his hand resting on the hunting knife strapped to his thigh. He no longer looked like the perpetually optimistic travel companion I knew. He looked like a man bracing himself for a fight. He looked like a man accepting his fate. The murmuring grew louder, closer. It morphed into a rhythmic chanting, a discordant chorus vibrating through the very ground beneath our feet. The trees seemed to sway in time with the chant, their branches intertwining above, forming a grotesque canopy that obscured the already fading light. The metallic scent intensified, becoming almost overpowering, a cloying sweetness that clung to the back of my throat. A primal terror gripped me, a chilling certainty that we had stumbled into something far more ancient, far more sinister, than a simple Bigfoot sighting. The forest wasn't watching us. It was waiting for us. And the chanting was a terrifying prelude to whatever ritual was about to unfold. Story 49. The towering granite faces of Yosemite, impassive, ancient, seemed to mock our petty human dramas, our search for the extraordinary. Anna, my ever-optimistic girlfriend, chattered excitedly about finally capturing definitive Bigfoot evidence. I, James, remained skeptical, yet intrigued by the prospect. The internet buzzed with blurry photos, grainy videos, whispered stories of a creature lurking within these ancient woods. We, armed with our camping gear and a borrowed camcorder, aimed to find truth nestled amongst the towering pines. Our designated campsite, nestled deep within the valley, felt strangely isolated. The usual symphony of forest sounds, the chirping crickets, the rustling leaves, felt muted, almost suppressed. A peculiar quiet, a disquieting stillness, settled over the darkening woods. Anna, oblivious to my growing unease, set about preparing dinner. I, however, found myself drawn to the edge of the campsite, peering into the deepening shadows. Something felt wrong. A primal instinct whispered warnings I couldn't quite decipher. Later, huddled around our crackling campfire, the flames offered little comfort against the encroaching darkness. Anna, ever the intrepid explorer, recounted local legends, tales of strange encounters, unexplained phenomena. I, usually entertained by her enthusiasm, found myself increasingly unnerved. The forest, usually a source of tranquility, now seemed menacing, watchful. Every shadow seemed pregnant with unseen entities. Then it happened. A rhythmic thumping, low, resonant, vibrated through the ground, through our very bones. Anna, initially dismissive, attributing the sound to falling branches, or perhaps a distant rock slide, soon shared my growing apprehension. The thumping intensified, accompanied by a croaky murmuring, echoing eerily through the trees. We, frozen in place, fear tightening its icy grip, watched as a figure emerged from the darkness. Tall, impossibly tall, it stood silhouetted against the flickering flames. Covered in thick, dark hair, its form seemed almost human, yet distorted, somehow wrong. It moved with an unnerving grace, its long limbs lengthening, twisting at unnatural angles. We, paralyzed by terror, could only watch as it approached. The camcorder, clutched tightly in my trembling hand, captured the horrifying spectacle unfolding before us. Anna, beside me, whimpered, her usual exuberance replaced by stark terror. The creature stopped inches from the firelight, its massive frame towering over us. Its face, partially obscured by shadow, held a disturbing intelligence, a predatory hunger glinting within its depths. Then it spoke. Not a roar, not a growl, but a series of gravelly clicks and whistles, a language both alien and unsettlingly familiar. It gestured towards Anna, a long, skeletal finger pointing directly at her. A silent command. An unspoken terror. The creature then turned its gaze towards me. Its eyes, glowing faintly in the firelight, seemed to pierce through my very soul. I understood then. This wasn't a simple observation. This was a ritual, a sacrifice, and we unwitting intruders were the chosen participants. The moral dilemma slammed into me. Run, abandon Anna, save myself. Or, stay, face the unknown, perhaps share her fate. The primal instinct for self-preservation warred with a desperate, irrational loyalty. The camcorder, still running, captured my internal struggle. My horrified fascination, my growing certainty that we would not survive the night. The creature lunged, its massive claws raking across Anna's face. Her scream, a desperate sound tearing through the quiet night, was quickly silenced. The camcorder tumbled from my grasp, capturing a final, horrifying image of Anna being consumed, her form disappearing into the creature's monstrous embrace. I ran, blindly stumbling through the darkened forest, branches whipping against my face. The creature's gravelly chanting echoing behind me, pursuing me, hunting me. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave way, until I collapsed, gasping for breath, into a small, moonlit clearing. The chanting stopped. The silence, now amplified, became almost unbearable. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was not alone. The creature, still hidden within the shadows, was watching me, waiting for me. Then, a different sound emerged. A rhythmic tapping, metallic, almost hypnotic. It grew steadily louder, closer. I turned, my heart hammering against my ribs, to see another figure emerge from the trees. Smaller than the first, this one resembled a child. Its face, obscured by a crudely fashioned mask, held a disturbingly serene smile. It held a small, polished stone, its surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. It raised its hand, the stone clutched tightly within its small fist, and began tapping it against a larger, jagged boulder. The rhythmic tapping resonated through the clearing, through my very being, a terrifying lullaby heralding my inevitable demise. Other figures emerged, children, all wearing similar masks, all holding similar stones. They formed a circle around me, their tapping growing louder, faster, more insistent. The clearing, bathed in an eerie green light emanating from their stones, became a terrifying stage, a grotesque theater where I, the unwitting audience, was about to witness my own final act. The camcorder, lying broken amidst the leaves, captured the final, horrifying frames of my ordeal, a silent testament to the horrors lurking within these ancient woods. The tapping intensified, becoming almost unbearable. The green light pulsed, brighter, faster. The children closed in. My scream, a desperate sound swallowed by the forest, went unheard. The last image captured by the camcorder, before being crushed beneath a small, bronze-colored foot, showed the children's painted smiles widening, becoming almost predatory, promising something beyond human comprehension. Something truly horrific. The ritual continued, its terrifying rhythm echoing through the trees, a silent promise that Harmony Creek awaits. Story 51. The bronze dust, still clinging to my clothes, itches. It's a phantom itch, a reminder of the dust that coated everything in Harmony Ridge. But it's not just dust, it's the dust of that place, of what happened there. It's ingrained in the fibers of my being, a permanent stain on my soul. Silas is gone, Anna is gone, and James, God, James. His vacant stare, his jerky movements mimicking the porcelain figures. He's gone too. We'd found the cabin on a whim, tucked deep in the folds of the Trinity National Forest. A welcome reprieve from the relentless, winding roads. Our GPS had sputtered and died miles back, the familiar blue dot blinking out like a snuffed candle. Silas, our intrepid navigator and resident geology buff, assured us he knew a shortcut, a lesser-known trail that would lead us back to civilization. He'd even produced a tattered map, its edges frayed, its surface slick with some unknown substance. Now, I realized that map was part of it, part of the lure. The cabin, nestled amongst ancient pines, appeared innocuous enough. A single porch swing swayed rhythmically, a ghostly welcome. Its paint peeled in strips, revealing layers of faded blues and greens, like a bruise ripening. Anna, perpetually optimistic, chattered excitedly about finding shelter. James, usually exuberant, remained unusually quiet, his gaze fixed on the darkened windows. I voiced my concerns about trespassing, but Silas, fueled by some manic energy, dismissed them with a wave of his perpetually dusty geology hammer. "Relax," he'd said, a strange smile playing across his lips. "No one's been here in years." He was wrong. The first night passed without incident. The crackling campfire offered a small comfort against the growing darkness. We shared stories, laughed nervously. The usual symphony of forest sounds. The chirping crickets, the rustling leaves, provided a semblance of normalcy. But as the fire died, a faint rhythmic thumping began to resonate through the stillness. I dismissed it as my overactive imagination, the product of too much coffee and a growing unease. The thumping intensified the second night, accompanied by a low, guttural murmuring. Silas, seemingly unfazed, attributed the sounds to Kunnik tribal rhythms. He'd become obsessed with the idea of documenting some ancient, undiscovered ritual. He'd even borrowed a camcorder from his younger sister, its plastic cover yellowed with age. That camcorder would capture everything, every horrifying detail of our descent into madness. On the third night, the murmuring escalated into a full-blown chant. The thumping became a frantic drumbeat. Shadowy figures emerged from the trees, their forms draped in brown robes. Their faces hidden behind intricately carved wooden masks. They moved with an unnerving grace, their movements mimicking some grotesque dance. Anna, terrified, huddled close, her breath coming in ragged gasps. James, however, seemed mesmerized, his eyes fixed on the figures, a strange smile spreading across his face. Silas, consumed by his anthropological curiosity, began filming. He moved closer to the figures, drawn in by their unsettling ritual. He'd stumbled across something, he'd whispered. Something incredible. He'd prove himself, finally. After college. The fourth night. The climax. The culmination of the ritual. The figures closed in, their circle tightening around James. Their chanting reached a fever pitch. The thumping a violent tremor. The air crackled with some unseen energy. Silas continued filming, his camera capturing blurry images of the figures raising their hands towards James, their polished obsidian blades glinting in the moonlight. A scream pierced the night, followed by a sickening crunch, then silence. Anna and I, paralyzed by terror, watched as the figures dragged James's lifeless body into the trees. Silas, still filming, followed. He seemed almost entranced, his face illuminated by the eerie green light emanating from the figures' masks. He turned towards us, his smile widening, his eyes vacant. "They've chosen him," he whispered, his voice echoing eerily through the trees. "He's one of them now." We ran, blindly stumbling through the undergrowth, the chanting pursuing us, the terrifying laughter echoing behind. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs gave out. We ran until the forest swallowed us whole. I escaped, somehow. I stumbled out of the forest, days later my clothes torn, my body bruised. My mind fractured. Anna never made it, neither did Silas. They became part of the ritual, part of Harmony Ridge, part of the dust. The bronze dust, it still itches. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that I'll never truly escape. The ritual continues, and somewhere, in the heart of the Trinity National Forest, those figures are still dancing. Their masks gleam, their blades flash, and they wait. They wait for their next chosen one, Story 52. The faded map, brittle in my trembling hands, promised an artist colony. Harmony Ridge, a sanctuary nestled deep within the Mendocino Hills. Anna, my perpetually optimistic girlfriend, chattered excitedly about pottery shards and plein air painting. I, however, felt a knot tightening in my gut. The road, barely more than a rutted track, snaked through increasingly dense redwood forests. Cell service had vanished miles ago, and the oppressive quiet of the woods pressed in on us. The first oddity was a rusted, tilting mailbox. No name, just the number 7, painted in a disturbingly cheerful shade of yellow. Anna, ever the intrepid navigator, declared it a charmingly quirky touch. I, however, found it unnerving. Several ramshackle cabins, clinging precariously to the hillside, finally appeared. They looked less charming and more like something out of a backwoods slasher film. As we pulled up to the largest cabin, a figure emerged. Tall, gaunt, with a shock of white hair. He introduced himself as Silas, the proclaimed resident artist and our host. He had a strange, intense focus in his pale blue eyes, and a disturbingly wide smile that never quite reached them. Silas welcomed us with an unnerving enthusiasm, showing us to a small, sparsely furnished cabin. He spoke at length about artistic ancient tribal immersion and his unconventional artistic pursuits, his words filled with a peculiar intensity. Anna, bless her optimistic heart, seemed genuinely enthralled. I, however, felt a growing unease. Something about Silas, about this place, felt profoundly wrong. Later that evening, as we sat around a crackling campfire, Silas introduced us to the other residents. A small group of unsettlingly quiet individuals, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. They moved with a strange, jerky grace, their silence amplifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Anna, ever the social butterfly, attempted to engage them in conversation. Their responses were brief, monosyllabic, their masked faces turned towards her with an unnerving intensity. As the violet California twilight deepened, Silas began a strange chant. Low, gravelly, it echoed eerily through the redwood trees. The masked figures joined in, their voices blending into a discordant chorus. The ground beneath us seemed to tremble. Anna, initially fascinated, now looked pale and uneasy. I wanted to leave, to run back to the car and drive as far away from this place as possible. But a strange paralysis gripped me. The chanting intensified. The masked figures began to move, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. They formed a circle around the fire, their chanting growing louder, their bodies swaying rhythmically. Anna gripped my hand, her knuckles white. I could feel her trembling. The ground shook violently. A sickeningly sweet, almost metallic scent filled the air. I looked at Anna, her eyes wide with terror. We were trapped. The next morning, Anna and I exchanged uneasy glances. The night before felt like a fever dream. Yet the lingering unease, the coppery scent clinging to the air, told us it was real. Silas, however, seemed unconcerned. He chattered excitedly about a unique geological formation he'd discovered, and insisted we accompany him to document it. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Anna, ever loyal, followed suit. We hiked for hours, deeper and deeper into the redwood forest. The trees grew denser, blocking out the sunlight, casting the forest floor into perpetual twilight. The air grew heavy, the silence broken only by the crunch of leaves underfoot and Silas's increasingly manic pronouncements about ancient tribal rituals. We finally reached a small clearing. In the center stood a large, metal contraption. It pulsed with a sickly green light, emitting a low, rhythmic thrumming. Silas explained it was an ancient tribal artifact, a conduit to other dimensions. Anna, bless her knave heart, seemed genuinely intrigued. I, however, felt a primal terror gripping me. Silas stepped towards the contraption, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity. He began chanting again, the same gravelly chant from the night before. The ground trembled. The green light intensified. The masked figures emerged from the trees, their movements jerky, their faces hidden behind their masks. They formed a circle around Silas and the contraption, their chanting joining his. Then, Silas grabbed Anna. My paralysis broke. I screamed, lunging towards him. But it was too late. The masked figures held me back, their hands surprisingly strong. I watched in horror as Silas dragged Anna towards the pulsing contraption. She screamed, struggling against his grip. The green light pulsed faster, brighter. The chanting reached a fever pitch. Anna's screams faded into a choked gurgle. The ground shook violently. Then silence. The masked figures released me. I stumbled towards the contraption. The green light had faded. The thrumming had stopped. Anna was gone. Silas stood there, his disturbingly wide smile fixed on his face. He gestured towards the contraption, a silent invitation. I knew what he wanted. He wanted me to join them, to become one of them. A wave of nausea washed over me. I turned and ran. I ran through the trees, blindly, desperately, until I finally stumbled onto a familiar paved road. I didn't stop running until I reached the highway, the blessedly familiar pavement a small comfort against the growing horror unfolding within me. I never looked back. I never returned to Harmony Ridge. But the memory of that night, of Anna's screams, of Silas's smile, of the masked figures, and their terrifying ritual, remains etched into my mind. A horrifying secret I will carry forever. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I still wonder about the true nature of Harmony Ridge, and the fate of those who venture too deep into its unsettling embrace. Story 53. The storm, a vicious squall tearing across the northern California coast, forced me off Highway 1. My phone, predictably, had 0 bars. Anna, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, remained convinced we'd find a charming bed and breakfast around the next bend. I, however, envisioned spending the night huddled under a dripping redwood, fending off rabid squirrels. Then, through the swirling mist, I saw it, a cabin. Small, dark, and undeniably creepy, but blessedly dry. A rusted, tilting sign read, Harmony Ridge Artist Retreat. Anna squealed with delight, already envisioning local pottery and artisanal cheeses. I gripped the steering wheel, a creeping unease prickling my skin. The place radiated an unnerving quiet, a silence amplified by the storm raging around us. We pulled into the overgrown driveway. The cabin looked deserted. The windows, dark and dusty, stared back like vacant eyes. Anna, ever the optimist, hopped out, her floral dress a jarring splash of color against the drab landscape. "Hello," she called, her voice echoing unnaturally. No response. I reluctantly followed, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. The front door, hanging slightly askew, creaked open at my touch. The interior was dimly lit by a single, flickering bulb. Dust motes danced in the anemic light, illuminating threadbare furniture and peeling wallpaper. A faint, almost metallic scent clung to the air. Anna, unfazed, explored further. "Look," she exclaimed, pointing to a shelf lined with porcelain dolls. Their painted smiles seemed unnervingly wide, their eyes fixed in a disturbingly intense stare. I shuddered, a primal instinct whispering warnings. A sudden tapping sound resonated from the back room. Anna, ever the intrepid explorer, marched towards it. I hesitated, a cold dread washing over me. "Anna, wait," I called, but she was already gone. I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs. The tapping stopped abruptly. The back room was smaller, dominated by a large, metal contraption covered in dials and wires. It hummed softly, a low, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated through the floorboards. Anna peered at the device with a perplexed frown. "What is this thing?" she asked, her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. Before I could answer, another sound emerged, a low, croaky murmuring, seemingly emanating from the walls themselves. The dolls, I noticed, were no longer on the shelf. They stood in a circle around the metal contraption. Their porcelain faces turned towards us, their painted smiles widening into terrifying rictus grins. The murmuring intensified, morphing into a rhythmic chant. The dolls began to move, their movements jerky and unnatural, their porcelain limbs jerking spasmodically. Anna, finally acknowledging the growing horror, grabbed my arm. "Let's go," she whispered, her voice trembling. But it was too late. The metal contraption pulsed faster, its humming intensifying, the chanting growing louder. The dolls closed in, their porcelain faces inches from ours, their smiles promising something beyond human comprehension. I stumbled backward, pulling Anna with me. We fumbled for the door, our hands shaking uncontrollably. The chanting pursued us, echoing eerily through the cabin, growing louder with each frantic step. The dolls were faster, their jerky movements becoming unnervingly fluid. Their porcelain faces contorted in grotesque parodies of human expression. We burst through the front door, the storm a welcome reprieve from the horrors within. We scrambled into the car, fumbling with the keys, the chanting echoing behind us. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped away, the terrifying image of those porcelain smiles seared into my memory. Miles down the highway, the storm finally subsided. Anna, her usual exuberance replaced by a trembling silence, stared blankly ahead. I glanced at her, a chilling realization washing over me. Her floral dress was stained a dark, almost bronze color. A faint, metallic scent clung to the air. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my heart pounding against my ribs. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that we would never truly escape Harmony Ridge. The tapping, faint but insistent, had started again. Story 56. Harmony Ridge Artist Retreat sounded idyllic, serene. Anna, my perpetually enthusiastic girlfriend, had found it. A vibrant artistic community nestled in the Mendocino Hills, a perfect antidote to my post-graduation malaise. I, a newly minted geologist, craved quiet contemplation, not vibrant artistic expression. But Anna needed this, a creative spirit stifled by city life. So, I reluctantly agreed, my trusty rock hammer my only solace. The drive was uneventful, the familiar comfort of the Pacific Coast Highway eventually giving way to winding, increasingly desolate roads. The advertised charming, rustic cabins turned out to be ramshackle dwellings clinging precariously to the hillside. Anna, however, remained undeterred, chattering excitedly about the potential for inspiration. My initial unease solidified into something colder, a knot tightening in my stomach. Our designated cabin, number 7, offered little comfort. The interior smelled faintly of mildew and something vaguely metallic. A single, bare bulb swung precariously from the ceiling, casting long, distorted shadows. Anna, oblivious to my growing apprehension, began unpacking, humming a cheerful tune. That night, a rhythmic tapping disturbed the quiet. I initially dismissed it as a branch against the window, but the regularity, the insistent beat, gnawed at my nerves. I peered outside, but the encroaching darkness obscured everything. The tapping continued, a steady pulse against the oppressive quiet. The next morning, Anna dragged me to the communal breakfast. The other residents, a collection of intensely private individuals, offered vague smiles and evasive answers to our enthusiastic questions. Their clothing, a uniform of faded bronze robes, seemed oddly out of place against the vibrant green backdrop. They ate in silence, their movements precise, almost mechanical. Later that day, while Anna explored the unique geological formations Silas, our self-proclaimed resident geology enthusiast, had described, I wandered into the main building. A disturbing mural dominated one wall, a chaotic swirl of bronze pigment depicting grotesque, elongated figures. Their faces, obscured by intricately carved masks, seemed to follow me with their empty sockets. That night, the tapping returned, louder this time, accompanied by a low, croaky murmuring. I grabbed my rock hammer, a familiar weight grounding me, and cautiously peered outside. In the moonlit clearing below, the robed figures danced, their movements jerky, unnerving. Their chanting grew louder, an unsettling chorus vibrating through the quiet night. The following day, Anna disappeared. She'd gone hiking, Silas explained. Eager to capture the elusive Harmony Ridge quartz he described in meticulous detail. I searched for her, my initial concern escalating into full-blown panic. The forest, once seemingly peaceful, now felt menacing, every shadow a potential threat. As dusk settled, I stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center stood a large metal contraption, pulsating with an eerie green light. The robed figures surrounded it, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. And then I saw her. Anna, bound and gagged, lay at the base of the contraption. Silas stood beside her, a strange smile playing across his face. He held a polished stone, almost iridescent in the green light, and began chanting, his voice echoing eerily through the trees. The contraption pulsed faster, the green light intensifying, and Anna began to scream, a desperate sound swallowed by the chanting and the growing drone of the machine. The figures closed in, their masked faces looming over her, their obsidian claws flashing in the pulsating light. I lunged forward, my rock hammer raised, but I was too late. The contraption pulsed one final time, the green light becoming almost blinding, and then silence. The figures dispersed, their chanting fading into the night, leaving behind only the faint metallic scent and the lingering echo of Anna's screams. I stood there, paralyzed by horror, the polished stone clutched tightly in my trembling hand, a horrifying souvenir of a place I would never truly escape. Harmony Ridge had taken her, consumed her, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would be next. The bronze earth waited. The ritual continues. Story 57. We, James, Anna Ayas, and I Amelia, all starving artists chasing inspiration, found body, a ghost town nestled in the eastern Sierra. We'd abandoned the shimmering promise of the Pacific for the dusty, sun-baked embrace of the high desert. Body, with its hollowed-out buildings and windswept silence, felt like the perfect canvas for our collective creative draught. The first few hours were uneventful. We explored the skeletal remains of homes, Anna sketching furiously in her worn leather-bound journal, Elias muttering insightful comments about light refraction, James already envisioning a series of abstract photographs, and I, Amelia, meticulously documenting every peeling paint chip and weathered floorboard with my battered camcorder. The shift began subtly. A faint rhythmic tapping, almost metallic, resonated from somewhere within the town's empty shell. We initially dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the sound persisted, growing steadily louder, almost a pulse against the silence. The sun, already low in the violet sky, cast long, grotesque shadows across the deserted streets. The shadows seemed to shift, rearrange themselves, almost imperceptibly, as if mimicking our movements. Anna, our perpetually optimistic travel companion, became strangely quiet. Her usual chatter about color palettes and composition was replaced by a nervous fidgeting. Even Elias, typically stoic, seemed unnerved. His thick lenses magnified the worry in his eyes as he darted nervous glances around the emptying square. It was James, our intrepid leader, forever chasing the unexplained, who first voiced what we were all beginning to feel. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked, his voice oddly hushed. "That tapping. It sounds like it's coming from inside the buildings." We all heard it now, undeniably. The rhythmic tapping, no longer vague, emanated from the Miners' Union Hall, a large, two-story building looming at the edge of the square. Its darkened windows gaped like empty sockets, staring back at us. Despite a growing unease, fueled by the encroaching twilight and the persistent tapping, we followed James towards the hall. He, driven by his insatiable curiosity, seemed almost enthralled. Anna and Elias, though clearly hesitant, trailed behind. I, Amelia, documented everything, the camera a shield against the rising fear. The inside of the hall was eerily quiet. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of sunlight filtering through a cracked window, illuminating threadbare furniture and peeling wallpaper. The tapping, now louder, sharper, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Then, another sound emerged, a low, gravelly murmuring, echoing from the floor above. James, ever the intrepid explorer, started up the creaking staircase. Anna, her hand gripping my arm, whispered, "Maybe we should go back. This place feels wrong." Amelia, agreed, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach, but James, already halfway up the stairs, called down, "Come on, guys. There's something up here. I can feel it." Reluctantly, we followed. The second floor was a warren of small, darkened rooms. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, and the murmuring, now clearer, seemed to emanate from a small chamber at the end of the hall. As we approached, the murmuring intensified, becoming a low, rhythmic chant, punctuated by the sharp, metallic tapping. James pushed open the door to the chamber. Inside, a single flickering candle illuminated a horrifying scene. A group of figures, draped in faded bronze robes, their faces hidden behind intricately carved wooden masks, stood in a perfect circle. In the center of the circle, a large metal contraption pulsed with a sickly green light. The figures swayed rhythmically, their movements mimicking the tapping sound, which now resonated with an almost unbearable intensity. The chanting, growing louder, seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards beneath our feet. The figures, as if sensing our presence, stopped their swaying and turned towards us. Their masks, grotesquely carved into expressions of something beyond human comprehension, seemed to fix their vacant stares directly on us. The chanting ceased. The tapping stopped. A terrifying silence descended, broken only by our ragged breaths. Then, one of the figures stepped forward. It raised a skeletal finger, pointing directly at Anna. The other figures followed, their movements jerky, their masks gleaming faintly in the candlelight. They closed in, their circle tightening around her, their silence more terrifying than any scream. Anna, her face contorted in terror, let out a choked cry. She stumbled backward, knocking against me, Amelia. I raised my camcorder, the lens capturing the horrifying spectacle unfolding before us. The figures closing in, their masks inches from Anna's face, their silent smiles promising something beyond comprehension. The green light from the contraption pulsed faster, brighter, becoming almost blinding. The chanting started again, louder this time, a discordant chorus vibrating through the room, through the building, through the very earth beneath our feet. The last image captured by my camcorder, before it tumbled from my grasp, was Anna swallowed by the robed figures, the sickly green light consuming everything, her scream swallowed by their chanting. The terrifying silence of Bodhi finally broken. Story 58. The Harmony Ridge Artist Retreat, nestled high in the emerald embrace of the Trinity Alps, promised rejuvenation. Anna, ever the optimist, chattered excitedly about plein air painting and sculpting with found materials. I, however, felt a prickle of unease. The online brochure, with its whimsical font and photos of smiling artisans, felt too perfect, too polished. Something felt off. The drive itself was uneventful, the familiar comfort of the Pacific Coast Highway eventually giving way to twisting mountain roads. As we ascended, the vibrant greens of the coast were replaced by the muted grays and browns of the higher elevations. The trees, too, changed, the familiar redwoods giving way to gnarled, twisted pines that seemed to watch our approach with silent disapproval. The retreat itself was a collection of ramshackle cabins, clustered around a central lodge. Paint peeled from the weathered siding, and the windows, many cracked or broken, stared blankly out at the encroaching forest. A single, tilting mailbox stood beside the overgrown driveway. The name, Harmony Ridge, barely legible beneath layers of flaking paint. Our cabin, number 7, was small and sparsely furnished. A faded floral wallpaper peeled from the walls, revealing patches of discolored plaster beneath. A musty odor, a blend of damp earth and something vaguely metallic, clung to the air. Anna, however, remained undeterred. She began unpacking, humming softly as she arranged our meager belongings. The first oddity occurred that evening. A rhythmic tapping, almost metallic, started sometime after midnight. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, a steady pulse against the otherwise silent night. I initially dismissed it as a branch against the cabin, but the regularity, the precision of the tapping unnerved me. Anna, asleep beside me, seemed oblivious. The following day, while Anna explored the grounds, sketching furiously in her battered notepad, I wandered towards the lodge. Inside, a wizened woman with faded blonde hair sat behind a dusty counter, her needles clicking rhythmically as she knitted. I introduced myself, and she responded with a vague smile and a brief nod, her eyes never quite meeting mine. I asked about the tapping, and her smile widened almost imperceptibly. She simply stared, her pale blue eyes seeming to bore into me, before returning to her knitting. The needles clicked faster now, a frantic rhythm against the unsettling quiet of the lodge. That night, the tapping returned, louder this time, accompanied by a low, gravelly murmuring. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a disorienting chorus that vibrated through the very floorboards beneath us. Anna, finally awake, gripped my hand, her usual exuberance replaced by a palpable fear. The third night brought a new horror. Peering cautiously through the grimy cabin window, we saw them. Figures robed in faded bronze cloth, moved in a slow, rhythmic circle around a flickering bonfire. Their faces were obscured by intricately carved wooden masks, each one different, each one grotesque. Their movements were jerky, almost mechanical, their bodies swaying in an unsettling parody of a dance. Anna, trained in anthropology, whispered something about ancient tribal rituals, but her voice lacked conviction. Even she, the perpetual optimist, seemed disturbed by the spectacle unfolding before us. We remained hidden within the small confines of our cabin, watching as the ritual intensified. The chanting grew louder, the drumming faster, the figures moving with a frantic energy that seemed to defy human limitations. The air grew thick with a cloying, metallic scent, and the ground beneath us seemed to tremble. On the fourth night, the figures came for us. The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy pounding on the cabin door. We huddled together, terrified, as the door splintered under the force of the blows. The figures swarmed into the cabin, their masks inches from our faces, their silent smiles promising something beyond human comprehension. Anna screamed, a desperate sound swallowed by the chanting and the drumming. I remember being dragged outside, into the pulsating green light of the bonfire. I remember the ground shaking violently beneath my feet, the chanting reaching a fever pitch. I remember the figures closing in, their hands reaching, their masks looming. I remember the metallic scent, now overpowering, almost suffocating. Then darkness. I woke up in the deserted parking lot of the Starlight Diner, miles down the mountain. The sun was rising, casting long shadows across the empty highway. My clothes were torn, my body covered in bruises. Anna was gone. The police found no evidence of the Harmony Ridge artist retreat. The locals, when questioned, offered vague smiles and evasive answers, their eyes darting nervously around. The online brochure vanished from the internet. The world, it seemed, had conspired to erase Harmony Ridge from existence. But I remember the tapping, the chanting, the masks. I remember the smell, the metallic tang of blood mixed with something sickeningly sweet. I remember Anna, her terrified scream echoing in the silent emptiness of the mountains. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that I will never truly escape Harmony Ridge. The bronze earth waits, the masks watch, and the ritual continues. Story 59. My fingers, slick with something warm and viscous, traced the crude inscription on the cavern wall. Bronze pigment, still vibrant after decades, maybe centuries. Stick figures danced around a central, pulsating square, their limbs elongated. Distorted, a chilling realization washed over me. This wasn't a gold mine at all. This was a temple, and I was the sacrifice. It had started innocently enough, a solo road trip through the Sierra Nevada. Escaping the city, craving solitude. Seeking something, anything, to reignite my dormant creative spirit. I'd stumbled upon a tattered tourist pamphlet advertising the Harmony Gulch Gold Mine, a forgotten relic of the California Gold Rush, open to intrepid explorers. Something about the forgotten, the abandoned called to me. The drive itself was uneventful. Twisting mountain roads, towering pines, the familiar symphony of nature. I arrived at Harmony Gulch just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. The mine entrance, a gaping black maw in the mountainside, seemed to absorb the fading light. A rusted sign creaked precariously above, barely legible. Harmony Gulch, established 1849. A shiver ran down my spine. This place felt wrong, but I pressed on, armed with my flashlight and a burgeoning sense of adventure. The air inside the mine was cool, damp, carrying a faint metallic scent. I followed the narrow passage deeper into the mountain, my beam dancing across the rough walls. The silence was amplified, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the cavernous space. Then, the tapping. A rhythmic, almost metallic tapping resonating through the rock. I stopped, my heart pounding against my ribs. The tapping stopped. I held my breath, listening. Silence. I convinced myself it was just the settling of the earth, the mountain sighing after centuries of holding its secrets. I started walking again, my pace quicker now. Further in, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. And that's when I saw it. The mural. Covering one entire wall, the bronze painting depicted grotesque figures, their bodies contorted, their faces hidden behind intricately carved masks. They surrounded a central, pulsating square, their limbs outstretched, their hands reaching. The tapping started again, louder this time, closer. I swung my flashlight around, searching for the source. Nothing. But the air, it felt different now, charged with a strange energy. I could almost feel a presence, something watching me. Something unseen. Then, I heard the chanting, a low, gravelly murmur echoing from the depths of the mine. The chanting grew louder, blending with the tapping, creating a disturbing, hypnotic rhythm. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to run, to turn back, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot. Slowly, figures began to emerge from the shadows. They were dressed in faded bronze robes, their faces obscured by the same grotesque masks depicted in the mural. They moved with an unnerving grace, their bodies swaying rhythmically to the chanting. They carried polished stones, and as they moved, they tapped them together, creating the metallic sound that had drawn me deeper into the mine. They formed a circle around me, their chanting growing louder, the tapping intensifying. The air thrummed with an unseen energy. I felt a strange paralysis gripping me, my body trembling uncontrollably. The figures raised their hands towards me, their polished stones gleaming faintly in the flickering beam of my flashlight. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. One of the figures stepped forward. It reached out, its hand surprisingly strong, and grasped my arm. The touch sent a jolt through me, a chilling sensation unlike anything I had ever experienced. The figure pulled me towards the wall, towards the pulsating square in the mural. I struggled against its grip, but it was too strong. The other figures closed in, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. They pressed me against the wall, my back against the cold, rough stone. The pulsating square in the mural seemed to grow larger, brighter. I could feel its energy radiating outwards, coursing through my body. The figures raised their stones above their heads. The chanting ceased. A terrifying silence descended. Then, the stones came down. I don't remember the pain. I remember the warm, viscous feeling on my fingers, the bronze pigment, the stick figures, the pulsating square, the chilling realization. Then, nothing. Only the silence, the echoing silence, of the mountain holding its secrets. Story 60. The Harmony Ridge Artist Retreat, nestled deep within the Mendocino Redwoods, promised a reawakening of my dormant creative spirit. The online brochure showcased charming, rustic cabins and vibrant plein air painting opportunities. Anna, perpetually optimistic, chattered excitedly about finally capturing the elusive Mendocino light on canvas. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, a sense of foreboding I couldn't quite shake. Silas, our intrepid leader and self-proclaimed documentarian, was convinced we'd stumbled upon something truly special, a place where ancient energy intersected with contemporary art. His pronouncements about capturing unique tribal rituals bordered on the manic. Elias, our fourth member, a quiet, observant type, remained unnervingly silent throughout the drive, his gaze fixed on the twisting, increasingly desolate roads. The retreat itself was different. The charming cabins were dilapidated, paint peeling from weathered siding. An unsettling quiet hung in the air, broken only by the distant, rhythmic tapping of something metallic. The other residents, few in number, were intensely private, their faces often obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. They spoke in hushed tones, if they spoke at all, their conversations punctuated by unsettlingly intense stares. The first night, sleep evaded me. The tapping continued, a steady, insistent pulse against the quiet. I could sense their presence, just outside our cabin walls, their silent observation pressing against the thin wooden barrier. The second day brought no relief. The oppressive atmosphere intensified. The other residents seemed almost entranced, moving with an unnerving, jerky grace, their movements mimicking some unseen conductor. Silas, however, was enthralled, his camera perpetually rolling, documenting their every strange ritual. He muttered something about finally capturing authentic tribal rhythms. Anna, usually exuberant, seemed subdued, her usual cheerful chatter replaced by a nervous fidgeting. That night, the tapping stopped. In its place, a low, gravelly murmuring began, a discordant chorus vibrating through the very foundations of the cabin. Anna whimpered beside me, her hand gripping mine with surprising strength. I peered through the grimy window. In the moonlit clearing, the other residents danced, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied, their bodies swaying rhythmically, their masks, illuminated by an eerie green light emanating from the forest floor, seemed to shift and squirm, becoming something other, something monstrous. The third night brought a chilling realization. These weren't artists, they were something else entirely. Something ancient, something hungry. The murmuring escalated into a gravelly chant, a horrifying lullaby heralding our inevitable demise. I watched, paralyzed by terror, as Silas, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing fervor, joined their circle, his voice joining their chant, his movements mimicking their grotesque dance. Anna screamed, a desperate, wordless sound swallowed by the chanting. They turned towards us, their masks now inches from the window, their empty sockets staring through us, into us. I knew then. We were no longer observers. We were participants. The fourth night, I remember being dragged outside, Anna's screams echoing through the trees. I remember the chilling touch of their hands, surprisingly strong, pulling us towards the pulsating green light at the forest's heart. I remember Silas, his face illuminated by that unholy glow, a terrifying rictus grin stretched across his face, his voice rising above the chant, welcoming us to their grotesque embrace. I remember the ground trembling, the trees swaying, the chanting reaching a fever pitch. I remember the sickening crunch, the coppery scent filling the air, the feeling of something cold, something sharp, pressing against my skin. Then, darkness. I woke to the sound of chattering birds, the sunlight filtering through the trees. Disoriented, I scrambled to my feet. The clearing was empty. The cabin stood silent, their windows gaping like empty sockets. There was no sign of Anna, no sign of Silas, no sign of Elias. Only the faint, metallic scent clinging to the air, a chilling testament to the horrors I'd witnessed. The police found nothing. No evidence of a struggle. No bodies. Just an empty clearing. A few dilapidated cabins, and a handful of strangely carved masks. They dismissed it as a case of mass hysteria, the product of overactive imaginations and perhaps some bad mushrooms. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And I know with a sickening certainty that I will never truly escape Harmony Ridge. Its memory, its touch, its chant will forever resonate within me, a terrifying reminder of the night I stumbled into a world beyond human comprehension, a world where art and ritual intertwine, a world where the forest waits. Hungry, patient, forever watching. Story 61. The Spanish missions always seemed romantic in textbooks. Dusty, crumbling whispers of a forgotten era. Anna, my perpetually optimistic girlfriend, convinced me this road trip would rekindle my dormant creative spirit. Mission San Miguel, she proclaimed, held a unique energy, an artistic vortex. I, armed with my battered Nikon, hoped mainly for some decent lighting. The mission stood against the late afternoon sun, a bleached skeleton against bruised purples and oranges. It wasn't the picturesque postcard Anna envisioned. A disquieting quiet hung in the air, broken only by the dry rustle of wind through dead leaves. Inside, the cool air smelled of dust and something faintly metallic. Something I couldn't quite place. Anna, already sketching furiously in her worn leather-bound journal, barely registered my unease. She chattered excitedly about the play of light on the weathered adobe walls, the faded bronze pigments of the murals. I wandered through the cavernous rooms, camera raised, trying to capture the haunting beauty Anna saw. The first oddity occurred in a small side chapel. A single flickering candle illuminated a crudely painted mural. It depicted not the usual saints and angels, but grotesque figures, elongated limbs, their faces hidden behind intricately carved masks. Their bodies were adorned with strange symbols, unlike anything I'd seen in traditional mission iconography. I pointed it out to Anna. "Look at this," I said. "It's pretty disturbing, right?" She peered at the mural, a perplexed frown furrowing her brow. "Interesting," she murmured, almost tribal. Maybe some sort of syncretism, blending indigenous beliefs with Catholicism. I shrugged. It felt like something darker. Later, exploring the crumbling bell tower, we found a small, locked wooden door. Anna, her insatiable curiosity piqued, jiggled the handle. It rattled but held firm. "There has to be a key somewhere," she declared, already rummaging through a dusty cabinet. I voiced my concerns about trespassing, but she dismissed them with a wave of her hand. "Where's your sense of adventure?" she teased. Inside the cabinet, beneath layers of cobwebs and forgotten relics, she found a small, tarnished key. It fit. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow, descending staircase. The air grew colder. The metallics scent stronger. I reluctantly followed Anna down the dark steps. The air grew thick with a cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit and something else. Something almost coppery. The stairs opened into a small, dirt-floored chamber. A single shaft of moonlight filtered through a crack in the ceiling, illuminating a strange sight. In the center of the chamber stood a large metal contraption. Circular, with intricate gears and wires. It pulsed with a faint green light. Around it were arranged several small, porcelain figures. Their faces were contorted, grotesque masks fixed in terrifying rictus grins. Their bodies were draped in faded bronze robes. They looked disturbingly like children. Anna, seemingly unfazed, stepped closer, her flashlight beam dancing across the porcelain surfaces. "Look," she whispered, her voice filled with an unnerving enthusiasm. "They're holding stones. Polished stones. I could see that now. Each figure clutched a smooth, dark stone. They gleamed faintly in the dim light. As we watched, a subtle shift occurred. The green light pulsing from the contraption intensified. The porcelain figures began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Their limbs jerking spasmodically, their heads swiveling on their fragile necks. A low, gravelly murmuring began to emanate from the figures. A chanting, rhythmic, and unsettling. My initial fascination morphed into terror. I wanted to leave, to run back up the stairs and into the relative safety of the mission. But something held me rooted to the spot. A strange paralysis gripping my limbs. The chanting grew louder, the green light becoming almost blinding. The figures began to move faster, their jerky movements becoming unnervingly fluid. Their chanting morphed into a gravelly growl, echoing through the small chamber. They were no longer porcelain dolls. They were becoming something else, something other. Anna, however, seemed almost entranced. She stepped closer, her face illuminated by the pulsing green light. Her eyes, usually vibrant and full of life, now held a vacant stare. A strange smile spread across her face, mirroring the grotesque expressions of the porcelain figures. She raised her hands, mimicking their movements. Her voice, oddly hushed, joined their chanting. The coppery scent intensified. I realized with sickening clarity what it was. Blood. The metallic scent was blood. The figures stopped their frantic dance. They turned, their empty sockets fixed on me. Their painted smiles seemed wider, more predatory. Anna stood among them, her smile unwavering. She gestured towards me, a silent command. The figures lunged. A desperate sound tore through my throat. But it was swallowed by the chanting, the pulsing green light, the monstrous reality of what was happening. I remember being dragged towards the pulsating contraption. I remember the cold, smooth porcelain against my skin. I remember the chilling touch of the polished stones. Then darkness. Story 63. The Harmony Ridge Pottery Collective, nestled high in the Mendocino Hills. Sounded like exactly the kind of escape I needed. My best friend, Maya, a perpetual free spirit with a passion for all things handmade, had discovered it on some obscure crafting blog. She'd booked us a weekend workshop, promising fresh mountain air, artistic inspiration, and a welcome break from our soul-crushing corporate jobs. The drive was picturesque. Rolling green hills carpeted with wildflowers, the Pacific a shimmering sapphire in the distance. Maya, ever the exuberant navigator, pointed out every roadside fruit stand and quirky antique shop. I, however, felt a creeping unease, a sense of being watched, that intensified as we climbed higher, the road narrowing, the trees growing denser, darker. Harmony Ridge itself wasn't what the brochure had promised. Instead of charming cottages, we found a cluster of dilapidated shacks, paint peeling, windows boarded. A single, larger structure served as the communal hall, its front adorned with strangely stylized clay figures, their faces blank, almost menacing. A woman with eyes like polished stones and a smile that never quite reached them greeted us. She introduced herself as Astrid, the collective's leader. Her voice was soft, almost a monotone, yet it carried an unnerving intensity. She showed us to our cabin, a cramped, musty box with 2 cots and a single bare bulb hanging precariously from the ceiling. The other residents, Maya informed me, were intensely private individuals, mostly recluses seeking creative solitude. I saw few of them. Those I did see shared Astrid's unsettling stillness, their movements deliberate, almost mechanical. They wore simple, earth-toned clothing and carried small, smooth stones, which they rubbed perpetually. The first pottery class was unusual. Astrid spoke little, demonstrating techniques with an unnerving precision. The clay, sourced from a nearby creek, felt strangely warm, almost alive in my hands. The other students worked silently, their intense focus bordering on the hypnotic. I tried to embrace the experience, to channel Maya's enthusiasm, but the oppressive quiet, the unsettling stares, the pervasive earthy scent clinging to everything, made it impossible. That night, sleep evaded me. A faint rhythmic thumping resonated through the thin cabin walls, growing steadily louder. I could hear faint chanting, a dissonant chorus rising from the communal hall. Maya, oblivious, slept soundly beside me. The following morning, I pleaded a migraine and skipped the second pottery class. Maya, disappointed but understanding, went alone. I wandered around the grounds, trying to shake the growing unease. I found a small, overgrown clearing behind the main building. In the center stood a circle of stones, similar to the ones the residents carried. A faint, coppery scent clung to the air, mingling with the ubiquitous earthy smell. As I bent to examine the stones, I heard a rustling in the trees. A figure emerged, one of the residents. He stood silently, watching me with those unsettlingly intense eyes. He held a small, smooth stone, identical to the others. He raised it slowly, almost reverently, and then, with a swift, brutal motion, he brought it down hard, smashing it against a smaller stone nestled within the circle. A sickening crunch echoed through the clearing. He turned and walked away without a word, leaving me staring at the shattered fragments, the coppery scent now overpowering, almost metallic. That night, the thumping and chanting returned, louder, more insistent. I couldn't shake the image of the shattered stone, the sickening crunch. Something was terribly wrong at Harmony Ridge. I had to leave. I had to get Maya out of there. I woke Maya, my voice shaking. I told her about the stones, the strange ritual, the growing unease. She dismissed my concerns, attributing them to stress and overactive imagination. She insisted Harmony Ridge was exactly what we both needed, a place to reconnect with our creative selves. Frustrated, terrified, I gave up. The third night, the rhythmic thumping and chanting reached a fever pitch. I lay rigid in my cot, every muscle tense, my heart hammering against my ribs. Suddenly, the cabin door creaked open. A figure stood silhouetted against the dim light filtering in from the communal hall. Astrid. Her eyes gleamed, her smile wider than I'd ever seen it, almost predatory. She held something in her hand, a small, smooth stone. "It's time," she whispered, her voice chillingly serene. Then, everything went dark. I woke in the clearing. The circle of stones surrounded me. The air reeked of that coppery, metallic scent. The rhythmic thumping and chanting pulsed around me, vibrating through the earth, through my very bones. Maya stood beside Astrid, her eyes glazed, a vacant smile fixed on her face. She held a small, smooth stone. Astrid gestured towards me, her smile widening further. The other residents emerged from the trees, their faces blank, their eyes gleaming. They formed a circle around me, each holding a small, smooth stone. Astrid spoke, her voice now loud, resonant, filled with a terrifying power. She spoke of the earth, of its ancient energies, of the need for balance, for sacrifice. She raised her stone high above her head. The others followed suit. As they brought their stones down, a single horrifying thought pierced through the terror consuming me. These weren't stones. These were teeth. Story 65. The Harmony Ridge Pottery Collective sounded like exactly the kind of escape I needed. Tucked away in the Gold Country foothills, it promised a weekend of rustic charm and clay-slinging camaraderie. Away from the tech grind, away from the pressure cooker of Silicon Valley. My perpetually optimistic girlfriend Alara booked us a spot. She chattered excitedly about throwing pots and envisioned herself returning with a trunk full of handcrafted mugs. Me, I just wanted some peace. The first oddity occurred just as the paved highway gave way to a rutted dirt track snaking upwards. A hitchhiker, gaunt and strangely still, stood by the roadside, a small, polished hematite sphere clutched in his hand. He didn't raise a thumb, just stared. Something about his intense focus unnerved me. Alara, ever the compassionate one, insisted we offer him a ride. He introduced himself as Silas. His voice was low, almost a monotone, and his answers to our questions were brief, evasive. He said he was headed to Harmony Ridge too. A strange coincidence. But Alara, ever the optimist, dismissed it as serendipity. Silas directed us off the main track, onto a barely discernible path. He claimed it was a shortcut. The forest grew denser, the trees taller, older than anything I'd seen in these parts. The air grew thick and heavy. A faint, almost metallic scent hung in the stillness. It was Silas who first mentioned the disappearances. Not directly, of course. He spoke of strange lights, unusual sounds emanating from the woods at night. He spoke of the unique energies of Harmony Ridge. Alara, ever the free spirit, interpreted his words as mystical pronouncements. I, however, felt a knot of unease tightening in my gut. The cabins at Harmony Ridge were even more dilapidated than the brochure suggested. The promised rustic charm translated to peeling paint, broken windows, and an unsettling quiet. The other residents, a small group of intensely private individuals, were a strange mix. They all carried similar hematite spheres, and their conversations, when they spoke at all, were fragmented, filled with cryptic references to ancient rituals and cosmic alignments. The second oddity occurred that night. A rhythmic thumping resonated through the floor of our cabin. Alara dismissed it as a faulty water pump. I, however, couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Peering out the window, I could have sworn I saw figures moving among the trees, their forms distorted by the flickering moonlight. The next morning, Alara was eager to start her pottery class. I wandered the grounds, trying to shake the growing sense of unease. The main lodge housed a pottery studio, and a small gallery showcasing the residents' work. The pieces were disturbing. Twisted, almost grotesque figures sculpted from dark clay, their surfaces etched with strange symbols. One piece, in particular, caught my eye. It was a diorama depicting a circle of robed figures surrounding a prostrate form. The figures held polished hematite spheres above their heads, and their faces, though obscured by hoods, seemed to radiate a silent menace. That night, the thumping returned, stronger now, accompanied by a low, guttural chanting. Alara slept soundly beside me. I lay awake, every muscle tense, every nerve ending screaming danger. Peeking out the window again, I saw them. The robed figures, standing in a perfect circle in the clearing. Their chanting grew louder, a discordant chorus vibrating through the very foundations of the cabin. The third oddity, and the most terrifying, occurred the following night. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The ground trembled beneath the cabin. Then, silence. A silence so profound, so complete, it was more unsettling than any noise. Alara stirred beside me, murmuring in her sleep. Driven by a primal instinct I couldn't explain, I grabbed my phone and slipped out of the cabin. The air was thick with that metallic scent, almost overpowering now. Following the sound of the chanting, I stumbled into the clearing. What I saw there will be forever seared into my memory. The robed figures stood in a circle, their hematite spheres glowing with an eerie green light. In the center of the circle lay Alara. She was still, her eyes closed. Silas stood beside her, holding a large, pulsating metal device above her chest. The device emitted the same green light as the spheres. As I watched, horrified, the device intensified. Alara's body began to convulse. Her skin shimmered, then turned a sickly shade of green. Her limbs elongated, contorting into unnatural angles. A guttural scream tore from her throat, a sound that was both human and something else entirely. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer horror of the spectacle unfolding before me. The other residents turned towards me, their hooded faces now inches from mine. Their eyes, glowing with the same unnatural green light, stared through me, as if I were no longer human. As if I were nothing more than another offering to whatever dark entity resided within this forgotten place. I remember being dragged towards the circle. I remember the cold, smooth surface of the hematite sphere pressed against my chest. I remember the pulsating green light consuming everything. Then, nothing. I woke up in the clearing, the morning sun filtering through the trees. Alara was gone. The cabin was empty. The other residents had vanished. My phone lay beside me, its screen cracked. I stumbled back to the main track. The only evidence of the horrifying night before a lingering metallic scent, and the faint, rhythmic thumping echoing through the trees. I never saw Alara again. I never returned to Harmony Ridge. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I can still hear the chanting. And I still wonder what truly happened in that clearing, under the sickly green light of the hematite spheres. I still wonder what became of Alara and the others who disappeared into the unsettling silence of Harmony Ridge. Story 66. The bronze dust coated everything, my boots, the chipped enamel of Anna's vintage Mustang, even the inside of my nostrils. Harmony Ridge, this supposed artist colony, nestled within the twisting ravines of the Californian foothills, had promised rejuvenation, a vibrant artistic community. The online brochure had showcased charming, rustic cabins, vibrant plein air painting opportunities, and a unique iridescent sheen glazed over every surface. Instead, we found crumbling adobe buildings, dust, and a disquieting quiet. Anna, perpetually optimistic, remained undeterred. She'd envisioned herself returning from this weekend workshop a changed woman, her dormant creative spirit rekindled. I, however, already felt a prickle of unease, a growing emptiness within. Something about Harmony Ridge felt profoundly wrong. The first oddity occurred during the welcome dinner. The residents, a collection of strangely quiet individuals, all wore intricately carved wooden masks. Their faces remained hidden, their forms draped in faded bronze robes. They offered vague smiles, cryptic pronouncements about artistic ancient tribal immersion, and small, polished hematite spheres. Anna, bless her knave heart, seemed genuinely enthralled. I, however, found their intense focus unnerving, their absolute stillness unsettling. The second oddity occurred later that night. Unable to sleep, I stepped outside. A faint rhythmic thumping resonated through the packed earth. Following the sound, I found myself drawn to a clearing behind the central lodge. A small group huddled around a large metal contraption. A pulsating green light emanated from within, casting grotesque shadows across their masked faces. They swayed rhythmically, a croaky chant escaping their painted mouths. I considered turning back, reason momentarily prevailing, but a morbid fascination held me rooted. I watched, hidden amongst the twisted cypress trees, until the chanting stopped, the figures dispersed, and the unsettling quiet returned. The third and final oddity occurred the following night. Anna, already sketching furiously, inspired by the unique energies of Harmony Ridge, remained in our cabin. I, driven by a growing unease, and perhaps a subconscious desire to prove my initial misgivings correct, ventured out alone. The thumping sound had returned, stronger now, vibrating through the very ground beneath my feet. I followed it, this time to a larger chamber housed within one of the crumbling adobe structures. Peering cautiously through a cracked window, I witnessed a scene that would forever sear itself into my memory. The robed figures from the previous night stood in a perfect circle. In the center, bound and gagged, was James, our fourth member, the intrepid social butterfly. The large metal contraption pulsed faster now, the green light intensifying, becoming almost blinding. The figures raised their hands towards James, their chanting reaching a fevered pitch. Their hematite spheres glowed faintly, seemingly absorbing the unnatural light. Then, their movements became frenzied, almost bestial. Their limbs elongated, their forms distorting, becoming something other, something no longer human. Panic seized me. I stumbled backwards, my breath catching in my throat. I had to get help, to get Anna. To escape this unholy sanctuary. I turned, sprinting blindly through the encroaching darkness, the terrifying laughter of the masked figures echoing behind me. I burst through the cabin door, frantic words tumbling from my lips. Anna, startled, looked up from her sketchbook. Her usual vibrancy was replaced by a strange stillness, a vacant stare. She held a polished hematite sphere, its surface gleaming faintly in the candlelight. A slow, unsettling smile spread across her face. "You saw, didn't you?" she whispered, her voice echoing strangely. "Isn't it beautiful?" Before I could answer, the thumping sound returned, closer now, vibrating through the wooden walls of the cabin. The door creaked open, revealing the robed figures silhouetted against the sickly green light. Their masks seemed larger now, their painted smiles promising something beyond human comprehension. They raised their hands, their hematite spheres glowing, and their chanting started again, this time louder, closer, echoing eerily through the small confines of the cabin. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we would never leave Harmony Ridge. We had become unwitting participants in their grotesque ritual, our lives now intertwined with their terrifying secret. The bronze earth waited. Story 67. The encrypted message, nestled within a late-night radio broadcast about antique apple peelers, wasn't meant for me. But the sequence of numbers, embedded within a seemingly innocuous gardening tip, snagged my attention. It felt wrong, out of place, like a chipped tooth in an otherwise perfect smile. I jotted it down, more out of compulsive habit than any real expectation. Later, fueled by cheap coffee and an unshakable feeling of unease, I deciphered it. Coordinates. A place tucked deep within the Panamint Range. A place called Harmony Gulch. Harmony Gulch. The name itself felt discordant, a clash of pleasant syllables concealing something far less harmonious. My morbid curiosity, already piqued, blossomed into a full-blown obsession. I had to go. Anna, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, expressed polite concern. Harmony Gulch wasn't exactly on our carefully curated itinerary of coastal vistas and charming seaside towns. But I spun a tale of a unique geological formation, a rare quartz deposit a newly minted geology graduate, couldn't pass up. Anna, always eager to indulge my unconventional pursuits, reluctantly agreed. The drive inland, away from the vibrant greens and blues of the Pacific Coast Highway, was a steady descent into muted yellows and browns. The rolling hills gave way to jagged peaks, the air growing thinner, drier. The vegetation withered, the trees becoming twisted, skeletal sentinels against the bruised purple sky. The closer we got to Harmony Gulch, the more oppressive the silence became. The radio, our usual source of cheerful banter and cheesy pop songs, sputtered and died, replaced by an unnerving static hiss. Harmony Gulch wasn't the quaint artist colony the tattered tourist pamphlet had promised. It was a collection of ramshackle dwellings clinging precariously to the canyon walls, their windows gaping like empty sockets. An unsettling quiet permeated everything, broken only by the distant, rhythmic tapping of something metallic. The residents, or what remained of them, were even more disturbing. They moved with an unnerving grace, their faces hidden behind intricately carved masks. Their eyes, visible through the narrow slits, held an unsettlingly intense focus. They carried smooth, polished stones, their surfaces gleaming faintly in the perpetual twilight that seemed to have settled over Harmony Gulch. Anna, initially captivated by the unusual setting, began to voice her concerns. Their smiles, never quite reaching their eyes, their silence, broken only by occasional gravelly murmurs, the incessant tapping. It all added up to something profoundly unsettling. I, however, driven by my morbid curiosity, remained undeterred. I needed to know the source of that tapping, the meaning behind those masks. The tapping led us to a clearing behind the largest building, a crumbling adobe structure that served as the community's central lodge. In the center of the clearing, a large metal contraption pulsed with a sickly green light. The residents formed a perfect circle around it, their polished stones raised above their heads. The tapping intensified, morphing into a rhythmic thumping that resonated through the ground, through my bones. The contraption began to spin faster, the green light intensifying, becoming almost blinding. The residents began to chant, a low, croaky murmur that rose in volume and intensity. Their movements became frenzied, their bodies swaying rhythmically. Anna, her usual exuberance replaced by stark terror, gripped my arm. "We need to leave," she whispered, her voice trembling. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to see what happened next. I raised my borrowed camcorder, the lens capturing blurry images of the swirling figures, the pulsating light, the grotesque masks. Then, the chanting stopped. The contraption stilled. The residents turned, their masked faces fixed on Anna. Their silence was more terrifying than their chanting, their stillness more disturbing than their frenzied dance. They began to move towards her, their steps slow, deliberate, their polished stones gleaming in the unnatural light. Anna screamed. A desperate, terrified sound that was quickly swallowed by the oppressive silence of Harmony Gulch. They surrounded her, their circle tightening. Their hands, holding the polished stones, reached out. The stones touched her skin, and a horrifying transformation began. Her screams morphed into croaky growls, her features twisting into something grotesque, inhuman. Her eyes, once filled with fear, now gleamed with a predatory hunger. I watched, paralyzed by horror, as Anna, my friend, my travel companion, became one of them. The residents welcomed her into their circle, their grotesque masks inches from her newly transformed face. They resumed their chanting, their voices blending with hers in a discordant chorus that echoed through the canyon. I finally understood the meaning of the tapping, the purpose of the stones, the secret of Harmony Gulch. It was a place of transformation, a place where humans became something other, something monstrous. And I, the unwitting witness, the intrepid explorer, was now trapped. My camcorder slipped from my grasp, the lens capturing a final, horrifying image, the image of myself. Surrounded by the masked figures, their hands reaching, their stones gleaming, their silent smiles promising oblivion. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never leave Harmony Gulch. I would become another participant in their terrifying ritual, another resident of this unholy sanctuary, my own screams soon joining their grotesque chorus, echoing through the desolate expanse of the Panamint Range forever. Story 70. The smoke, thick and acrid, clawed at my throat. I cuffed, wiping soot from my eyes, my vision blurring. The redwood canopy, usually a comforting cathedral of green, now choked with orange, the sky bleeding an unnatural violet. We had to leave. Now, Mom, Dad, and James, my younger brother, huddled near the cabin door, their faces smeared with ash, eyes wide with a terror mirroring my own. The mandatory evacuation order, initially dismissed as overzealous, now screamed its urgency. Dad grabbed the canvas bags, stuffed haphazardly with clothes, and shoved one into my hands. "Ilara," he said, his voice strained, "get in the truck." The gravel driveway, usually a familiar crunch beneath our tires, felt alien, the truck bouncing precariously over rocks loosened by tremors. The tremors, a recent phenomenon, had initially fascinated Dad. A newly minted geology professor, he'd chattered excitedly about tectonic shifts, about uncovering hidden histories beneath our feet. Now, that enthusiasm seemed chillingly misplaced. The earth itself felt wrong, vibrating with an unseen energy, a palpable force pushing upwards. The road, usually a winding ribbon through dense redwood forests, now snaked through a desolate expanse of charred black. Twisted cypress trees, skeletal against the unnatural sky, replaced the familiar redwoods. The air, thick with smoke and the coppery tang of blood, clung to my skin, a suffocating blanket. We passed several abandoned vehicles, their doors gaping, their occupants gone. A child's car seat, lying overturned in the middle of the road, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. Dad swerved to avoid it, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. A small clearing, bathed in an eerie green light, appeared ahead. Within the clearing stood a group of figures, robed in faded bronze cloth, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. They stood motionless, their hands raised towards the sky, an unsettling stillness radiating outwards. Dad slowed the truck, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What in the—" he started, before trailing off. Mom gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Drive," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Just drive." But Dad, ever the intrepid explorer, seemed mesmerized. He stopped the truck completely, a morbid curiosity overriding his better judgment. "This is incredible," he murmured, reaching for his camera. "I have to document this." The figures in the clearing began to move, their movements slow, deliberate, almost hypnotic. They formed a circle, a perfect circle around our truck, their chanting starting, a low, croaky murmur that vibrated through the very metal of the vehicle. James whimpered beside me. "Ilara," he whispered, his eyes wide with terror. "I want to go home." The chanting grew louder, the ground trembling beneath the combined energy of those robed figures. Their movements became more frantic, their circle tightening around us, a terrifying ritual unfolding before our eyes. They carried smooth, polished stones, hematite spheres gleaming faintly in the unnatural light. They raised the stones above their heads, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. Dad, still filming, seemed oblivious to the growing horror. He muttered something about unique tribal rituals, about capturing authentic cultural immersion. His academic detachment, usually a source of amusement, now filled me with a primal dread. The robed figures stopped their chanting abruptly. An unnerving silence descended, broken only by the crackling of the nearby fire. Then, with a terrifyingly synchronized movement, they turned towards our truck, their masked faces fixed on us, their silent smiles promising something beyond human comprehension. The green light intensified, becoming almost blinding. A high, pitched whine emanated from the center of their circle. A large metal contraption, previously unseen, pulsed with a sickly green light. The contraption grew larger, the whine intensifying, a terrifying crescendo against the oppressive silence. Dad finally seemed to register the danger. He fumbled with the keys, the engine turning over sluggishly. But it was too late. The robed figures surged forward. Their movements no longer slow and deliberate, but swift, almost predatory. They swarmed the truck, their obsidian claws flashing in the green light. The windows shattered, showering us with glass. A scream high and piercing tore through the night. It was James's scream, cut short abruptly. I remember being dragged from the truck, the hematite spheres pressing against my skin, cold and smooth. I remember the coppery tang of blood, the acrid smoke, the unnatural green light consuming everything. I remember the masked faces, inches from mine, their silent smiles promising oblivion. Then, I remember nothing. I still wonder about Anna. Anna, our perpetually optimistic travel companion, had opted to stay behind, convinced the fire wouldn't reach the cabin. She insisted on sketching the unique cloud formations, proclaiming their artistic potential. We never saw her again. The police found nothing, just ashes and a few charred fragments of her sketchbook. Sometimes, I see her face in my dreams, her smile wide and bright, framed by the unnatural green light, her eyes fixed on something beyond my comprehension. I wake up screaming. The metallic scent of hematite clinging to my skin, a terrifying reminder of the horrors lurking within those burning woods. A chilling testament to the night we stumbled into something far worse than fire. Story 74. The bronze dust, so fine it felt like powdered rust, coated everything. My vintage Mustang. Anna floral dress. Even the inside of my nostrils tasted of it. Harmony Ridge, tucked deep within the Panamint Range, had promised a vibrant artistic community. A retreat for creatives seeking rejuvenation. The online brochure showcased charming, rustic cabins nestled amongst ancient pines, a shimmering promise of escape from my Silicon Valley cubicle. Anna, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, had been particularly enthralled. She'd already envisioned herself returning with a trunk full of pottery and a rekindled artistic spirit after her recent heartbreak. The first oddity occurred at a deserted roadside diner, miles from Harmony Ridge. The waitress, a wizened woman with a disconcerting blend of apathy and intensity, served us coffee that smelled faintly of copper. A crudely painted mural dominated one wall, depicting grotesque figures with elongated limbs and unsettling smiles. They danced around a large metal contraption pulsing with an eerie green light. I found the image disturbing, but Anna, ever the budding art historian, chattered excitedly about the unique folk art of the region. The second oddity occurred later, as we navigated the twisting mountain roads. The GPS signal flickered erratically, then vanished entirely. Anna, usually our exuberant navigator, became strangely quiet. The trees lining the road, twisted pines clinging precariously to the rocky slopes, seemed to press closer, their branches intertwining above, forming a grotesque canopy. A disquieting quiet settled over the landscape, broken only by the occasional croaky murmur echoing from the deepening woods. The third oddity, and the one that truly unsettled me, occurred just as we finally reached Harmony Ridge. The charming cabins advertised online were replaced by crumbling adobe structures, their windows gaping black holes in the fading twilight. A group of figures, draped in faded bronze robes, stood motionless amongst the buildings, their faces obscured by intricately carved wooden masks. They held polished hematite spheres, which gleamed faintly in the gathering gloom. As we pulled into the dusty parking area, the figures turned towards us, their absolute stillness unnerving. Anna, her usual cheerfulness replaced by a nervous fidgeting, joked weakly about a backwoods slasher film. I, however, felt a primal unease prickling at the edges of my reason. Something about Harmony Ridge felt profoundly wrong. Silas, a gaunt figure with a chipped tooth and an unsettling intensity, introduced himself as our host. He welcomed us with a strange smile, his words filled with a disturbing fervor. He explained that the residents were intensely private individuals, dedicated to their unconventional artistic pursuits. He then led us to our designated cabin, a small, sparsely furnished structure with peeling wallpaper and a pervasive earthy scent. The fourth night brought the true horror. A rhythmic thumping sound resonated through the cabin walls, growing steadily louder. Peering cautiously through a cracked window, I saw the robed figures gathered in a clearing. The metal contraption from the diner pulsed with a sickeningly green light, its humming now almost unbearable. The figures began to move, their movements jerky and unnatural, their hematite spheres gleaming in the pulsating light. They chanted in a croaky, discordant chorus, their voices rising in a terrifying crescendo. Then, I saw Anna. She stood among the robed figures, her floral dress stained bronze, her eyes wide with a terror mirroring my own. She held a hematite sphere, her hand trembling. Silas stood beside her, his smile widening, revealing teeth that seemed oddly pointed. A strange paralysis gripped me. I watched, horrified, as the figures raised their spheres above their heads. The green light intensified, becoming almost blinding. Anna screamed, a desperate sound swallowed by the chanting. The ground trembled violently beneath me. Then, everything went black. I remember being dragged outside, the bronze dust coating my skin. I remember the chanting, the pulsating green light, the terrifying smiles of the masked figures. I remember Anna being consumed by the light, her screams echoing in my ears. I woke up on the side of the highway, miles from Harmony Ridge. My car was gone, my belongings scattered. My phone, though cracked, still functioned. I called the police, recounted a sanitized version of events. They found nothing. No Harmony Ridge, no cabins. No robed figures, no Anna. Years later, I still wonder about Harmony Ridge. I still wonder about Anna. I still wonder about the meaning behind those masks, the purpose of the pulsating contraption, the horrifying ritual I witnessed. And I still wonder about the small, smooth, hematite sphere I found clutched tightly in my hand, its surface etched with strange symbols unlike anything I've seen before. A terrifying souvenir from a place I pray I'll never find again. Story 75. The Perseids, they called it. Nature's fireworks show, Anna proclaimed, her perpetually optimistic heart set on witnessing the celestial spectacle. Harmony Ridge Quartz Collective, nestled within the Panamint Range, promised dark skies and, according to the online brochure, a unique artistic immersion experience. I, newly liberated from my Silicon Valley cubicle, craved solitude and, I admit, a morbid fascination with those desert places where society frayed. The first oddity occurred at the Starlight Diner, miles from Harmony Ridge. The waitress, a tired-looking woman with mismatched buttons, paused mid-pour, her eyes fixed on something beyond the dusty window. A strange smile, almost predatory, spread across her face. Her silence stretched uncomfortably before she shuffled away, the coffee pot jingling discordantly. The coffee tasted faintly of metal. Later, as Anna navigated the twisting mountain roads, I noticed the trees. Joshua trees, normally stoic sentinels against the fading violet California twilight, seemed to lean inwards, their skeletal fingers pointing accusingly. Anna, enthralled by the approaching spectacle, dismissed my unease. Harmony Ridge itself appeared innocuous enough. Ramshackle cabins clustered around a larger structure, the Central Lodge. The residents, mostly gaunt figures draped in faded bronze robes, welcomed us with unsettlingly intense stares. Their faces, often obscured by intricately carved wooden masks, remained unreadable. A faint, almost metallic scent clung to the air. The second oddity occurred during the communal dinner. Roasted vegetables, a strange variety I couldn't quite place. They tasted again, faintly of metal. The residents, surprisingly strong despite their gaunt frames, carried polished hematite spheres. These they held reverently throughout the meal, their silence amplifying the already oppressive quiet. Anna, ever the social butterfly, chattered excitedly about the meteor shower, but the residents responded with brief, evasive answers. Their focus remained fixed on the darkening sky. The meteor shower itself was breathtaking. Streaks of light, vibrant purple against the deepening indigo. But as the spectacle unfolded, I noticed the residents' behavior change. Their movements became rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Their chanting, a low croaky murmur, started softly then intensified, weaving itself into the quiet symphony of the desert night. The hematite spheres glowed faintly. Then, the horror. A meteor, larger than the rest, blazed across the heavens, exploding in a blinding white flash. In its wake, a shimmering rain of spores descended, coating everything. The residents, their faces illuminated by an unnatural, green light emanating from the hematite spheres, raised their hands towards the falling spores, their chanting reaching a fevered pitch. Anna, initially captivated, became increasingly unnerved. I, paralyzed by a primal terror, could only watch as the residents' bodies began to change. Their limbs elongated, their skin taking on a sickly green hue. The carved masks seemed to grow larger, their expressions twisting into terrifying rictus grins. The third oddity, the one that truly broke me, was Anna. She, always the optimist, initially dismissed my growing panic. But as the resident's transformation continued, her usual exuberance replaced by stark terror, she too began to change. Her fingers lengthened, becoming almost translucent. Her skin shimmered with an unsettling, iridescent sheen. Her smile, once a source of comfort, widened into a grotesque parody of its former self. The residents, no longer human, surrounded us. Their chanting morphed into a discordant chorus, vibrating through the packed earth. The ground trembled. Anna, her eyes vacant, joined their circle. Her voice, echoing strangely, joined their chant. I ran. Blindly stumbling through the darkened corridors of the lodge, I crashed through a decaying wooden barrier and into the desert night. The chanting pursued me, echoing eerily through the twisted Joshua trees. I ran until my lungs burned, until the lights of Harmony Ridge vanished behind me, swallowed by the vast, indifferent emptiness of the desert. The truck, abandoned miles back, held my phone, my wallet, my sanity. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The image of Anna, consumed by the emerald embrace of Harmony Ridge, seared itself into my memory. The metallic scent, now a terrifying souvenir, still clings to me. Sometimes, I still wonder what truly happened at Harmony Ridge. What cosmic horror descended with that meteor shower? What secrets those bronze hills hold? But mostly, I wonder about Anna, and I run. Because I know, with a chilling certainty, that Harmony Ridge and its grotesque inhabitants are still out there, waiting. And I will never truly escape. Story 76. The Harmony Ridge Pottery Collective sounded like exactly the kind of creative sanctuary I needed. Nestled in the bronze folds of the Mendocino Hills, it promised rejuvenation, clay, and camaraderie. Anna, my perpetually enthusiastic travel companion, had found it. A faded online brochure showcased charming rustic cabins and breathtaking coastal vistas. Perfect, I thought, the perfect antidote to my soul-crushing Silicon Valley cubicle. The first oddity occurred just after we left Highway 1. The GPS insisted we take a narrow, rutted track snaking through increasingly dense redwood forests. The paved highway disintegrated into gravel. The towering redwoods blocked out most of the light, casting a perpetual twilight. Anna, usually my exuberant navigator, became strangely quiet. I glanced at her. She was clutching a polished hematite sphere. something I'd never seen her with before. "Where'd you get that?" I asked. She just smiled vaguely, a strange, almost serene smile. Harmony Ridge itself appeared innocuous enough. A cluster of ramshackle cabins huddled around a larger structure, presumably the Central Lodge. The residents, mostly gaunt figures draped in faded bronze robes, welcomed us with unsettlingly intense stares. Their faces were hidden behind intricately carved wooden masks. They carried similar hematite spheres, which gleamed faintly in the fading violet California twilight. Silas, a lanky man with thick lenses and a chipped tooth, introduced himself. He explained that they were intensely private individuals, pursuing unconventional artistic endeavors. He directed us to our designated cabin, number 7, a small, sparsely furnished structure with peeling floral wallpaper and a faint, almost metallic scent. Anna, usually my chatterbox travel companion, remained unnervingly silent. She immediately began sketching furiously in a stained notepad, a strange smile playing across her lips. The second oddity occurred during the communal dinner. Roasted vegetables and an unsettling quiet. The residents ate silently, their masked faces unreadable. Their movements were jerky, almost mechanical. Occasionally, a croaky murmur would echo through the room. I tried to make conversation, asking about their artistic endeavors. Their responses were brief, evasive. Their intense focus unnerved me. The third night brought the true horror. A faint rhythmic thumping resonated through the cabin walls. I looked at Anna. She was asleep, still clutching her hematite sphere. The thumping intensified. I peered cautiously through the grimy cabin window. In a small clearing behind the lodge, the residents were gathered. They stood in an almost perfect circle. Their hematite spheres glowed faintly. The thumping sound resonated outwards, growing steadily louder. It became a rhythmic drone. The figures began to move, their movements jerky, becoming increasingly frenzied. They raised their spheres above their heads. Their chanting started, a croaky chorus emanating from beneath their masks. The ground trembled beneath their combined energy. Anna stirred beside me, a strange smile spreading across her face. She stood, her eyes fixed on the clearing. She walked towards the door. "Anna," I called. She didn't respond. She stepped outside, into the pulsing green light emanating from the clearing. I scrambled after her, my heart hammering against my ribs. Anna stood among the robed figures. Their circle tightened around her. Their chanting intensified, a terrifying lullaby heralding some unknown horror. The ground shook violently. The green light intensified, becoming almost blinding. I wanted to run, to scream, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I watched as Anna joined their circle. Her smile widened, mirroring the grotesque smiles fixed on their masks. She raised her hematite sphere. Her voice joined their chant. I remember being dragged towards the center of the circle. I remember the oppressive heat, the sickeningly sweet metallic scent, the terrifying smiles, the pulsing green light consuming everything. I remember the chanting. I remember nothing else. I woke up in my Silicon Valley cubicle. The flickering fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. My head throbbed. My hands trembled. I looked at my reflection in the cracked phone screen on my desk. A faint green light pulsed beneath my skin. I clutched a smooth, cold hematite sphere in my hand. I smiled, Story 77. My fingers, still trembling, traced the crude symbols etched into the cracked screen of my phone. The bronze pigment, somehow still vibrant after, what, days, weeks, I don't even know. Time became a meaningless construct somewhere between the first chant and the final, horrifying embrace. It started innocently enough, a post-graduation road trip. Anna, James, and I, crammed into my beat-up Civic, chasing the shimmering promise of the California desert. Anna, my perpetually enthusiastic girlfriend, clutched a tattered tourist pamphlet advertising Harmony Ridge, an artist colony nestled within the Panamint Range. A place where, the brochure proclaimed, dormant creative spirits were rekindled. I remained skeptical, but Anna's infectious optimism wore me down. James, ever the intrepid explorer, was already envisioning breathtaking desert landscapes and documenting unique rock formations. Harmony Ridge itself appeared innocuous enough, a cluster of crumbling adobe buildings huddled around a dusty square. The residents, mostly gaunt figures draped in faded bronze robes, welcomed us with unsettlingly serene smiles. Their faces, often obscured by intricately carved wooden masks, held a disquieting stillness. They carried polished hematite spheres, which gleamed faintly in the fading violet California twilight. The first oddity occurred during the welcome dinner. A communal meal of roasted vegetables and something that looked suspiciously like congealed oatmeal. The residents spoke little. Their conversations, punctuated by gravelly murmurs and an unsettlingly intense focus on Anna. Their hematite spheres clicked rhythmically against the rough wooden tables, a disturbing counterpoint to the crackling campfire. The second oddity occurred later that night. A faint rhythmic thrumming resonated through the thin cabin walls. Anna, already asleep beside me, stirred but didn't wake. The thrumming intensified, vibrating through the floorboards, through the bed, through me. I peered outside. In the moonlit square, the residents stood in a perfect circle, their hands raised towards the sky. Their hematite spheres glowed faintly, pulsating in time with the thrumming sound. A gravelly chant escaped their masked faces, a chilling melody rising into the desert night. I retreated back inside, my heart hammering against my ribs, telling myself it was some kind of local custom, some harmless tribal ritual. I was wrong. The third night brought undeniable proof that something was terribly, profoundly wrong. Drawn by the increasingly frantic thrumming, I found myself outside again. The residents were no longer in the square. They were gathered around a large metal contraption, a pulsating, humming monolith against the stark desert sky. The thrumming emanated from this device, vibrating through the packed earth, through the very air itself. The chanting intensified, becoming a frenzied, almost bestial chorus. Then, I saw James. He stood within the circle of robed figures, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and something else, something I couldn't quite place. The residents raised their hematite spheres above their heads, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. A blinding white flash erupted from the metal contraption, momentarily blotting out the moon. When my vision cleared, James was gone. The fourth night, the horror fully revealed itself. The thrumming was almost unbearable. The ground shook violently beneath my feet. I stumbled towards the square, driven by a morbid fascination I couldn't control. The residents were there, their robes swirling around them, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The metal contraption pulsed faster, emitting a sickeningly sweet metallic scent. And then, I saw Anna. She stood within the circle, her eyes vacant, her face contorted into a grotesque parody of a smile. The residents closed in, their hands reaching, their obsidian claws flashing in the pulsating green light emanating from the contraption. I screamed, a desperate, terrified sound swallowed by the desert night. I remember being dragged towards the contraption. I remember the touch of cold porcelain against my skin. I remember the sickening crunch as something not human, closed around Anna. I remember the blinding green light consuming everything. I remember nothing else. Now days, weeks later, I sit here, tracing the bronze symbols on my cracked phone screen. The last image captured before the camera tumbled to the ground. The residents, their masked faces looming, their silent smiles promising something beyond human comprehension. Something waiting. Something watching. I still wonder about Anna. I still wonder about James. And I still wonder about the horrors lurking within the bronze folds of Harmony Ridge. The desert waits. And it remembers. Story 78. The air hung thick, heavy, shimmering with heat. The borrowed Jeep whined, its tires spitting gravel as I navigated the rutted track snaking deeper into the Mojave. Anna, my perpetually enthusiastic travel companion, hummed along to some obscure electronica, blissfully unaware of the growing unease tightening its icy grip around my gut. We were pursuing Anna's latest artistic obsession, an isolated artist colony called Harmony Ridge, tucked away in a forgotten fold of the desert. The online brochure showcased charming rustic cabins and promised a unique artistic immersion experience. I remained skeptical, a small voice whispering warnings about the potential dangers lurking within these remote landscapes. The first oddity occurred just past a deserted roadside diner, the Starlight, its grimy windows staring vacantly out at the empty highway. A faded, hand-painted sign proclaimed, "Harmony Ridge Quartz Collective, 7 miles." 7. The number resonated. An unsettling fragment of a disquieting dream I'd had the night before. I dismissed it as overactive imagination, fueled by too much gas station coffee and Anna's incessant chatter about capturing authentic cultural immersion. Several miles later, another hand-painted sign appeared, identical to the first, also proclaiming, "Harmony Ridge Quartz Collective, 7 miles." My unease blossomed into full-blown apprehension. Anna, oblivious, continued chattering excitedly about the unique mineral formations supposedly found in the area. Her perpetual optimism, usually a comforting counterpoint to my inherent cynicism, now grated on my nerves. The third sign, "Harmony Ridge Quartz Collective, 7 miles," appeared just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and sickly greens. This time, a small figure stood beside the sign, its form barely discernible in the fading light. It seemed to be a child, dressed in faded bronze robes, holding something smooth and dark in its hands. As we drew closer, the figure turned, revealing a strangely carved mask. Its painted smile seemed disproportionately large, almost predatory. Before I could react, the child turned and disappeared into the deepening shadows. Anna, thankfully, seemed not to have noticed. We finally reached Harmony Ridge as darkness enveloped the desert. The charming cabins advertised online were replaced by crumbling adobe structures huddled around a central clearing. A large metal contraption pulsed softly in the center, emitting a faint green light. The air hung heavy, thick with an almost metallic scent. Several gaunt figures draped in bronze robes stood motionless around the contraption, their faces obscured by intricately carved masks. Anna, initially captivated, hopped out of the jeep, already envisioning herself documenting their every strange ritual. I remained rooted, a primal instinct screaming at me to turn back, to escape this unsettling tableau. But Anna, ever the intrepid social butterfly, was already approaching the figures, her voice echoing unnaturally in the oppressive quiet, asking about their artistic endeavors. The figures responded with unnerving silence, their masked faces turning towards her, their absolute stillness amplifying the growing sense of dread tightening its grip around my chest. Reluctantly, I followed, my hand instinctively reaching for the geology hammer perpetually attached to my belt. As I stepped into the clearing, the humming from the metal contraption intensified, a low thrumming resonating within my very bones. The figures closed ranks around Anna, their silence becoming almost unbearable. Then, one of them raised a hand, gesturing towards the pulsating contraption. Another figure emerged from one of the crumbling adobe buildings, dragging a prostrate figure behind it. The figure's floral dress, stained bronze, looked disturbingly familiar. Anna. A choked scream escaped my lips, swallowed by the oppressive quiet. The figures raised their hands towards the contraption, their polished stones gleaming faintly in the pulsating green light. Their chanting started, a low gravelly murmur that quickly escalated into a terrifying crescendo. The ground trembled beneath their combined energy, the green light intensifying, consuming everything. I tried to scream, to run, to save Anna, but a strange paralysis gripped me, my limbs frozen, my voice trapped within the suffocating confines of my own terror. The figures raised their stones above their heads. The humming reached a fever pitch. The green light pulsed faster, becoming almost blinding. Then, everything went white. I remember nothing after the blinding flash. I woke up miles away, the Jeep abandoned, its engine cold. Anna was gone. The online brochure. My camera, my geology hammer, everything was gone. Only the faint metallic scent, clinging to my clothes, remained. A terrifying souvenir of a place I could never truly escape. A place where Anna became something other. A place called Harmony Ridge. The 7 miles marker, forever seared into my memory. Sometimes, I still wonder what truly happened that night in the Mojave. What secrets those bronze hills hold. Sometimes, I even wonder if I'm next. The scratching started again, just outside my window. I know they're coming back for me. 7 miles. They always come back. Story 80. My skin itches. It's a deep bone itch that no amount of scratching can reach. The bronze dust, the color of dried blood, has burrowed under my fingernails. Permeated the fabric of my clothes. It's a part of me now, a permanent stain. It's the color of Harmony Ridge, the color of transformation. They let me leave, you see. After the ceremony. They gave me back my phone, though the screen is cracked and the camera lens is smeared with something I can't quite identify. They smiled, their painted smiles unnervingly serene, and gestured down the winding track, a silent dismissal. The drive back was a blur. Every shadow seemed menacing. Every rustle in the trees sounded like they're chanting. The sweet, metallic scent, like overripe peaches mixed with blood, clung to the upholstery, a suffocating reminder. I should have known. I should have seen it coming. The signs were all there, small oddities that my perpetually optimistic mind dismissed as local eccentricity. It started with the brochure, of course. Harmony Ridge Pottery Collective, nestled in the Mendocino Hills. It promised artistic rejuvenation, a refuge for creatives seeking inspiration. Anna, my ever-enthusiastic travel companion, proclaimed it the perfect antidote to my post-graduation malaise. The first unsettling thing was the waitress at the Starlight Diner, 7 miles from Harmony Ridge. She had a vacant stare and a strange smile, almost a rictus grin. When we asked about the collective, her response was brief, almost a whisper. "They're different," she said, her eyes darting nervously around the empty diner. The road to Harmony Ridge was a narrow ribbon winding through increasingly dense redwood forests. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches intertwining above, blocking out the sunlight. The air grew heavy, the usual forest sounds replaced by an oppressive quiet. Harmony Ridge itself appeared innocuous enough. A collection of ramshackle cabins clustered around a central clearing. The residents, mostly gaunt figures in faded bronze robes, welcomed us with unsettlingly intense stares. Their faces, often obscured by intricately carved wooden masks, were unreadable. Anna, ever the social butterfly, chattered excitedly about pottery techniques, while I, armed with my trusty geology hammer, expressed polite interest in the local rock formations. Their responses were short, evasive. Their focus remained fixed on Anna, a disturbing intensity in their eyes. The second oddity occurred during the welcome dinner. They served roasted vegetables and something that tasted vaguely of metal. A faint, rhythmic thrumming resonated through the clearing, emanating from a large metal contraption covered in archaic symbols. The residents swayed rhythmically, their movements mimicking the pulsing of the device. The third night brought undeniable proof that something was terribly wrong. Anna, enthralled by their supposed ancient tribal rituals, joined their circle around the pulsating contraption. The thrumming intensified, the air growing thick with the sweet, metallic scent. The residents began chanting, a guttural murmur that echoed through the trees. I watched in growing horror as Anna's movements became jerky, almost mechanical. Her eyes glazed over, her smile widening into a terrifying rictus grin. She raised her hands. A polished hematite sphere clutched tightly within each and joined their grotesque dance. I tried to intervene. I screamed. I pleaded. But my voice was swallowed by their chanting, by the relentless pulse of the machine. They didn't even look at me. Their focus remained fixed on Anna, their smiles widening, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The ground trembled. The trees swayed precariously. The green light emanating from the contraption intensified, becoming almost blinding. And then, with a sickening crunch, Anna's body changed. Elongated. Twisted. Her limbs intertwining with the branches of the surrounding trees. Her screams morphed into a croaky growl, joining the chorus emanating from the masked figures. I ran, blindly stumbling through the darkened forest, the terrifying latter of the residents echoing behind me. I didn't look back. I kept running until I stumbled onto the road, until the blessedly familiar pavement met my trembling feet. They let me leave. But a part of me, a small, itching part stained bronze red, remains trapped within those whispering redwoods. A horrifying souvenir of Harmony Ridge. And sometimes I still wonder about Anna. I wonder if she's still dancing. I wonder if she's still smiling. Story 83. The Harmony Ridge Pottery Collective sounded exactly like the kind of escape I needed. Nestled in the Mendocino Hills, the online brochure promised creative rejuvenation, rustic charm, and a vibrant artistic community. Debbie, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, chattered excitedly about throwing pots, plein air painting, and the unique local glazes. I, however, craved solitude. A chance to reconnect with my dormant creative spirit after years trapped in a soul-crushing Silicon Valley cubicle. The first oddity occurred during the drive. Miles past any recognizable landmark, a hand-painted sign appeared. Harmony Ridge, 7 miles. The number resonated, an unsettling premonition flickering at the edge of my awareness. 7 miles later, another sign identical to the first. 7 miles. Debbie, oblivious, continued her enthusiastic narrative about the supposed transformative power of Mendocino clay. The third sign, appearing almost immediately after the second, also proclaimed Harmony Ridge, 7 miles. A creeping unease began to tighten its grip. The Harmony Ridge Pottery Collective itself appeared innocuous enough. A collection of ramshackle cabins clustered around a larger structure, serving as a communal dining hall and studio. The residents, however, were unsettlingly quiet. Gaunt figures draped in faded bronze robes, their faces perpetually hidden behind intricately carved wooden masks. Silas, our host, a tall, thin man with a perpetually fixed smile and a disturbing intensity in his vacant stare, welcomed us with a strange blend of enthusiasm and detachment. The second oddity occurred during the welcome dinner. Roasted vegetables, served on chipped ceramic plates, tasted faintly of something metallic. The other residents spoke little, their masked faces unreadable, their conversations punctuated by occasional croaky murmurs. Debbie, undeterred, chattered excitedly about pottery techniques, seemingly oblivious to the growing tension. A faint, rhythmic thumping began to resonate through the floorboards, a subtle, unsettling counterpoint to the crackling campfire. The third oddity, and the one that truly broke through my carefully constructed denial, occurred that night. A disquieting dream filled with swirling bronze robes, grotesque masks, and that incessant thumping woke me. Debbie slept soundly beside me, her usual gentle breathing replaced by a harsh, almost metallic rasp. I cautiously peered outside. Bathed in an eerie green light emanating from the central lodge, the residents stood in a perfect circle, their hands raised, holding what looked like polished hematite spheres. The thumping intensified, resonating within my chest, a visceral pulse against my ribs. They began to chant, a croaky, discordant chorus that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the night. The following morning, Debbie seemed oblivious to the night's events. Her usual exuberance restored. She chattered excitedly about the day's pottery class, while I discreetly clutched my geology hammer. A familiar weight grounding me in a world that felt increasingly surreal. The pottery class itself was uneventful. The residents demonstrated techniques, their movements unnervingly precise. Their silence broken only by occasional croaky clicks. The rhythmic thumping, however, persisted, a low drone vibrating through the floor, a constant reminder of the night before. That night, the ritual began again. Drawn by an unseen compulsion, I found myself outside, watching as the residents formed their circle, their hematite spheres gleaming in the unnatural green light. The chanting started, louder this time, a terrifying lullaby heralding some unknown horror. Debbie joined them, her eyes glazed, a strange smile fixed on her face. I wanted to scream, to run, but a strange paralysis gripped me, rooting me to the spot. The residents raised their spheres above their heads, their chanting reaching a fevered pitch. The green light intensified, becoming almost blinding. The ground trembled violently beneath my feet. Then, silence. The green light vanished. The residents dispersed, their bronze robes disappearing into the darkness. Debbie remained, standing motionless in the center of the clearing, her eyes vacant, her smile fixed, a porcelain doll in the heart of a nightmare. The next morning, Debbie was gone. Her belongings remained, neatly folded on her bed, but she was nowhere to be found. Silas offered vague assurances, a strange smile playing across his lips. The other residents remained unnervingly silent, their masked faces unreadable. My initial unease had blossomed into full-blown terror. I had to leave. The drive back was a blur of twisting mountain roads and deepening dread. Every shadow seemed menacing, every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. The number 7 haunted me, a terrifying reminder of the ever-present strangeness of Harmony Ridge. Weeks later, back in the sterile comfort of my Silicon Valley cubicle, I still wonder about Debbie. I still hear the rhythmic thumping in my dreams. And I still see those masked faces, those unsettling smiles promising something beyond human comprehension, forever etched in the darkest corners of my mind. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you. And I'll see you in the next one.